Today, on 22nd September, I was born 37 years ago now. And I decided to give you one of the biggest and longest guides that I ever created for Baldur's Gate 3. All acts, from Act 1 to the final act, Act 3, with every single quest, puzzle, secret, and outcome that you can imagine. You can call this a 100% walkthrough as well. It took hundreds and hundreds of hours to make this video. Now, why am I not releasing, classic build videos, as you know how I like to call those build videos, fart paladins and so on? I believe there is no need. The game ain't that hard. If I'm to do it, I'm gonna do it in 2 or 3 years from now with the Ultimate Edition and with the additional mods once the actual game represents some challenge. What a lot of you ask me is to have an option to download this humongous guide somewhere on the internet, and I decided to do it on my Patreon page. As this video is getting uploaded today for my birthday, I'll also upload it on my Patreon page, where you can download the entire 100% map guide for all acts in Baldur's Gate 3. The ultimate goal behind this video is for me to have the biggest video, the biggest guide that you ever seen in a crpg gaming history, okay? Although it's not bigger than my Wrath of the Righteous guide, but still, it's a different type of guide, so I can say that it is the biggest walkthrough guide that you'll ever see in your life. As you guys spend time in Baldur's Gate 3, I'll enjoy a variety of games till Rogue Trader when we're gonna play the next big CRPG. Anyways, enjoy the video. If you wish to download, you have my Patreon page for that. I'll share everything in the description under this video. And off we go. Let's go. Welcome to Baldur's Gate 3 Ultimate 100% map guide for Act 1. What are we gonna cover here? Everything that exists in Act 1 on all of its maps, dungeons, mini-maps, and main world maps. Basically, same what I did for Divinity Original Sin 2, I'll do the same for Baldur's Gate 3. It took a lot of time, a lot of hours to record this video, so if you find it helpful, don't forget to share, like, and subscribe to the channel. It takes 1 second for you, while it took hundreds of hours for me to produce something like this. Take a coffee, relax, and let's go. First things first, Act 1 consists out of 3 big maps. The opening map that you can see over here, I believe the name of the map, the entire map is called Eldurin or something like that, so the very first map in Act 1. Then we have the Underdark Part 1, the Underdark Part 2, and the last Rosimorn Monastery map as the final part. So in other words, Act 1 is absolutely huge. Let's cover everything there is from the very beginning. So, after the shipwreck, and this is where the ship wrecked in the island, they call it Eldurin, I think. Your hero, custom or origin character, will start from this spot over here. The next thing that you're gonna do is you're gonna recruit other origin companions, and Shadowheart would be on this location, and after you collect Shadowheart, you will go with her and get your first fight against the Brains. Once you win, you will pass right this route over here and pick up Astarion as your next companion. After you're done with Astarion, Shadowheart, Astarion, and your main will go down south. You will find a very scary boar here that I wanna spoil what it does, and then you're gonna go and uncover a secret chest by the shore. So this is basically the opening part of the game and the order of how you should do stuff. The next thing that you can do is check out the Mind Flayer NPC over here and pick up Gale, along the way, your third companion. Of course, you also gonna activate roadside cliff. Also, what you can do is triggering a waypoint down here, and this is how we round up the first part of the map. After picking up Gale, your next goal is to pick up Lae'zel, your next companion. You're gonna set her free over here on the map. After you pick up Lae'zel, you're gonna go to this spot over here and you're gonna dig with a shovel. You need to find a shovel. There are plenty of shovels along the way, you can pick them up. There's also a lot of materials to collect, plants and so on. Make sure that you search this area entirely. These are the most important things you need to do at the start. After you're done with a shovel, you're gonna go to your very first dungeon here on the right side. Now, what is there to say about this dungeon? This dungeon has 4 different entrances. The first and the obvious one would be up front. The second one would be when you break the floor with a stone hanging on a rope. The third one would be all the way down to the next door, and the fourth dungeon entrance would be northeast on the map, all the way up here through the shore. Also, you have one digging spot here, and a combat with bandits awaits you. The best way to access the combat is after you pick up Lae'zel, you go on this route and you start the combat from the high ground over here. Kill them, they're worth it. You're gonna get some free lockpicks and disarm traps, toolkits that you're gonna need for this dungeon. So that's why these bandits at the start are worth killing. Now let's go inside the dungeon. So if you use the ancient door to access the dungeon, you're gonna appear right in front of sarcophagus. Okay. And there are very good items in this sarcophagus. Just care about the traps on the left and traps on the right. You disarm sarcophagus with a hidden button on a pillar right over here. Of course, don't forget to loot everything in the room as well. Then you're gonna move forward, loot everything that exists. This is the exit. Then once you move forward to the next room, you will have the exit to the upper part of the dungeon. Now it all depends on what door you accessed this map. You're gonna ignore the door and you're gonna push forward, find the hidden button. In that time, the undead will wake up. You will need to kill the undead and then go back inside and speak with Withers. He's extremely important because he's gonna allow respec in your camp as well as recruiting mercenaries. So don't forget to do this at the start of the game because it's very important. Make sure that you read tomes here and books. They're gonna give you different stuff, and you can exit from the ladder up all the way on the east, or you can go up. I recommend going up. Now let's go up in the upper part of this dungeon. The next dungeon that we are in right now, that's connected to the ruins below us, has again a lot of different access points. One of the access points would be here. One of the access points would be over here. One is all the way from the top. If you remember where I said the stone on a rope, it breaks down and then you can jump down. In what order you should do things? You should get out on a ladder in a previous dungeon. You should enter from here, kill a single bandit that awaits you, surprise him, loot everything there is. There is faint painting here from Divinity Original Sin 2. You're gonna unlock the door, you're gonna sneak, you're gonna pull the lever, open it up, and you're gonna take like one character, Astarion maybe, to go from the top, enter here while others wait, and trigger the fight with bandits. There are explosive battles here, a simple fire spell on a battle, and you already won basically, but this is the best way to access this fight. After that, don't forget to loot the entire area, and this locked door is unlocked by the button here, where you also have a chest awaiting for you and some other rewards in the room. So once you do everything there is in the ruins, we're gonna make a slow progress toward the middle of the map, or better to say towards Emerald Grove Environs waypoint over here. There will be a goblin ambush. They're gonna try to attack the druids encampment over here and tieflings, and the fight will open up here. The best way and the safe spot to fight this fight is from uphill, right where the pin is. Goblin ambush happens right over here. Once you kill the goblins, you're gonna trigger the waypoint and you're gonna enter the Emerald Grove This entire segment belongs to the Emerald Grove. Now what you can do first in the Emerald Grove. First, you're gonna go up here, turn left, go down, trigger the dig, take the loot. You can steal from the NPC over here. You can steal from the NPC over here as well. And then you're gonna go to the right, all the way up on a hill, and you're gonna assassinate a bugbear assassin before he executes an NPC. Okay. If you delay, he kills the NPC. Just so you have in mind. After you're done with the bugbear assassin, you're gonna go down and speak with a squirrel. I hope you have some animal speaking potions in your pockets. After you're done with the squirrel, you're gonna continue on the bridge here, and you're gonna go all the way up, and there is the first trader down here, where you can steal or buy items from. Check him out, he sells very nice gear. And the most important thing is your next companion, or better to say, Warlock Will. This is where you can recruit Will on a map. Now, for some easy amount of XP, just loot this bush over here with hay, and you get 15 XP per character. Also, you can speak with animals here as well. If you kill a strange ox, he's gonna drop a very rare ring. Over here is where the blacksmith is for your last origin companion, Carl. Later about him. Here you can loot the chest. Right here is where Hag in disguise awaits you. Your choice what you wanna do with her from the very start. Now, after we're done with this part, we can go to Zevlor's cave. Here we are at Zevlor's cave. Now, what do you need to know about Zevlor's cave? There is the first act's name, as far as I'm aware, and it's called Elturgard. Okay, the map of Elturgard. I said Elugard, whatever. It's called Elturgard. That's the name of the main world map in Act 1. Here, you can loot some random stuff, you can collect your quest with Zevlor, and you can go up on a ladder. Now, where does the ladder lead you? The ladder leads you here on a map. To be more precise, a bit up on a hill above Zevlor's cave, where we entered. What is important to say here, you can climb up, you can loot a chest. Also, you can jump here, then down here, and trigger the next encounter. Later about it. Those are the two ways that Zevlor cave works on. Okay, there is one more NPC here that you can talk with. And that will be it with Zevlor's cave. So, once we're done with Zevlor, then we're gonna go the north side. We're gonna speak with NPCs over here in this room, collect what we can. And on this side, when you jump and jump again, then jump again, care about traps. You can disarm and you can trigger them from afar. From the rooftop, you can go in a shack where is a cabinet key, and it's gonna unlock a cabinet door for more loot. Then you're gonna turn back and enter the Goblin Ambush map. Let's go to the map. This Goblin Ambush map, how I like to call it, is actually underground passage map under the grove, and it's full with traps and one goblin ambush. How do we stop the traps? When we entered from up there where I told you to enter, now you can disarm a trap with a button here. Then you can fight the goblins. Here how you position, you can surprise them, you can go behind them and so on. You can also access the fight from this way and then trigger the fight from uphill, and you can access the fight from this way as well, that you're gonna find out later. But once you're done with goblins, you're gonna jump over here and you're gonna jump down there, collect the shard key, and disarm next amount of traps, okay, because they're gonna scorch you, so you need to be fast. I suggest playing on a turn-based mod while disarming this trap. Basically all you need to do is press the button. Once you get the shard key, you're gonna go south, you're gonna go uphill here, disarm another trap, okay, same on a button. And then you're gonna use a shard key on a chest here and take the loot. Be careful, cause it's trapped. It's a trapped loot. After we're done with the underground passage, there are two ways out. One leads to the druid's chamber that's completely locked and you can't do anything about it. And the other one leads outside to the tea house. You can easily go back and continue with the grove. Here we are in the grove again. We dealt with everything there is on this part of the grove and the south part of the grove. Now we're gonna transfer to the east part of the grove. So we take down this route, we find a hidden hatch, ignore, and we go hold down. How do you enter this area? With a shape-shifting helmet or with a shape-shift spell. You just need to turn yourself into a gnome or a halfling and you will be able to pass. Now let's see what's inside this map. So this map's name is a tiefling hideout. And basically there's nothing here. You can trade some stuff, you can steal some stuff, and that's about it. You can't miss a bloody thing basically. On this side though, there is a jumping sequence that you can manage, and if you do, the loot is not worth it. So basically this is a very bad minimap. There's also a ladder that's gonna lead you all the way up. Let's see where it leads to. And voila, the ladder leads you back to where you already been. You entered from this part, you exit here. It's simple as that. Over here, there will be some NPCs that will give you the quest to free their daughter inside Druid's library. Now let's go down south. Next part is the heart of the Emerald Grove, right over here. What you can do here is speak with all the NPCs inside the circle, speak with a bear, wake him up, speak with the other bear, go down south and speak with a third bear, which is actually Druid Halsin's bear. And once you rescue Druid Halsin, later on in the game, don't forget to come back here and tell the bear that Halsin is back. You will receive 15 XP. Also, you can speak with a parrot, you can steal the key, you can get some loot, some plants, some crafting materials and so on. And then we need to enter the library, Druid's library. Let's go. Now this would be the Druid's library. Why are you here? This is the main quest. You're here trying to find a healer to remove a tadpole, mind flayer worm in your head out of all of your companions as well. And that healer that you need to speak with is right over here. You can also steal and trade with this healer. Of course, this is just a substitute for the Archdruid Halsin, which is your main quest, because you hope that Halsin will extract the tadpole out of your brain. Because Halsin is not here, Kaga is ruling the druids. Kaga wants very bad things for the grove, so it's on you to discover what she wants. Overall, what happens if you kill Kaga? Kaga gives you 150 XP on a kill, while killing Kaga with Shadow Druids will give you additional 265 XP on top of it all. Killing Shadow Druids without killing Kaga will give you 265 only, without the bonus of 150 XP. Overall, killing Kaga doesn't give a thing. It's a very bad loot out of Kaga. If you loot and steal from every single NPC in the game, you can trigger hidden areas before completing quests in Druid's library. Or better to say, you will be able to open a stone slab door, you will be able to find the last rune and open the hidden vault right over here. You will be able to open Kaga's chest that's hidden behind the library. Do not forget to loot all the books from the library, to loot all of the useful materials from this part, and to speak with every single NPC there is in the library and collect all quests. Also, those NPCs, tieflings from above, asked you to save their daughter, and that's the very first thing you'll do. Your choice if you want to save their daughter or not. She's right over here, waiting for her punishment. One of the NPCs has the keys to Kaga's chest, and of course, to open this up, the other NPC has a rune to access the vault. Let's see what's in a vault, eh? Here we are down under in the library's vault. Library's vault will give you a very good spear and some green gear, as well as some crafting materials and random loot. Make sure that you loot everything that exists over here. That's it. That's the minimap. That's the vault. Once we're done with Emerald Grove, center part, north, northwest part, southern part, the only thing that's left is to finish the eastern part of the Ancient Grove. Let's go. The first thing you wanna do when you enter the eastern part is go uphill over here and collect a bard's helmet, as well as speak with, I think her name was Elvira, and listen to a very good song. After that, you're gonna go back and you're gonna enter the Harpy's ambush. How you gonna deal with Harpy's ambush is your choice. You got options, where you can stand, what you can do, from where to trigger the fight. Okay, you can trigger from these 5 points basically, so your choice how you want to do it. Harpies will start over here when you talk with a boy. That's about it. I wish you good luck in that fight. After you're done with the Harpies, you're gonna go back, you're gonna jump on this pillar here, then on this pillar here, and you're gonna dig for additional loot on this spot over here. After you're done with digging, you're gonna go south again, you're gonna go where the Harpies were, you're gonna climb up top, loot everything there is around here, then you're gonna go behind, you're gonna go here on the shore, you're gonna collect a chest, get 30 XP as well. You're gonna move right here through water. You're gonna reach this point, you're gonna jump over here, then you're gonna go up there, you're gonna jump here, and you're gonna loot the nest of Harpies and get a ring. That's how it is with the western part of the ancient, or better to say, Emerald Grove. Now, once you collected all quests, spoken to all NPCs, you know that your main quest is to find Druid, Archdruid Halcyon. And this is the time where we're gonna exit the grove and go to the western part of the map. I basically, when I start, there is that starting area where the ship crashed, there is the grove area, there is the village area, the hag area, goblins area, fake paladins area, and Githyanki area. That's it. What is the way to go? The only way to go is to go to the Blighted Village, and then you can have 3 to 4 different options of how you want to play this game. What route is the best? I'll cover it at the end of the video. Okay, you can go north, you can go south, you can go west. Your choice where you want to go. At the end of the video, I'll say more about it and what's the best way. So, after we're done with Emerald Grove, we can exit from Zevlor's Cave, we can go back where we came, we can go from a TP, we can also exit from the Goblin Ambush where the underground passage is in a grove, and we're gonna end up here on a map, right over here, close to the main gate. So, no matter which way you decide to go, you need to end on this small hill over here. So, go right here, through the stairs, meet with the devil, collect the amulet for guidance, find the hidden loot, and kill some spiders and loot their crevice over here. Once you're done with all of that part, you're gonna go right over here where you can speak with some NPCs, and once they're dead, you're gonna collect a parasite specimen. You need those parasites because parasites basically is the illithid power, the worm that's inside your head, which you're gonna unlock special abilities as you move on. Who can drop parasite specimens? Enemies, very hard enemies, or better to say absolute true souls enemies, or you can find them along the way in jars. That's about it. So, once we're dealt with a parasite specimen over here, you're gonna take this route, pass under the bridge, and discover Nautiloid. I think it's a pod or something, whatever, interact with it, then go back and go this road again under the bridge, go to this route, and you're gonna encounter an Owlbear's Cave. Enter Owlbear's Cave. Let's go. Here we are in the Owlbear's Cave. This is your entrance. You're gonna push forward, loot everything there is, all the dead NPCs and whatnot, speak with the dead and so on. Then you're gonna pass through here and you're gonna encounter a shrine. Behind the shrine is a hidden note. Take a note. Then you go back here in front of the chest and you read a note. The chest will open, you loot the chest, it doesn't matter what's inside, you'll see it once you loot it. Then you're gonna go this route over here and there is an owlbear. If you kill an owlbear, you get XP, you get a spear inside owlbear's head, which you can craft a very good weapon with. I explained how to craft the weapon in one of my videos. Just type, I think it was Spear of the Absolute or something like that. I can't remember very well, but it's on my YouTube channel. How you can access this fight? You can access from the high ground, you can access from here, you can access from here, you can access from here. Your choice where you want to access the fight with the owlbear. Or if you even want to fight the owlbear. All in all, it's a very easy fight. So, once we're done with the Albert Cave, we are entering the village part of the map. Everything that you see here inside, okay, around the river here, is village part of the map. The central part of, I think it was Eltrudin, Elturad, whatever. The center part of the main Act 1 map. So let's stick with the Albert Cave. You exit the cave and there is a hidden crevice close by. Loot it. After you're done with the hidden crevice, you're gonna encounter a dog by his dead owner. Use animal speaking potions, speak with the dog, be polite, and you're gonna receive Scratch as a companion. Scratch is very useful because he can detect hidden items, or better to say dig spots. He is also quite useful in combat, and if he crits, he deals 10 flat damage. I should not remind you that the entire part is full with plants to pick, so you will need to go everywhere and loot everything that exists out of those materials. Now, for this part, once we're done with the dog, with the crevice, with the Albert Cave, there's gonna be a side entrance and a main gate entrance. I recommend going on the side. From the side entrance, you got two ways to go. The right way would be north immediately, and the way that everyone gonna access is clearing the blighted village. So let's clear the blighted village. As I said, at the end of the video, I'll give you the best way to finish Act 1. So, side entrance. You're gonna assassinate a sleeping enemy over here, and we're gonna start seeing a lot of different things. The first thing that I can recommend doing is a mini boss if you have spells. All you need to do is open the door here, position on the hill, and use high ground to kill the boss. You can also find dagger +1 on the spot. Once we're done with the mini boss and we looted the dagger, we can go a bit down south where you assassinated an enemy and trigger the mill, or better to say fight with a goblin boss named Berserk. There are multiple ways to access the fight: through conversation, through scaring them, to open fight, to cheese, to different positions, okay, where you wanna stand, okay. Like Berserk fight can be accessed from a lot of different ways. What's the best way? The best way is from this wall, then you sneak behind, you enter the mill, you use a switch, you stop the mill to save a very important NPC, then you're gonna climb up and break the ladder, and you're gonna trigger the fight with Berserk from the high ground. That's definitely the best and the easiest way to deal with them. Loot them all, speak with the NPC, and move on. Along the way, once you loot all of this area here, you will encounter a muskie that will unlock a chest that you can loot, and there is a cave down the well. Okay, later about it. Don't forget to trigger the waypoint as well. There is a combat waiting for you here with goblins if you decide to fight. I believe there's 4 goblins in total over here at the entrance, main entry. Inside this house, there is an old door that you can access a different map. You can also access the same map by putting fire on a web. Do not forget to loot everything that's inside the house. And the best way to trigger the fight with these 4 goblins is from the roof. You can climb the roof and trigger the fight from up there. You can push them, it's easy kill. So we covered the north part of the village. Now we're gonna cover the south part of the village. From the well, you can go west all the way up here, and you can dig for additional loot. So once you finish with a dig spot, you're gonna go back, and from the waypoint you're gonna enter the next house. You can find some good potions here. There is a cellar entrance, and there is a fight with goblins, another group of goblins for the easy XP, and another group of goblins here for more easy XP. On the left side you will find some very huge enemies. You can decide whether you want to fight them or negotiate to use them later on. I recommend negotiation here because later on they're really gonna be useful, and you're gonna kill them along with the enemies they're gonna deal with. Later about it. Behind their house is another dig spot, right on the spot. Do not forget to go down south and loot additional things right here on this mini hill. Also, there's a lot of materials, flowers, and hidden hunter caches along the way, usually up here, okay, along the lines. Go everywhere and loot it all. Over here, you need to manually dig, okay, for the treasure. It won't show, it's a hidden goblin stash. Dig and you'll find more useful gear. So now we're done with Blighted Village. It's time to see what's under the village. New mini-maps. We're gonna start from the cellar entry south of the Blighted Village port, right over here. Here we are in the cellar, or what I like to call this map, Necrolab. The map will start right from here. You're gonna loot everything there is. You're gonna discover a hidden passage. Use it, go up this route over here, and you're gonna trigger a fight with the undead. What's important to say about this fight? If you kill the first two immediately in round 1, they won't summon the rest from these coffins, okay? There's 6, 7 coffins. They go and summon them, okay? They need to reach the coffin and more spawn. The more of them spawn, the harder the fight, but you receive more XP. So do not forget that letting them play in the first round or two will give you bigger amount of experience, which is very important. Yes, the fight is harder, but it's worth doing it. Do not kill them immediately when they spawn. Over here, you're gonna also dig, then you're gonna go down south, speak with the door, intimidate it, because it's the best and the easiest way. It's gonna open up the Necrolab. In the Necrolab, you're gonna find a lot of useful stuff. Just search everything around. And once you find the key that's in this area, you're gonna open the rusty door and you're gonna collect a strange book, or better to say, Book of Thai. That's also on my YouTube channel and you can check out what it does. It's connected to Astarion's quest line. After you're done with the book and the traps and whatnot, you're gonna go over here. You're gonna pull the lever. You're gonna get out. Back to the Blighted Village. Next map we're about to enter is here, where the old door is. One entrance is putting fire on a web, the other entrance is from the door, and the third entrance is from the well. I recommend the well. Let's go to the spider cave. Here we are at the spider's cave. If you entered through the well, you're gonna go from here. If you entered through the door, you're gonna go through here. Way in and out. If you entered from the spider's web, you're gonna drop from here. That's the entire difference. No matter what option you take, you're gonna end up in this part of the map. Now, what's important to say about this map? Once you're in, you're gonna loot everything there is, and this is where the furnace is for one of the quests. This quest is to forge a weapon with a Susur tree. Susur tree is in the Underdark, so once you get the part you need, you can craft a weapon. You need a dagger, a sickle, or a greatsword. You just push it in a forge and a weapon will drop. That's how it works. So basically at the start of the game, you can't do anything with this part. It's for later. You need to backtrack. Do not forget to go up here and loot the chest as well. Now, there are 2 crumbling walls, one on the north and one on the west. Pick where you wanna go. If you step on a spider web, you trigger enemies and they come for you. You cannot surprise them. So this is why I said that the best way is to enter from the well, because you go under the web and you're gonna surprise enemies on your terms and make an ambush for those enemies. Once you're dealt with them, you're gonna collect a ring, gold, search this entire area, loot everything there is, go down south and collect spiderweb boots. What are the spiderweb boots? Well, basically you can't get them webbed, simple as that. Loot everything there is in this area, including the chest over here. And now comes the big boss fight, the spider matriarch. How can you open this fight? You can open this fight from a lot of different ways as long as you sneak. You can open from down, you can open from the high ground, you can open from here, you can open from here, you can open it from here. It depends out of the player. How I opened the fight from here, and it was mega easy because Spider Queen, Spider Matriarch, it took like 1 million years for her to come. She summoned all of those mini spider eggs, the white dots on the map are the eggs that she can summon, which means more XP. If you let her summon all, you get more XP. And when you start the fight from this point, you can easily clear the entire map. Till they arrive, you have the high ground and you spam. Simple as that. Your choice how you wanna open this fight. Once you kill the spider matriarch, you're gonna go down and you're gonna discover Dark Amethyst on this spot. Dark Amethyst is used for the book we found in the Necro Lab, book that Astarion needs. Now you can put an amethyst in a book and you're gonna unlock the Book of the Necromancy. Basically, it's a key to unlock Book of Time. And once you're done with the Spider Matriarch, don't forget to trigger the waypoint of the Whispering Depths, or better to say, of the Spider Cave. Off we go back to Blighted Village. So as I said, Blighted Village is the central part. Now you can go south, the Hag, you can go left to the Goblins, or you can go up here for the new companion and the last origin character Carla, or go for Githyanki's and finish Lae'zel's questline. What's the best way? The best way by far is to go north. Straight here on a bridge. Under the bridge there are dead druids to loot. There is a way down from over here, and there is a hidden rock that you can discover here for additional loot. Search this area thoroughly. Go up this route over here, and there is great loot waiting for you at this spot. Right over here. East from the bridge. You want to ignore the upper part, because this is where the gnolls are. Another fight, you don't want it now, you want to go under them. Okay, they're over here, you pass here. Okay, so when you go on a bridge, you don't go right, you go left and you get down. And then you go under the bridge, and then you go all the way to the right, loot everything that I said, and get a tall cellar key at this spot over here. Now, there are two ways to deal with Carla. First way is to enter the fake paladin's house, speak with them, they give you a quest for Carla, and then you go for Carla, that's over here on the map. And the second way is to go for Carla, and then go to the fake paladin's map. Your choice how you want to do it. I show you where Carla is and where the fake paladins are. Now, what is important to say about this area where the fake paladins are? You got a waypoint here at the Risen Road. You got a dig spot all the way up north over here. And you got a cellar under the house. And you got a cellar puzzle map as well. And you have a whole passage with reduced person to pass over here. Pick how you want to do it. All in all, what you need to know, of course, you're gonna side with Carla because you want companion, you need to kill these fake paladins, they're gonna leave amazing loot for you. Don't forget to steal from them before you trigger the quest with Carla, that's also very important. Now, if you wonder what's in a burrow hole over here, I can show you immediately. All you need to do is transform into a part and you enter. Voila, it leads to the cellar. There is no need, okay, because you can enter the cellar from the upper spot over here. So basically this is pointless. Now speaking about cellar, let's go down. Fake Paladin's cellar. What's inside? Inside are a lot of traps and a lot of loot. All of these red dots are traps. There are chairs. Once you put two characters to sit on a chair, a door opens. And you loot everything that's inside over here. And I don't want to spoil, just loot everything that you can loot in this area. Solve the puzzle easily. And off we go to the next area. The next area we're about to cover is not the closest area over here. And where all of these gnolls are. You're gonna come back from the Risen Road. Under the bridge. All the way down south. Again pass from the line I gave you. All the way up here. Then the bridge. You don't trigger the fight, you go left. Left to the Burning Mansion. You're gonna enter over here, you're gonna do the quest with the Burning Mansion, it doesn't matter what it is, do it. Once you're done, you save NPCs from the houses and so on, speak with everyone, loot everything in this area, okay, there is a secret hole here as well, there is a Rocky Crevice secret on this part as well, and once you're done with all of it, I recommend having Will in your party as well. Once you're done, you're gonna pass under over here and you're gonna enter a door. You speak with the NPC, he opens up a basement. Now let's see what's inside the basement. The name of the area, by the way, is Vaukin's Rest. So, the name of the area under the Burning Mansion is called Zentarim Hideout. And this is how it looks like. In Zentarim's hideout, you're gonna speak with the NPC over here. It opens the door for you. It's basically Smuggler's base with a lot of good gear. You're gonna speak with the trader. You're gonna set Da Vinci free with this trader over here. You can steal as well. There's great items, loot everything, steal from this area. And then you're gonna speak with the main leader of the smugglers, where she gives you a quest to do something that we're gonna pass very soon. Once you collect the quest, once you do it, you receive some XP and a crossbow as a reward, which is more worth it than to do the quest and kill the thing that she asks you to deliver to her. Of course, this is your choice how you wanna do it, I'm just saying you what's better. Do not forget to explore everything around here, to enter the secret rooms, to collect the infernal iron for Carla, cause she needs it for her storyline, and to collect purple gloves in this area, as well as the buttons here to unlock some of the stuff. There is a hole in a stone to pass, and there is a hidden passage which unlocks the way to the Underdark. Later about it. The most important thing in this area is to loot the north part and to collect the quest. Now let's go and resolve the quest. To resolve the quest from the Zentarim hideout, you need the north part of the Risen Road. This part over here. So how are we gonna do it? We're gonna TP right over here to the Risen Road waypoint. You're gonna go down south. Again, you're gonna pass through here, go up there, and you're gonna trigger the fight with Yenogus and Gnolls from this spot. They're gonna come as a backup from the north and from here. You can cast Grease, Ice, whatever the hell you like after you win the fight. Loot all, get the quest chest over here, and go north. Now north, the best way to open the fight with the Gnoll boss is from this area over here. So from the backup Gnolls, this route, okay, you're gonna get stopped. You go down here, you pass through here, you go here where the Risen Road waypoint is, you pass here and you get up. This is the way to not get detected by the Gnolls. Okay, you trigger the fight from here, kill the Gnolls, collect the Mind Flayer Parasite, and those NPCs from the Zentarim hideout, the quest will spawn here. If you decide to help them, you get a crossbow and 60 experience when you go back to Zentarim hideout. You'll need to long rest though. If you decide to keep the chest for yourself, the quest chest, then you just receive 150 XP if you decide to summon a Spectator Beholder. Now what is the trick with Spectator Beholder? It's a very aggressive and strong unit. There is a way with Spectator Beholder without finishing the quest and without killing Spectator Beholder. You can keep him in your inventory and unleash him on enemies when there's like 20 or 30 of them. For example, you can do it for fun in a goblin camp. Those that I said, okay, that you can recruit or fight over here, I think it was ogres. So those ogres that you can recruit from here and the Beholder, you can unleash them at the goblin camp at the same time. It's gonna be a mess. Everyone is gonna fight everyone. Spectator against ogres, ogres against gnolls, gnolls against spectator. You can make probably the funniest fight ever. So you can also decide to keep a Spectator Beholder. Now your choice. You need a crossbow, finish the quest. You want experience, kill him. You want fun, keep him and unleash on some huge battlefield. Now, do not forget to steal items from the NPC here. His name is Rugan. Up on the north, uphill, all the way up, is Barbarian Gloves, but you're gonna need to disarm a trap first. You can also jump across here and pick up a loot in a chest. That would be the north part of the Risen Road and the Burning Mansion, as well as Zentarim hideout, Smuggler's hideout. So the entire north is resolved now. There is one small thing left on the north, it's Githyanki and Lae'zel's quest. I would not recommend accessing this part of the map, okay? Upper northwest corner of the map, of the world map, without level 5. You need level 5 for this fight, especially if you decide to play on a tactician. This is definitely the hardest fight in a game. What is actually good, if you don't like to fight, you can negotiate. So you don't need to fight this fight, but you get more XP in combat than in negotiation. I don't even wish to mention that you get better gear when you kill get Yankees than when you negotiate. It is the hardest fight in the game in the Act 1 by far. Out of all fights in Act 1, this is the hardest one. If you decide to negotiate, you will receive 100 experience less, and you're gonna miss all of that great loot. Now, once you're level 5, you need to come here with Lazel, because it's her quest after all, and you can trigger this fight. From uphill over here, you can trigger it from the bridge, you can trigger it from the passage, you can trigger it from down here, or you can trigger it the fight behind them. Your choice how you want to do it. I recommend dividing all units and putting only one unit down there with invisibility potion. Once the fight starts, you extract your units with invisibility and keep spamming with ranged units that are on the high ground. That's the way to resolve this fight. Here is the broken bridge. There is absolutely nothing over there, and this is where the monastery map, or better to say next map, is. We don't want to do that. Now we want to transfer either to the Hag's ground, to the swamps, or to the goblin camp. Your choice what you want to do. You could also do goblin camp, then the north part, then the south part. Or you could do the south part, then the west part, and then the north part of the map. It's really your choice. I believe the best way is north because you collect Carla as the last companion. Okay, so you have her available for the goblin camp and for the swamp if you decide to go that way. I say we go down south and we go to the swamp. There are two ways to access the swamp. The first way is obvious, from the blighted village, straight down south, and you are in a swamp. The second way is from this bridge over here. You go down, 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 you pass through the tunnel and all of the traps, you step on a log, and the log will collapse, and off you go, you're closer to the hut. Okay, this is further away from the hut, this is closer. What's the difference? This way, with a log, you ignore the fight with red caps. If you access this way, there is a fight with red caps. Now, what I recommend fighting red caps, because it's extra XP. And it's the only fight in a swamp, by the way. The only classic fight. Now, as far as the swamp goes, there is hidden loot and this dot over here, and there is a frog that I don't want to spoil for you right now. Of course, don't forget to trigger the waypoint, and do not forget on this dig spot at the corner. That's all there is from the middle part of the bog, of the swamp. Now we go to the south part, or better to say this is Druid's quest, Kaga's quest. This is where you can find evidence for Kaga. What's the deal? Cross the bridge, you go up here, you jump over here, you trigger the fight with explosive mud mephits. A very nice fight, by the way. Yeah, exploding mud mephits. There are some chests. Once you're done, there is Kaga evidence in the tree. And you can find some good monk gloves. Once you got Kaga evidence, you can return back to the Emerald Grove, go inside the library and deal with Kaga. Your choice how you wanna do it. Why you do it with the evidence? Because you get more XP than just fighting her on your own. So once we're done with Kaga and Kaga's evidence and with the middle part of the bog, we go to the waypoint of the Riverside Stick House. Very close to the portal is Fake Geralt, or better to say this is Astarion's quest line. Do this how you want to do it, and on a kill you get a good crossbow. That's about it. Your choice how you want to do it. Again, you can also ignore this if you want to. Pick what you want to do. Your main objective here is to reach the tea house, or better to say the hag's house. There is a well here. Do not drink water from the well. On this side, you'll need to use a wand to set someone free. So the best way to access the hut is from the portal. This side, you go up here, you sneak, you loot everything there is in the house, you get a key, you unlock the door and so on, then you speak with a hag. Okay. That's the best way. She'll offer to negotiate, as well as you can become aggressive, and if you do, off she goes to her cave. Now let's go to her cave to kill the hag. Here we are at the Heg's Cave. Explore the area, loot everything. There's a lot of trapped NPCs over here that you can set free only and only if you kill a Heg. If you try to do it before that, you can't. You need to kill a Heg. So, there is an invisible door. You pass through it. You avoid 1 million traps. You collect masks. There is a mask fight over here. Do not equip masks. In order to successfully use masks, you need to kill a Heg. Also, there is another way. If you can sneak, alright, you don't need to kill them, you can set them free. So your choice how you want to do it. Anyways, this is the way you need to go. You're gonna jump, and the best way to ignore 1 million traps is with a Featherfall spell. So you just jump down and go straight for the Heg. How you can do it? You can access by sneaking, going up this way, looting everything the Heg has, activating a portal, getting a yellow staff, getting all of those potions, coming back, okay, placing yourself on the high ground, and then trigger the Heg fight. Or you can just trigger the Heg fight immediately from this way down here. Heg is over here in this part. This is where the Heg is. There is Mayrina, an NPC you came to save here. The only way to save her is with a button over here, or once the Heg uses fire on her cage, you can cool it off with a simple ice blast, if you have a wizard. Anyways, once you deal with the Heg, she'll offer to negotiate and gives you an ability point if you set her free. Your choice if you want to set her free or kill her. I recommend killing, of course. If you have an evil run, take an ability point. So now when the Heg is dead, you can equip the mask. And with the mask, you're gonna open a hidden passage in this part of the map. Okay, in the middle. You'll need to jump, mask on, door unlocks, and you go to the Underdark. That's the second entry to the Underdark from the Heg's tea house. Or better say, from the Heg's cave. Also, once you kill the Heg, all of those masked NPCs will be free. You can unpetrify NPCs, you can speak with those that were cursed from the Heg and whatnot. Don't forget to backtrack the entire map now with a mask on. And of course, Mayrina's quest. You need to finish Mayrina's quest with her husband. I show you where his grave is. Your choice how you wanna do it. Anyways, backtrack the map once the Heg is dead. Do not enter Underdark yet. We got Goblin's Camp. The last and final area in Act 1. So, the final area would be this. How you access from a blighted village. You take this route all the way down. You can dig here, cross the bridge, and open a fight with goblins here or not. It's your choice. If you don't want to open the fight with goblins, you can go down south, deal with the traps, jump from here, pass behind them. There are 3 drunk goblins. I don't want to spoil. Do what you do over here. And this leads to the monastery map. You can also dig in this part before you leave for the monastery. Of course, we don't go for the monastery, just discover. Go back, deal with these goblins. Goddammit, kill them. They bring XP. And don't forget, there is a third way in, of course. From the bridge up here, you go behind them and you trigger the fight. So basically, you can trigger the fight with goblins from here, from here, from here, from the high ground, or from here. Pick where you want to trigger this fight. After you're done with the south part of the Goblin's Camp, you go to the bridge and you enter the big Goblin's Camp. They're not aggressive, they recognize you as a true soul. There is a quest with an owlbear cub, where you need to put him here. How you put him? Very simple. Persuasion is needed. He needs to end up in this part and you get a reward. That's about it. Up here is a dig spot. There are plenty of NPCs in this area as well. There is Volo that you need to set free. Very funny conversation. And there is a great trader. Steal everything from him. It's worth it. And again, trigger the waypoint. Over here, use Intimidate on this part, because everyone will be satisfied with it. Go down south, push this clown off the cliff, go way down, pass under the bridge, disarm the trap, and get the chest. Go back, then you go up here, You pass under the bridge again. You stick with the right, okay? You side jump on the right side to avoid traps that are all the way up here. So these are all traps placed like this for you to step in. You don't need to disarm them and waste disarm toolkits. Just go and jump on the side cliff, get a chest, get back the same way, go up, disarm, and luck tools are waiting for you here. Cross the bridge, loot barkskin potion, get back, dig spot, trigger the fight with sleeping idiots, sleeping goblins here, trigger the fire barrel here, kill the others. There's a fire barrel, and there is a magic missile wall, or say force wall. You can break this wall with specific amount of damage. Magic missiles work, Eldritch Blast from Warlock works, or a pure two-handed blunt weapon, Great Hammers. That's how you can break the wall. Also, there is way up. If you got TP, or if you go up here from the mountain pass and jump, there is a dig spot as well. There is a educated goblin here that you can steal from. You get some XP out of the convo, and you get some scrolls. Do it. Once we're done with the goblin camp, you remember that I said you can keep the spectator beholder and you can keep the backup and so on. Well, you can summon them all here and have a war. But I would recommend doing it as the last thing. First, clear out the goblin camp inside. Let's go in the dungeon. The final dungeon of Act 1. So here we are at Goblin's Dungeon. What is your objective here? To free Druid Halcyon and to kill or deal with 3 warlords through souls. Extract those parasites out of them. Okay, these things for the upgrade. Your choice how you want to do it. Anyways, how it starts. We start from over here when we enter, and killing the goblins in this area gives around 130 experience. There is a burrow hole here that leads you right over here if you want to pass that way. So what you get is the high ground for the fight over here if you decide to trigger the fight. Most of the people will just go straight forward, which is the best way, and you're gonna speak with the first warlord, or better to say Priestess Gut. There are plenty of options with Priestess Gut. One of the best options is to lure Priestess Gut to her chambers, and you trigger the fight from here. How you do it? You sneak with your companions here. When she says she wants to be alone, you just put all of your companions up here. You speak with your main, trigger the fight. Backup will come from this part. Okay, they're gonna go through here. You got a full round to kill the goblin priestess. They're gonna come to the door. You're gonna whack all goblins, kill everything here. Now, before you decide to kill the priestess, make sure that you steal from a trader. Steal all items from the trader, or trade, I don't care. And then trigger the fight, because these traders, they'll side with goblins. Okay? And you're gonna lose some good loot if you decide to fight and then loot. So first, steal, trade, then kill. So, once we're dealt with all of this part over here with the priestess, you can unlock the door here with a key. And you can enter, loot everything there is in this room, and there is a new area, but it's better to access that area from this door than from this. Okay, so pick this one, but not yet. What we need to do now is clear the right part of the goblin hideout, or better to say of this dungeon. Once we enter here, we're gonna go straight up and free Volo. Volo will wait us in a camp. Volo the idiot. So, set Volo free. Do not forget to loot the chest here. After Volo, you're gonna speak and have a conversation with this guy here in the middle. What is gonna give, actually, if you succeed, is Leviathar's Love. How you succeed by not succeeding. You need to fail in your checks, complete opposite than what you do for the entire game. In order to get this permanent buff, you need to fail. That's about it. So once you get Leviathar's Love, or better say Leviathar's buff passive, you're gonna go down here and set this NPC free and kill 2 goblins. And by that, the first part, the south part, is done. Now we go to the north part of the dungeon. So, your choice how you want to do it. There is Ragzin, or was it Ragzlin, fight with a warlord here, and there is another warlord with their tadpoles, the ones you need for your upgrades. And here on the door is where Halcyon is. Archdruid Halcyon, your main objective. How can you do it, and what is the easiest and the best way? The easiest and the best way is to go down and use animal speak with animals potion, and talk with spiders. Spiders will side with you and they're gonna start killing goblins left and right. So first what you're gonna do is go here left and clear all the goblins and loot for the easy XP. If you clear the left side of this map, okay, they won't be able to assist Ragzen. If you trigger the fight with this warlord here, they will trigger and your fight is gonna get way much harder than it's supposed to be. So clear left, then clear this. Once the warlord is dead and the spiders assist and these idiots are out, there is a chest on the upper floor. There is another chest on the upper floor, and there is some great loot here, as well as Carla's iron for her personal upgrades. Now, speaking about Carla's iron, in the grove, at the beginning of the video, I showed you where the blacksmith is. All you need to do is go to the blacksmith in the Emerald Grove and give him the iron to upgrade Carla. That's about it. So now that we're done with this part, we can go and kill the third warlord. Do not forget to kill the eye as well. Loot everything there is in this area. Clear the goblins over here as well. And go save Halcyon. Let's go for Halcyon now. This is the map where Halcyon is. When you enter, there's goblins here, there's goblins here, there's goblins here, and there's goblins here. From all sides, basically. And Halcyon is in a cage. When the fight starts, Halcyon breaks out of the cage and you fight together to kill the goblins. Once you kill them, loot the entire map. There's a lot of solid loot. So, after you win the fight, Halcyon will go back to the Emerald Grove. Don't forget to go back and backtrack in Emerald Grove and see what's gonna happen over there, as well as recruiting Halcyon in your camp. He's very important for the Act 2. Now back to the main dungeon. Once we cleared everything in this dungeon, and once we set Halcyon free, and we got all of those tadpoles from warlords, and we killed the priestess, and we set Volo free, and we got a permanent buff, we go here, this door, right here on the map. Let's see what it is. Here we are at the final map of Act 1, the underground passage that leads the third and the final Underdark. Okay, Underdark entrance. There's 3 entrances in total. What is very important to say about the Underdark entrances, you need to enter them on each different spot. From the hideout, Zentarim hideout, from the witch's hut, and here from the underground passage under the goblin dungeon. Why? Because you receive experience, okay? If they patch it, then you won't receive it anymore. But right now, entering the Underdark from 3 different locations will give you additional amount of experience points, which is great. So, the underground passage. You enter from the door here, you kill one huge bitch, and then you're gonna loot all the scrolls and books, and there is a hidden pouch here. There is a door that leads back to the spider's cave. You don't need to go over there. There's absolutely nothing in this part, but there is on this corridor here. Here you got some hidden loot. You'll need to jump and so on. And here is the puzzle. Basically how the puzzle works, these circles, once there are 4 blacks where the sun shines, it opens up the door. And that's the puzzle solution. Or you can also get close here. With perception, they're gonna reveal a hidden lever. You click on a lever, the door opens, and it leads straight to the Underdark. That's the map. Don't forget to loot everything that you can loot, to explore thoroughly, but this is the most important thing that you can do on this minimap. With all of that said and done, we're done with Act 1 first map. Now we go to the Underdark, which is also a part of Act 1. Welcome to the Underdark. Huge map. And when I say huge, I mean huge map. This is the first part of the Underdark. as I like to call it, Susur 3 part of the Underdark. Now, if you decide to enter from the Heg's tea house, from the Heg's cove, this is where you're gonna be. If you decided to enter from the Goblin's encampment, the door I just showed you a minute ago, this is where you'll end up. If you decide to go from Zentarim's hideout, Smuggler's hideout, with a hidden door, this is where you're gonna end up. For this one, you receive 80 experience. For this one, you'll also receive around 80, and for this one, you receive 110. So that's nearly 300 XP when you enter from each different location for the same map. Your choice where you want to enter. Let's start with a Selunit outpost, or better to say, this is the entry from the Goblin's camp, Goblin's dungeon. So on the entry, you're gonna loot everything there is on this map, you're gonna shoot the crystal, and it stops the statue. Why you wanna stop statues? Because statues will kill a minotaur that's banging on the door. There are 2 damage statues. When you destroy a crystal, they stop shooting, and you kill the minotaur from this spot. Okay, from the high ground, so you can actually receive 75 XP. If statues kill Minotaur, you don't get the XP. So make sure that you shoot a crystal immediately as you enter the map. Now, there is a gate lever here, going all the way up on a ladder will give you a key and another key. One is to unlock this, then you get a good paladin helmet up here. Then there is a perception hidden door, and then there is another chest and some potions to pick. Don't forget to pick everything there is in this room as well, trigger the waypoint, and that would be the Selunit outpost. From Selunit outpost, you can go to the left or you can go forward. Let's say we go to the left because left is more fun. Why? There is a beholder ambush here with drows. First drows, once you kill a beholder, which is quite a hard fight. Drows that are left behind the beholder, when you kill them, they will drop icy part number 1. They will drop a half. Once we're done with that, you're gonna loot all of those mushrooms. There are traps over here, so here you will need to jump, transfer over here, get down, and there is another enemy. Bullet. Kill Bullet, it's easy to kill. Solid amount of XP as well. You will end up in this area, you're gonna get some good gear and 35 XP on this spot. All you need to do is put fire on web in order to pass. Then again we go down south and we go down. Down are 4 different things to do. You can go down to the new map. Once you go up here, out here, right over there, you're gonna jump on the mushrooms. You can jump on mushrooms and you can succumb down to the new map. There is a way up and down on these mushrooms and as well, so you can reach the portal, trigger it, and it's gonna trigger another portal, so these 2 will now connect, so you can go up and down on a portal. Okay, and this is where the Heg's tea house is, so this is why it's better to trigger it from her cove, enter here, trigger the portal down, and you're immediately there. Okay, because basically these 2 areas connect. All you need to do is clear this part from the goblin camp, then you TP to the riverside tea house, you enter from the tea house, trigger the portal, get down, do this mushroom jumps over here, and we go down to Boal's cave. Now, let's see the map. Here we are in Boal's cave. Okay, the funniest part in the game so far. What do you need to do? There's a lot of fish here, and Boal, whether you're gonna decide to side with him or fight him, you're gonna receive XP and gear. Your choice how you wanna do it. Down south, you're gonna have a dig option, you're gonna have some message in a bottle here, and you're gonna have a chest all the way down south. All the way up north, you're gonna have another dig spot, and you're gonna have a chest all the way up north. I'll zoom out so you can check the map for like 3 seconds, and up we go to the Underdark again, main map. If you decide, by the way, to fight Boal, there's like 20 ways to do it. There's high ground everywhere. Your choice how you wanna do it. Sneak, guns blazing, open up how you want it. Okay, so here we are, back up. We were at the way down to Boal's cave, right over here. Considering how we cleared this part of the map, there is only Arcane Tower left. You don't go to Arcane Tower. You're gonna go back to the Selunite Outpost, because this is all clear now. The Selunite Outpost waypoint, now we go to the main gate, and we go down. You're gonna loot everything there is around here, check every corner, everywhere, and there is a very good two-handed sword as well. After that, there is one specific check that you'll need to pass over here, make sure to do it, and we continue going up north. Now, this is where the Minotaurs are. We want to ignore Minotaurs, so we're gonna go from this route right over here, jump, and trigger a conversation with mushroom NPCs. Once you triggered the conversation, what you gonna do? Once you triggered the conversation, you will go to Zentarim's hideout. You're gonna use the passage that will lead you right over here. Collect the XP, collect everything there is here. There's a chest, everything is trapped by the way. There's great items to pick, open up all of those chests. Very solid loot area. And from this high ground, you will trigger these Minotaurs, okay? And you will kill them. That's the way to do it. After you're done with Minotaurs, you're gonna scout the entire area, loot what you can, mushrooms mostly, and go to the mushrooms base, or better to say, a friendly base in the Underdark Myconid colony. Inside the Myconid colony, you will trigger a waypoint. You will get a quest with antitoxin. It's very easy to resolve. By now you should have plenty of antitoxins for the NPC. That's gonna give you an additional quest after that. And you will trigger a quest with a Mushroom King, where he says that he wants you to deal with Dark Duergars in the Underdark Beach. That's the quest from the Mushroom King. Once you accept the quest from the Mushroom King, you're gonna go down here, speak with a trader, you can steal from him and whatnot. Make him to summon Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer will give you a quest for the Arcane Tower. And once you have a quest for the Arcane Tower, that's when you're gonna go to the Arcane Tower. This is why I said ignore the Arcane Tower once we were done with all that there is down south. Okay, we went north, cleared, and now this is all done. What's left is the middle and the left part of the map, as well as Arcane Tower. Again, it's worth stealing, buying, and trading from these two. It's really worth it. Once you reach this area, in the Myconids colony, you receive some easy XP, there's mushrooms to steal and pick and whatnot, and this is where you'll receive a new mushroom companion, except he's quite useful on this map. Also, there is a great trader with her own personal quest with her missing husband, and you can steal or trade here very good items as well. So now, when we get a quest for the gnomes, where we get a quest to kill Dark Duergars, when we get a quest to visit Arcane Tower, and when we get a quest with a new mushroom companion, when we get a 5th quest with a missing husband, we can explore the middle and the left part of the map. In what order you should do it? The easiest order would be to go down south. There is a hole down, you can check it out. Go here on this mini bridge. This is where the Susur tree is, by the way, very important. And you're gonna destroy some explosive shrooms. You're gonna fight the Hook Hunter, and then you're gonna go down here, descend. And this is where the husband of this trader is. Once you set him free, I won't tell you how. Once you set him free, loot a great ring up there. This is where you can jump, then jump, okay, from here to here, here to here, dam. Loot a ring, get down, dig over here, go back to the trader, finish the quest, loot, steal, do whatever the hell you like, go back again here on a bridge, and here is the Susur Tree waypoint. There is an ambush with another drow that's gonna leave the second icy part. You remember that I said that this draws here leave a half, this one leaves second part. Once you kill him, and the hook hovers. So, once you're done with all of that, there is a Susur 3. This is where you're gonna get a quest to craft a great item with a Susur 3 part. Once you get that part, you're gonna go back to the surface, or better to say, you're gonna go to the Blighted Village. From the Blighted Village, you're gonna enter the door right over here. And once you're inside here, the furnace, you need a white greatsword, or a white dagger, or a white sickle. You put it inside, you trigger the furnace, and bam, you receive a good weapon. You can only pick one. Dagger, greatsword, or a sickle. They need to be white. And you end the quest with forging the weapon. Back to the Susur 3. So, Susur 3 has Susur blooms that stop all magic effects. Okay, Susur blooms. Pick them all up. Once you pick them up, go south, right over here. There's a grave. Dig on that grave. Loot what you can. Scour the area, pick mushrooms, materials, and so on. Finish all of this central part, but do not go to this area. Just finish all of this. Okay. Up here on a hill, there's a broken egg and a chest. Loot. How you get it? Again, jump on mushrooms. Search around a bit. So now that we get Susur blooms, we go to the Arcane Tower. And that's the quest with the Mind Flayer. Alright. So, this would be the Arcane Tower. One of the best areas in the game, if you ask me. This is the entry for the Arcane Tower. Now, what do you do with Susur blooms? These are the Susur blooms. They stop magic effects. When you get inside, it says anti-magic field. There are turrets in the Arcane Tower. All you need to do is open your inventory, right click on Susur bloom, and throw it. And you're gonna disable an arcane turret. You do that for every arcane turret here, and you're good to go. Danger is out. Now, clear this entire part, disable 2 turrets with Susur bloom, arcane cannons, whatever the hell they are, it doesn't matter. Here, you can loot a chest, and here, you can dig. Once you're done with this part, this is where the entry was again. Once you're done with this part, here comes the Arcane Tower. The Arcane Tower. Main entrance, there's more turrets here. You don't want to go through there. There is also an entry from over here. You want to go down left and jump on mushrooms. Okay, you can jump from here or from here, it doesn't matter. Way around, jump, 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 and end up over here. Once you take more Susur flowers, and once you dig over here, you open up the door and you enter the Arcane Tower. Once inside the Arcane Tower, you loot everything there is around here and you use a Susur flower and trigger the generator. The generator will empower the elevator so you can traverse all 5-6 floors in the Arcane Tower. Simple as that. Now, you make sure that you loot every single floor. All you need to do is enter the elevator, ascend or descend. Your choice how you want to do it. The point is to reach the top. Now, there's a lot of ways to resolve Arcane Tower. The best way by far is through the elevator. There's also holes and so on, but you need to turn into a fart. Make sure that you collect everything, especially Githyanki Desk, a ring. There are some hidden buttons, so hug the walls on every floor. Hug every wall like this until you discover on what floor is the hidden button and trigger it. Don't forget to exit on these balconies, loot the chests and so on. There is an amazing weird chest that's able to transmute heavy items into light. Whatever you put in that chest will have less weight. So instead of looting that chest, once you discover a weird chest on a balcony, pick it up in your inventory and use it in your camp. It's extremely good. And probably the most important item in the Underdark. I mean it. So what happens? Once we reach the top floor, all the way up, there is a robot called Bernard, one of the hardest fights in the game, probably the second hardest fight after Githyanki's. Once you kill him, he leaves a key. With that key, you can unlock basement. You're here because you need to enter the basement. Basement, hidden door, it's right over here. And once you enter the basement, you will get the item that the Mind Flayer needs. Once you get the item, go back to the Mind Flayer, give it to him, and the quest is solved. Again, please do not rush with the Arcane Tower. What is the most important thing in the Arcane Tower? Rotate the camera on every floor. Search for every balcony. From the bottom to the top. It's a huge area. It looks small, but it's huge area. It has 5-6 floors. The point, kill Bernard, get the key, get your basement, get your Mind Flayer once you loot the basement. End of story. That would be the Arcane Tower. And now, there is one final area left of the Underdark Part 1. The center part, the one that leads to the Underdark Part 2 and the Mushroom King's quest. Here, you can find a Fireball Wand. Go ahead and take it. After that, there is a perception check here, an ambush with Dark Duergars. You trigger it, do the fight, kill them all and so on. Okay, get the XP, discover the hidden stash, loot everything there is around this area. Then you go up, push it down, get the gold necklace. It's hanging from above, you'll need to shoot it in this part. And dig point 1 over here. Then you go back to the Underdark Beach. And there's a ship, or better to say a boat, waiting for you to go for the Grimforge. Before you go to the Grimforge, because you know that you have a Mushroom Companion, once you're done with this Dark Duergars, he will want to overthrow the Mushroom King so he can become a king. Your choice how you want to do it. Make him a king or not. Okay. Anyways, once you resolve this quest, you will receive a key to open a door. Once you open, your reward will await an important book, an icy part 3, and a very good helmet, hood. Icy part 3, one we get from a draw over here, one we get from a draw over here, and the final one we get over here. Once you combine those 3 parts, right click on a part, combine, you just type icy, they'll show, right click, combine. Anyways, you're gonna get Morning Frost. And now you're done with the Underdark. There's not a single quest left. You healed that halfling gnome, you looted everything, you've been to Arcane Tower, got the light, got the quest, you spoke with Mind Flayer, you stole from both traders, you killed Duergars, you cleared everything there is, you decided how you want to be with Mushroom King and so on, and if you kept him alive, he'll give you another quest to kill someone on the next map. The map that you can reach with a boat. If you sided with the other guy, then there's something else. Anyways, everything will lead you to the Grimforge. Go to the Underdark Beach and enter the boat. Off we go to the Grimforge, part 2 of the Underdark. Here we are at the Grimforge, another huge map. The Underdark part 2. Anyways, how it starts. From the ship, you will arrive here. There is a lever with athletics check, or you can jump above. Then there is a chest. There is also 2 NPCs, 2 Dark Duergars are waiting for you. Kill them. Get the XP. The others won't get upset because they won't know. Now, you're gonna go and you're gonna trigger the first waypoint in a Grimforge. From the waypoint, you will go here. This is the boat that leads you back to the previous area where you came from. Here, on this side, there is a very funny conversation and some amount of XP, trigger the convo. And over here would be a chest. Once you're done with the spiders, go back, speak with them. This is the very important quest that someone gave to you from the first part of the Underdark. Kill them, set this idiot free, and open the door for the elevator. This is where Act 2 starts. Of course, we don't want to go there. Now we're gonna go down. Going down will trigger another conversation. There is a very good ring here. Make sure to loot and get it through conversation. And behind is a chest that you can loot. Do everything there is in this part. After you're done with all of this, you're gonna go down. You're gonna pass through here. You're gonna spot a hidden passage. You're gonna open it and you're gonna loot everything there is. There's bombs, there's a chest, there's a crossbow, and so on. Loot everything in this area. Get out. Go over here where the iron key door is. Open it up. Lockpick. Enter. Loot everything in this area. And there's stairs up. There is a hidden button that unlocks the door from this side, or if you went from the other side, there's another button that unlocks this hidden door. Now it depends from what side you decide to do it. After you pass here, there is a loose stone. Loot. Move the stone and loot. Simple as that. Drag and drop. After you're done with this part, we're gonna go back to the waypoint. Now from this waypoint, we take stairs up. Right over here. This part. What is here? Here is where the trader is. You can steal scrolls and so on. Okay, do it. Then go north. North, this is where you can speak with animals and so on. Loot some corpses as well. You get a small amount of XP and armor. Then you go here. You pass through here. You loot a chest. You go down. You all the way down. And you're gonna loot another chest. And it's gonna be a shield. The chest is trapped. Go back. All the way back. All the way back. And up here. Okay. From this part, you go north. Right over here. And you trigger animals' persuasion. They'll get upset. They're gonna fight the dwarves for you. And then they're gonna break the hidden wall. So you can go above. Now let's go up. So, once the animals win this fight for you, and once you kill the dwarves, they're gonna open this, you're gonna pass, and you're gonna go all the way up the stairs, all the way up here, till this point. Here we are at the upper part of Grimforge. Again, a huge part. What we got here? We got a dark vision buff. We got tons of traps on one side of the broken bridge, and another side of a broken bridge is also plagued with traps. So that means we're gonna go left, loot everything there is around here, disable a gargoyle trap, and now this is what I like to call a 50 traps bridge. There's a trap on every second. You need to go very slowly, trigger perception, and disarm, 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 disarm until you disarm 50 traps on this bridge, and until it's completely safe. Once the bridge is safe, you're gonna go down the ladder, loot the chest, go up, back on a bridge, go down, loot the chest, use the lever, jump on a moving platform, use the lever again with the highest athletics character. It's gonna move to here, then you use it again, then you jump with the highest athletics character and transfer to the other side. Now once we're on the other side from the platform, this is where a specific conversation will happen. After that, we go north. We go here, loot everything there is in this area north, then you go back south where you came up from the platform. You go all the way down south, discover everything, loot everything there is. Then you go north again, and then you enter here, this area. So what we got in this area? This area is where you get to fight fiends, okay? First, what you need to do is loot all the skeletons around. Get a shield mold as well. It's for later, for the armory. I'll explain what it does. There are shield molds everywhere around the map. When you see molds, just collect them. So, after you're done with this part, you open the door, you kill the fiends, you're gonna loot the keys, you're gonna loot the chest, you're gonna loot everything there is, and you go north. Here, you can jump all the way up here. There is a way in to this area, and this is where an NPC awaits for you that's gonna give you explosives. You're gonna need explosives for something later on. Do it and transfer back to this area here. From this area, you can jump from this part over here, go down, loot a chest, go down again, get a mold, and once you do it, there is nothing else left. We can go down to the Underdark Greenforge waypoint. Here we are at the beginning again. Now, we dealt with this part, we dealt with all of this, we dealt with all of that. Now, you remember the stairs that I told you? You go back with a loose stone, drag and drop. Now you go up. You fight with those oozes. There's gonna be an ambush, ooze ambush, and a chest to loot. After you're done with that, go back again to the portal, and now we're gonna go stairs up again. But this time, instead of going north, because all of this is clear now, instead of going north, we are going to go here. Go down and trigger the fight with mimics. Once you're done with mimics, you're gonna discover a perception check here that's gonna show a hidden chest. Once you loot all of that, go back right here, south on the stairs, and enter the main Greenforge room. This is where Nier is, the objective. The Mushroom King gave you the objective to kill Nier. Wall is blocked. This is where slaves are, gnome slaves that you need to set free, and so on. It depends whether you play with the evil playthrough, good or whatnot. There are multiple ways to resolve this. Anyways, you need those explosives that you got from over here to break the wall and set Nier free. Now, how you gonna deal with Nier? It's your choice. I killed him. So, once you deal with Nier, and once the slaves are free and all the Werglia are dead, I guess you're gonna go that way. If not, whatever. Once all of this is done, your way I wanna do it. Loot everything there is around, loot those molds, loot everything that exists, and pass through the poison room. You're gonna spot something here, then go back, all the way back. You see the plank, walk on it, go here, jump. There is a mold again. Go down and trigger the Underdark Ancient Forge. A new waypoint. Or better to say, this is the south part of the Greenforge. We dealt with the north part, central part, now is the south part. Now, during this central part and during the fight, there are upper levels, there are chests above, there are chests down as well to open up. There is a devil masks everywhere. Again, you set those gnomes free here. There is an old friend you'll encounter, you'll see whom. You can use Speak with the Dead on Nier, just make sure that you disguise yourself first. Nier leaves a strange lamp and boots, very good boots. And during those options in conversation, trade is not worth it. Persuade is not worth it. You'll see when it happens. Fighting Nier and dwarves is worth it because it's the biggest amount of XP. When you kill all, you get 100 XP more than when you negotiate. Okay, so if you ask yourself what to do, yes, it's best to kill all Dark Duergars, set the slaves free, and kill Nier. Once you kill Nier, you go back to the Mushroom King in the previous area, so you're gonna use Underdark, Myconid Colony waypoint, finish Nier's quest, and then you're gonna use Underdark Ancient Forge that you unlocked and transfer your entire team on the last waypoint in the Underdark. So here we are at the final part of the Underdark, the Ancient Forge and the Adamantine Forge. What do you need to do here? There is the mold to find, there is a chest over here in this area, there is a animated armor combat, 4 of them, waiting you in an ambush. Then you go down, you're gonna loot Mithril ore. You need Mithril ore if you wanna craft anything in Adamantine Forge. Looting Mithril requires pierce or force damage. That's the only way to get Mithril ore. it's resistant to other type of damage. So there is a dig option as well, where Mithril ore is. Then you're gonna go back, you're gonna discover a key for the chest that you can unlock later on. Then you're gonna go back to the waypoint. From the waypoint, now we go right over here. From here to here, you're gonna jump. Here is a lava mephits ambush. Deal with them, collect the second and the last mithril ore. You're gonna need it. And enter the adamantine forge. After the big boss fight, you got a full inscription on my YouTube channel, separate video of how to craft items at the adamantine forge with mithril ore and with molds and the location and what items you get. You can get 6 items in total. And you can only pick 2. So I gave everything in my videos, check it out on my channel. Once you're done with adamantine forge, there is one last thing, it's to kill lava elemental. Loot everything around here. You'll need to jump a lot and avoid lava, of course. And there is a very strange amulet waiting for you for some next acts. That would be it with the Grim Forge, Ancient Forge, Adamantine Forge in the Underdark. And that would be it with the Underdark as well. All you need to do now is go back to the Myconid colony, say to the gnome that the gnomes are free, speak with the Mushroom King, have some fun, and we got the final area left. Let's see what it is in Act 1. Here we are at the Act 1 surface again. We're done with the Underdark. 2 ways to go to the final part. The first way is from the Waukin's Rest. Here, where it says Monastery Map, where the Githyankis were, from the bridge, it opens up a new map. Second way is where the Goblin Drunkards were, 3 goblins over here on the map, and you open up a monastery map. No matter which way you take, upper or down, it's gonna lead to the same map. Let's go to the monastery map and finish with Act 1 guide. Welcome to the final part of Act 1, Monastery. The final map. So, depends where you decided to enter. If you decided to go from the north part where Githyankis are, this is where you'll start. If you decided to go where the Drunkards are, this is where you start. Anyways, both places lead to here. And over here is the first waypoint. Trigger the waypoint, get the stash, then instead of going over here, you're gonna go right down the stairs and to the trader. Great trader, she gives a quest as well. Steal and loot everything there is around. Then go over here. There is an undead fight. Once you're done with them, the best way to fight is from here, by far. Once you're done with them, there is a chest to loot, and that's about it. How do you win this fight? Put ice, put grease, enjoy the show. From this part, you can explore, loot, plants, mushrooms and whatnot, okay? And this is where the Act 2 starts. 1 starts from the Underdark. You can trigger from the elevator in the Underdark. And this, from the monastery, starts from here, from the mountain pass. You don't go there, of course. Now you need to resolve Lae'zel's quest, or better to say, you need to find the Crash, her people. So, once we're done with the south part of the map, this is where you can find another chest, by the way. There is an elevator that will take you straight over here to the waypoint. But you can also go here. It's full with traps though. Here, if you decide to jump over here, there's basically nothing until you reach the first parrot. Here you need Animal Speak Potion. Speak with him, he'll give you a quest to kill ancient eagles. And this is where you can also dig. After you're done with the parrot, you're gonna go up, clear everything, loot everything that can be looted, and trigger the waypoint for the monastery. Rosymorn Monastery. There is a way up. You can enter monastery from here. You can enter monastery from the main door. From the left, you can enter monastery from the right. Better to say, there are 5 different ways to enter the monastery. And there is a 6th way. It's with a feather fall to go down, or you can take this route and go down, then jump here, and so on. Here, is the chest that you can loot. Then you can go down and you can enter crash. This is entry 1. There is a second entry as well. I'm gonna go to it very soon. So once you decide to go down, you ignore the crash entry. You're gonna go here, jump, loot everything there is, go up here, all the way up, and you're gonna loot a ceremonial mace. You need that for the puzzle. Now you're gonna go back, all the way back, and you're gonna stop at the entrance. From the entrance, you're gonna go left, and you're gonna kill kobolds, drunken kobolds. Okay, there's a lot of them. It's a very fun fight and a very easy fight, and then you're gonna loot ceremonial dagger. After you're done with all of that, and after you loot everything there is, you're gonna go up here, all the way up, 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 up. You're gonna jump here, and you are on the second floor now. There is a dig option here, there is dig option again, and there is even a further way up to the rooftop where the eagles are. You're gonna ignore that one, but you're gonna enter in. So once you're inside, there's a Gremishka ambush awaiting for you. You're gonna fight another fight. They are very dangerous if you use spells. If you use melee attacks, they're kinda weak, so do not use spells and you're good to go. Once you kill Gremishkas, loot everything there is in this room, find that ceremonial weapons, they're very easy to find by the way, and go to the right part of the map. On the right part there is a Guardian of Fate. Once you deal with them, there's gonna be a hidden crumbling wall, there's gonna be a locked door that you can easily unlock with Astarion, and there will be, I believe it was a ceremonial longsword out of him. You collect that one, you're gonna go and you're gonna collect Shadowheart helmet here, in this part as well. And once you collect all of it, you're gonna go behind, you're gonna dig here, you're gonna go up, and you're gonna reach the ceremonial puzzle. I have the video on my YouTube channel how to resolve ceremonial puzzle, check it out. It's gonna open up something, you're gonna take that something, okay? And it's very important for the later on. So once you do ceremonial puzzle and you dig and you go up and you resolve everything there is around this area, there's only the ancient eagles left. What is the best way to access ancient eagles? From this spot over here on a rooftop. Go up, resolve the issue with ancient eagles, loot everything there is around the rooftop, and that will also lead you to the Shadowheart helmet. By the way, you'll need to jump. Once you're done with floor 1, with floor 2, and with rooftop, you need to find the basement. You access the basement on these stairs here, okay? Right over here. You go down. Now in this part, when you reach the basement, once you loot everything around Laytender's statue over here, okay, behind the statue is the entrance for Crash, the second entrance for Lae'zel's quest. Now it's your choice whether you want to enter from here or you want to enter from here. It leads to the exactly same map. The most important thing here was to resolve the puzzle upstairs and to get that small part that's gonna open up for you for the Crash map. That's the most important. Now where do we go? We go to the final map of Act 1. And when I say final, I mean final map of Act 1. The Crash. Githyanki's Crash. Here we are at Githyanki's Crash, the final map of Act 1. Full to the brim with Githyanki's. If you decided to use a basement door behind the Laytender statue, this is where you're gonna start. If you decided to use the door all the way down south on the map that I showed, you're gonna start from over here. So basically it's the same entry point, okay? Let's go south. Now let's say you decided to use another way. If you have Lae'zel, Githyanki's won't attack, and you can explore freely. I recommend having Lae'zel in your team. Here you can find a chest. Here there is a very good item to steal from an NPC, but you need to do it with invisibility potion. On a kill, they drop a good crossbow later on. Here is a good trader to steal from extremely good items. And behind the trader is also a chest. Here there's also a chest. Here is a key for all the cells to unlock. Once you unlock this cell, you can use Speak with the Dead and discover something more about this game. Here, if you decide to kill the guards, you're gonna get a good ring. So, we're done with the south part. Now we go to the center. From the center part, one leads to the hatchery, one leads to the infirmary. Infirmary is where you think that you're gonna get rid of a tadpole in your brain. Hatchery is the quest from the trader from the monastery, okay, where she wants an egg of Githyanki. And there is captain's quarters as well as classroom. So let me say something about the classroom first. Classroom is completely pointless. You can discover some about Githyanki's friends, okay, but it's conversation mostly. There is a good item to steal from one NPC here, from the guard, and that's about it. The rest is only conversation. Now we go down, we activate a waypoint, and we go left. First, we can go for the eggs. Freeing the goblin, dead goblin here is not worth it. The hatchery, the NPC here, will give you boots against acid, so you can walk if you persuade him, and you can grab the egg. Okay. There is also a way to fight them and grab the egg. I recommend persuasion. Once you're done with the hatchery and once you collect Githyanki egg, you get out and you go to the infirmary. Loot everything there is around infirmary, open the chest that the kids are throwing, you can get 40 XP out of it. Speak with everyone, loot and steal, do whatever you like over here, there are good items. And enter this room, the most important room. Here you can find one mind parasite, here you can find 2 mind parasites to steal. Okay, mind parasites are upgrades. Once you do that, you're gonna receive an option to enter this, whatever the hell they call it. And there is a huge arcana check in conversation. If you succeed, you're gonna receive a permanent awakened buff. Very hard to get. It's also on my YouTube channel and how you should do it. Once you're done with infirmary, you go back. Now we're done with hatchery, infirmary, and classroom. From here, we go to the captain's quarters. 3 ways. Fight and open the door. Steal the key and open the door. Persuade and open the door. Your choice how you want to do it. The point is to open this door and go here, all the way here, cross the bridge. Aha. Killing all Githyankis on a map will yield exactly 2860 XP. That's just a fact. Now, cross the bridge, speak with their commander, speak with everyone. Okay, there's a lot of conversation here, story connected. I don't want to spoil anything. This is where you can steal gloves. This is where you can steal some good stuff. There are chests around here. You can loot all of that. And on the left side, there's also chests and there is a puzzle that leads to Laytender dungeon, or better to say, once you resolve this, you're gonna get the blood of Laytender, the only legendary item in Act 1. Okay, so how you can resolve this without spoiling? Through conversation, deception, persuasion, by being loyal, by ignoring them, you can also ignore them, by combat. Your choice how you want to do it. The point is to resolve the statues puzzle. Again, I got a video on my channel of how to do it. It's gonna open the door and you're gonna go to the micro dungeon and blood of Laytender, how to loot the blood of Laytender. This is the final map of the Act 1 map guide. Laytender, there's traps everywhere. You shoot the crystals, you stop the trap, you pass through here, go over here, go there, shoot the trap, go back, open up, and if you resolve the glass puzzle in the monastery on the 2nd floor, you received an item, you put it inside here, and you get the mace. If not, then the defensive spawn, turrets. If you destroy turrets, you get a mace. And the 3rd option, you get a mace, portal opens up, and you got 4 rounds to escape a nuclear blast. 3 options for this map. Told you all. I got tired, but that would be everything there is in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3. Now, what is the best way? and how you should play. Let's say you just started the game and you don't know what to do and in what order. Very simple. The first thing is you go for all origin companions. Recruit them all. That's the most important. The second thing is you wanna find gloves of thievery as fast as possible. Okay, I believe they were in the ancient grove and some trader you can steal. This is extremely important. The third thing is you need to find Falar Aloof sword as soon as possible, and you need to collect Blood of Late Ender as soon as possible. This will make your run an absolute stamp. How do we do it? Once you start the game and you grab all companions, you ignore every single fight. You sneak, 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 sneak. And where you wanna go first is from this part. Right over here, you got one fight only with the brains. You need to do it. Lae'zel, Astarion, Gale, Shadowheart. Up here, instead of going to Emerald Grove, I mean, you could do it because of the gloves. Once you do that, go up here on a bridge, get to the Blighted Village, sneak, use the sideford entry, continue sneaking, go left, up here, all the way, resolve the fire mansion, there is no combat, pass through here, enter the basement. From the Zhentarim hideout, I showed you how to reach the Underdark. Go to the Underdark immediately. It will lead you. The Underdark will leave you right over here from the Zhentarim outpost. There are only 2 Minotaurs that you cannot kill that early, but you can sneak with Potion of Invisibility. Okay, you go up here, pass through them, you leave the party here, you take one, the one with the biggest strength, for example Lae'zel or Carla, put Potion of Envy, pass through here, ignore the Minotaurs, pass, reach the sword, take the sword, TP out on a waypoint. So you got Falar Aloof in the first 5 minutes of the game, a sword with a melody that gives attack bonus to the entire team. The second thing that we want now is the Blood of Late Ender. Okay, how we do it? We had some scrolls for damage, fire, like rays are great, and we need casters. A lot of casters. Warlock, Wizard, those that can shoot from afar with a bow and so on because of the turrets. Because now what we want is the fastest way to go and grab the weapon. So we're gonna TP back to the Blighted Village. So we go left from the Blighted Village portal, waypoint, all the way left. You go here, jump again, pass behind these goblins, pass through these 3 drunkards, and go to the monastery map. Now when we enter the monastery map from here, we follow this route, sneak, so we don't trigger the undead, go here, go up here, take the elevator, go down, go through here, go down here, enter Crash with Lae'zel. This is the entry for Crash. We go here, Lae'zel will resolve everything with Githyanki's, you don't need to worry. Go up here, go all the way up here, resolve this with a captain, steal the key from her, okay? Go up, unlock the door, go here, trigger the convo, persuade, go left, resolve the puzzle, enter, grab Late Ender. When the turrets spawn, you can shoot them, and you get 2 OP weapons in the first 15 minutes of a game. That's the easiest way in Act 1. Now, what's the best way? Let's say you don't want to play with OP weapons from the start. I would never. I just gave an option. What is the best way then to play fair and square? Very simple. We clear the east part, then we go to the village, clear the village, then we clear the north, then we clear goblins, then we clear the hag, then we clear the Underdark first part, then we clear Monastery first part, then we go to Underdark part 2, then we go to Monastery Crash, rather say Monastery part 2, and Act is done. That should be the best way to do everything. Anyways, it was a long guide. I hope you'll find it useful, and I'll be seeing you in Act 2. That I'll do exactly the same like this one. As always, thanks for watching. See you back soon. Baldur's Gate 3 Act 2 Guide. 100% full Act 2 map guide. What we're gonna cover here is absolutely everything. All encounters, loot, quests, everything that you can find in Act 2. So what is Act 2? It's a very specific area plagued with a curse that turned everyone into shadows. A war on three sides between Selûnites, Shar worshippers, and the Resistance, or better to say, Harpers. We got everything here, from the Absolute to amazing boss fights and some breathtaking areas. So, if you'll find this video helpful, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe. It took a lot of time for me, while it only takes 1 second of your time. Without any further delay, let's go. So, Act 2 is a much smaller map in size and scale compared to Act 1. This would be the entire map, but there's a lot of mini dungeons and we're gonna visit them all. So how does it start? If you decided to go from the Underdark and from the elevator, you will end up here. If you decided to pass through the mountains where the crash is, or better to say through the monastery path, then you're gonna start here. No matter how you put it, starts are absolutely the same and Less Light is pretty much close by. Now what is the main difference? If you play as a good guy, you should basically go from the Underdark. If you play as evil and you wanna worship the Absolute, okay, or you wanna infiltrate the Moonrise Towers, you will go from the Crash. That's the main difference. Okay, so pick where you wanna go. I entered from the Underdark. On the next run, I'll enter from Crash. Different setup. If you enter from Crash, Absolute will wait for you over here. Okay, a goblin that's gonna send you right to the Moonrise Tower. If you enter from here, you will save Harpers and then you're gonna be transferred to the Less Light. So basically it's the same map but with different routes. Now, what we're gonna cover? This, we can say it's all Rightwind, okay? Rightwind town and the surroundings, battlegrounds and so on. We're gonna start from the east side and then we're gonna do the west side. Okay, so basically this map is divided by 3 bridges and we're gonna cover the eastern side first. Your main objective for this map, stop the curse or spread the curse even further. Your choice. No matter how you put it, encounters will remain the same. So once we enter from the elevator, from the Underdark, the first thing that you wanna do is loot a chest right over here on the map. After the chest, you will slowly cross down the bridge, loot items that are over here. There's nothing important to be honest, and there's gonna be a first encounter with the shadows where you're gonna save Harpers. They're gonna tell you about the hideout, and the next thing you wanna do is transfer to the hideout. Now, before you do the hideout, you also wanna loot the chest here. And once you loot the chest over here, you will go down south and you will loot another ring that's right in a barrel. You can easily find it with perception. Again, south from the chest is a dig spot. So after we're done with the chest, with the dig spot and with the barrel ring, down south you can trigger an ambush. Best to be triggered over here from the bridge where you're gonna fight some blighted plants. So the best opening is from here, not from here, not from here, it's from here, because you can sneak and you can surprise the enemies. Once you finish with the ambush, you want to find a key down south and open the chest on the left. That would be this area. After we're done with this part, you're gonna go to the right, you're gonna loot the chest over here, you're gonna jump or use Misty Step, and you're gonna collect, I say nothing, but there are some notes and so on. Basically there is no loot, that's why it's nothing, but you will collect notes for the story and so on. Cross back again, go up and trigger the quest with the NPC in this area. What is there to say about NPC in this area? He leaves solid loot if you decide to steal from him. He leaves 150 experience on kill, and he leaves very poor loot on kill. He will give you a meddling book quest. That's far later in the game, so take the quest for the extra XP and kill him after you find the book and convert the quest here. So now that we're done with this entire part over here, there's only these 2 left, and over here will be a Raven ambush, easily resolved by Shadowheart. easily resolved by Shadowheart. It's on my channel if you wanna find out how to kill them in less than 10 seconds. After you're done with the Raven ambush, you're gonna go open up a chest, cross the bridge, and enter the main hub of the Act 2, the Last Light Inn. What is there to say about the Last Light Inn? Last Light Inn is full to the brim with quests for the entire map. The first thing once you cross the bridge will be a trader. Very good to steal from, very good to buy items from. There's some great gear on this trader over here, so do not miss that one. Also, the first waypoint awaits you on the right side as you enter. Over here at the center of the Last Light Inn, you will need to have Will in your party and trigger the quest for his father, right over here on the spot. Once you're done with Will's father, some people will have Carla's blacksmith available for further upgrades, and some will have him all the way up in Act 3. So if you don't have a blacksmith here, he's probably in the capital, in Baldur's Gate. Anyways, on the second floor of this building, you can find very good loot. Search it out thoroughly. Once we're done with this part, you can go up here and you can trigger the quest with Beck's husband to find Beck's husband. Tiefling's quest, basically. Save the slaves. On completion, once you find her husband, and I'll speak about it later on, you will receive additional experience. Around 300 or so XP. Now, once we're done with this part, you're gonna transfer all the way up. Not from the bridge, because it's full with traps, okay? So we don't go from the bridge, we're gonna go down here, pass through this, go up there, and with a strength potion, or with any character that has 20 plus strength, you can wreck the rocks over here and get some solid loot. Do it immediately. Then we're gonna go back, the same route, or you can just TP to the portal. And now we go through here, all the way down the stairs, and there's a chest awaiting for you here, as well as Jonas. Well, I think it was his girlfriend, or no matter what, speak with her. Now, also, before entering the inn, you want to explore everywhere, loot what you can, okay? And there is a dig spot right over here, outside of the inn. This is not inside the inn, because there's 2 floors, and the map can't show it. It's outside, close to the wall. There is a dig, you need to dig manually, because you can't detect it with perception. And now, we can enter the inn. The first trader is right around the corner when you enter. There is Jahira waiting for you over here. So do this too first. Collect the main quest about the Shadow Curse. And in this part of the inn, there's tons of NPCs, Tieflings, Alfira, and so on. Collect all the quests that you can. Speak with every single NPC on this map. Speak with every single NPC in the inn. They give a lot of quests. You can also loot a chest over here. And on this side of the inn would be Astarion's quest with the devil. So make sure that you have Astarion in your team once you trigger this quest. To the right is a gnome quest with gnome slaves. You don't need a specific origin character, you can insta-trigger this quest. Basically, the quest that connects all of the NPCs in the Last Light Inn is the removal of the Shadow Curse and saving slaves. Those that are missing, those that are in the Arcane Tower, Moonlight Tower prison. Now, once we're done with all of these NPCs and collecting quests and trading and so on, you're gonna enter this room, remove a secret plank, and find a very good ring. Inside this room is a quest for Will's father, so make sure that you have Will in your party. And also in this room, with a sleeping NPC, is Halsin's quest, Druid Halsin quest. Or better to say, the Dream quest. Dream quest is actually the main quest of Act 2. So now, only and only once you're done with this entire segment and with this entire segment is when you're gonna go to the second floor and you will speak with a cleric. Speaking with a cleric will activate an ambush, and there's gonna be a brawl in the end. So make sure that you finish everything, and that the final thing that you're gonna do is triggering cleric on a second floor. And that will be the first part of Act 2. Now that we finished with cleric, we need a lantern that's gonna protect us from shadows. So from here, you start the quest with Harpers, And Harper's will take you all the way down south to this hut over here, where you're gonna trigger Carnice Lantern quest. Or better to say, you kill the boss over here, you get a lantern, and then you can move on the entire map without triggering the shadow curse. You're gonna be protected from the shadows. Also, what I can say about this quest, you can do it with NPCs, you can do it alone, you can side with them so they take you to the Moonrise Towers. There's plenty of ways to do that. Also, where Carnice drops his lantern after he dies, you can keep the lantern to protect you from shadows, or you can interact with lantern and see what happens. So let's cover the barrack quickly and what's close by. After you're done with Carnice and his lantern, this is where the ambush starts with Harper's on a rooftop. You can loot a rooftop key, you can unlock a chest and find a good amulet over here, and there is additional chest down south, and that's the area around the barrack. Now you're done with the barrack, you're gonna go north again, you're gonna collect tons of keys over here, and we're gonna start transferring to the eastern part. Now what to say about here, you can move up here, there is a 30 perception check for the ambush. If you don't detect enemies, there is no need to worry, you just sneak up from right over here, and you trigger the fight with plants again. This time it's a big boss plant. The safe way from where to trigger the ambush would be from over here. You trigger with one over here, you put some ice, you put, crowd control spells and so on, then you move everyone over here and you fight them as they come on. Very simple fight to resolve, basically. After you're done with plants ambush, you're gonna loot the key for the chest, and you're gonna unlock the chest with a fire damage ring inside. After the plants ambush, you're gonna go behind, you're gonna go down this road over here, and you're gonna trigger a shadowed battlefield waypoint. After the waypoint, you can go uphill, and this is extremely important. This is Halsin's quest for the shadow curse. Halsin quest starts in the middle here, and you find a very curious ghost, and you can find some good items in the chest, like a ring over here. There is a puzzle boss fight over here. Do not kill the shadow. Play by his rules if you wanna clear the curse. And then you're gonna tell Halsin what happened after this in the camp. Basically, the shadow will ask you to play hide and seek. Play it. Also, you can find a very good stealth ring in this area. So after we're done here, you go to the camp, trigger Halsin, and he will tell you what to do next. Now, from the waypoint over here, we can go climb up, use a manual dig on the top, then go down south, then go uphill again, and manually dig again. So 2 times loot in this area. Now we're done everything here, okay, from the barracks, from all of this part, and now we're gonna cover the sides of this map. What you can also do now, from the manual dig, you're gonna go down here, you're gonna pass where you were, you're gonna go down, up over here, and loot the chest down south. Once you're done with the chest, you can pass back, go down, and save Roland, okay, from the last light in. Tiefling. It depends how you played, okay, during Act 1. If you played how you're supposed to play, then Roland is alive, and this is where you can save him. Or you can let him die from the 2 shadows that will attack Roland. Once you're done with Roland, loot the chest over here, and there's 2 additional chests close by to Roland. This segment is now done. We can again transfer to the waypoint, Shadow Battlefield, and this time we're gonna go down south all the way this route over here. Now we can go north or we can go south. First we're gonna go north. From this route over here, we're gonna find a chest. All the way up north is additional chest, and over here is where the NPC awaits you if you decided to enter from the Moonrise Tower. So better to say this is a different beginning, different entry only. Collect these 2 chests, go down south again, go over here, collect a chest, trigger the ambush, the last ambush with plants, kill them for the additional XP, and inside the chest there's gonna be an ice knife spell in amulet. Okay, basically loot amulet with ice knife spell. Now everything is done, there is only the small part over here, and we can transfer to this one. So from the waypoint now, we go all the way up here, and there is a perception ambush check with measles. Okay, there's only 4 of them, very easy to kill for the XP, kill them. Loot the chest up here with gloves, and there is a very important quest item as well. If you can lockpick this chest, there is a key inside the vase over here, so you can unlock the chest. Once we're done with measles, we go back up. There are around 6 torches, shining light blue. All you need to do is destroy the torches, and a fight will happen with shadow dogs, basically shadow mastiff dogs. Kill them, get additional experience, and a ring as a reward. Now we are done with this entire segment. There are quests with Halcyon, and there is a basement in the Last Light Inn. It's time to do those two. Once you spoke with Halcyon, find items that you need to find. You're gonna go to the Dreamer inside the inn, right over here. Halcyon will tell you to wait for him up on a hill. You trigger the quest with Halcyon. You're gonna defend Halcyon while enemies keep spawning and spawning. Okay, over here there is a total of 2,918 XP from this combat. Okay, from this ambush. Probably the biggest amount of XP in Act 2. And once you're done with all of that, it's time to go with that moon lantern and protection from Saloon, from the cleric, inside the basement over here on the map. The last part, basically. You can enter this area only with resists, or better to say, with Saloon's blessing and with the moon lantern that you got from Carni's boss, from the ambush. Are there different lanterns in the game? Yes, there are. There is one inside the Moonrise Tower as well, but later about it. That's for a different run, that's for the evil run. So, over here, inside the cursed house is a way down. Go down. Here we are at the Last Light Inn cellar, the basement of Last Light Inn. So depends where you entered, whether from the Last Light Inn basement or from the Cursed House. No matter how, the map remains the same. If you entered from the Cursed House, this is the way. This is where you're gonna spawn. If you entered from the basement in the Last Light Inn, then this is where you'll spawn. Now let's say you entered from the Cursed House. The first thing that you will notice is a hidden door behind you. You can trigger that one, go up here, sneak, teleport to the platform and trigger the ambush with Minlocks. Kill them all, they bring a lot of XP. Collect the Last Light key, then go down south, break the wall, enter, loot everything there is here. There's a lot of stuff, okay? And what's important to say, you can manually dig over here for loot. And there is a new key for the Last Light Inn. Then you're gonna go down south again, you're gonna loot all of this, you're gonna spot a hidden wall, you're gonna break the wall, care for the explosive barrel on this side, so do it with weapons, not with spells, so you don't trigger the explosion, and loot the chest over here, go up, take the illumination ring, care for this chest as well, because it's trapped. And that would be the Last Light Inn cellar. Exit on this part if you entered from here. If you entered from here, exit here. Okay, that will be the entire map of the Last Light Inn cellar. Let's go up. Now I can say that we're done with the entire eastern part of the Act 2. Now we're gonna go to the western part of Act 2, which is way much bigger than the eastern part. So you can cross on the western part from 3 different bridges. Your choice where you wanna cross. I recommend the very first bridge so you can immediately trigger the waypoint of Right Wing Town. And once inside the Right Wing Town, you can pick where you wanna go. This is your choice, whether you wanna go north, to the center square, to the Toll House, to the Waning Moon Inn, to the House of Healing, to the Mason's Guild, or to the Mausoleum and everything that belongs to it. Basically, there's 6 areas in this part. Each area is unique, with unique encounters and loot. What I would recommend is to start from the close by, or better to say from the Mason's Guild. It's the closest and the easiest one. So let's go to Mason's Guild. So from the Right Wing portal, we go up north, loot everything there is in this area, crap items basically. You have one chest on a rooftop of the Mason's Guild. You have a perception check over here. And you have an Infernal Iron for Carla quest over here. That would be the inn. Inside this building is the entrance to the cellar, and you can go down. Let's go down immediately. Here we are at the Mason's Guild cellar. You're gonna start up from this room. You will have a perception check for a keyhole. You're gonna use a tower key from the inn. You find the tower key in the inn from one of the NPCs, by the way. I won't discover from whom. And you're gonna spot a hidden wall over here. One way is to destroy, the other way is just put the key inside and move on. Once you move on, this area is full with traps as well as a trapped chest over here. Then you go down south, enter the room over here where an ambush with a wraith and shadows await. Best to trigger from this spot over here and kill them fast. Once you're done with wraith and shadows, there is a quest note over here to collect, as well as a chest with a helmet inside. The chest is trapped. On this side is a moonrise note that you can collect, and there is a perception button over here. Again, a perception check that will unlock the door over here, where you enter the last room full with loot, with chests and so on, where you can loot all, and that would be the entire Mason's Guild cellar. Let's go up. So, once we're done with the Mason's Guild, we can slowly traverse to the House of Healing and do everything there is around this area now. The first thing that you wanna do after you enter the Mason's Guild is to collect a ring over here with a perception check. After that, you're gonna go lockpick a door and find good boots with Feign Death spell. After we're done with this 4, we go up north, where we're gonna find a very good wizard armor inside this building, on this spot. Now, once we're done with this part, you can also go down south and save a kid from the shadows. This kid is extremely important for the storyline as well. Now we can say that we're done with the middle north part of the map. It is time that we transfer to the very big part and the House of Healing. House of Healing has like 7 or 8 different entrances, from the basement, from the rooftop, from the second floor, from the main door. Your choice where you want to enter. I recommend going down here and entering from this route over here. Once you enter, in the first room, there's gonna be a chest with a poison gloves and a key. If you decided to enter from the main hallway, you're gonna meet a receptionist over here and you're gonna trigger the entire story with a butcher of this area, or better to say the surgeon. So once you enter over here, it's an immediate surgeon. Once you enter from down here, it's conversations into the surgeon. Your choice how you want to do it and from what side. Make one playthrough for this side, the other playthrough for this side. Anyways, after we find poison gloves and after we find a key, we go down south, open the door, find the scrolls over here, go south again, and here is where the surgeon is, in the big main room. Now about the surgeon. Fighting him is fun, but it's not worth it in terms of experience. So it is far better to make him suicide through a conversation and then kill the sisters. That's the biggest amount of experience that you're gonna get. If you make him kill his sisters and then kill himself, you'll get lesser amount of experience than just killing himself. Or better said, make him suicide. If you decide to fight them all, you're gonna receive the smallest amount of XP. So, once you kill a surgeon, you will have an option to absorb his weave, his magic. If you decide to do so, you should do it. If you are evil, if you are good, you should decide to erase the weave. What you get out of it if you absorb? You get an extra spell usage, basically, if you absorb the weave. And this is where the in-sleep quest triggers. You know what I was talking about, the one with Halsin all the way up in a less light inn over here. This is very connected to that one. You will need an item over here to trigger the one up here with Halsin. There is a way up and down from this side. There is a chest on a rooftop, by the way, on this building. There is another chest on a rooftop over here. And there is a key for the rooftop over here. There is also a library on a rooftop that you can unlock if you find the key that's right over here. Now we're gonna go down south to the House of Healing. After the library key rooftop, you're gonna end up on the elevator. And there is a button on the middle floor to trigger the elevator. Inside the House of Healing, you can find a charm amulet on this location. There is also a ladder that leads you up to the rooftop. In this area over here, where you can access from here or from here, your choice where you want to access, or from the inside the building, there is a trader that you can steal from and then kill for the additional experience. Now, why do I still kill that easily if it's a trader? Because it's one of the sisters. Do not worry about it, she's a zombie. And over here is a tiefling quest as well, or better to say, one of the kid's parents. Basically how it's connected. Here, where you save a kid, she asks you to find her parents. Her parents are right over here, and then you meet her in a camp and quest proceeds. So this is where their parents are. Now, once we're done with this part of the House of Healing, we're gonna go down south. There is an attic over here that you can climb up and loot everything there is, as well as 2 keys where the receptionist is. You can also kill the receptionist, and behind you can find twin ring, first part of the twin rings. Now that we're fully done with the House of Healing, we can go up over here, trigger the fight, the ambush with enemies over here. I think it's a raid, dogs, shadows, and so on. You kill them and you unlock a morgue entry. Morgue entry can be accessed from over here. Okay, this is House of Healing morgue. You can enter from here in the morgue, or you can decide to enter from all the way up north over here from the crevice. I recommend entering from the crevice. So forget about the entry over here, go back, and we're gonna go north to discover the Grand Mausoleum waypoint, and then we do the final part of this, let's say, north part of the area. So once we're done with the Mason's Guild and with the House of Healing and with the combat ambush and with everything that you can loot around here, okay, we go up north, trigger that waypoint, and the first thing that you're gonna do is manually dig in this location over here for some loot, and then we're gonna trigger Astarion's quest with Raphael, with the devil. Alright, where he's gonna give you an additional quest of what to do and how to do it and so on. Don't wanna spoil that. After we're done with the devil, just make sure that you have Astarion in your team when you trigger this. We do not go into Mausoleum. We're gonna go down here, fight with the fish. There's a huge fish ambush over here. Very nice fight, by the way. We're gonna collect the chest here. We're gonna collect another chest over here. And now we go down south, down into the crevice, or better to say, this is the House of Healing morgue. One entry and the other one is right over here. They're connected, these 2 spots. You're basically under the House of Healing now. Let's go down. Welcome to the House of Healing morgue. This is how the map looks like. If we entered from crevice, this is where we start. If we entered from the House of Healing on the left side where you fight with shadows, this is where you will spawn. So once you go into the crevice, you go down south, you go all the way down, and there is an ooze ambush. Kill them for additional XP and items. Go back, use Misty Step or jumping or whatever, collect the chest. There's a good cape inside of the chest. Jump over here, use Misty Step and so on, and go down south. Here, down south, you're gonna spot a hidden button and you're gonna open the door. Once you open the door, an immediate fight will open up with bunch of zombies. Kill those zombies. They are very vulnerable to radiant damage. Shadowheart absolutely annihilates zombies. Once we kill all the zombies, we want to disarm the traps. Everything is plagued with traps. All you need to do is drag and drop big barrels on top of the traps and mystery is solved. Once we disarm all of those traps, we're gonna go down south, we're gonna collect the chest over here, we're gonna take the key from the corpse, and we're gonna find a book that's gonna give us additional 60 XP. With the key that we found, we're gonna go up here, unlock the door with the key, use a perception on a lever over here, and loot the ring in the chest over here. Then we're going back all the way up here, use a perception check for the button, click on a button, open a door, loot the amulet inside, and loot a ring on a corpse. Then we're gonna exit through here, and up we go again. to the main world map. This is where we'll exit from down there. And the first thing that you want to do is finish manual digging over here. Check out how the absolute army looks like. They're over here. And one quick note, if you decide to teleport in the army, okay, in their camp, you're gonna be transferred, TP'd immediately into the tower, okay, Moonlight Towers, inside the prison. This is one way to access the prison cells, and avoid everything here. So one of the ways is just TPing into the enemy's camp. Aside from that, from this spot where the morgue entry is, you can also go down south and have a manual dig spot over here, as well as a brewer's alchemical stash. Once you loot this too, you're gonna go down south again. Make sure that you have Lazel in your team, because here there's gonna be a Vlakets Githyanki ambush. They're gonna try to kill your entire squad and Lazel. So make sure that you have Lazel here. Once you win this fight over here and loot them all, you're gonna trigger the waypoint to Baldur's Gate. That's it for this entire segment. Now, when we should enter Gauntlet of Shar, or better to say Mausoleum? Not yet. First, we finish the south part, and as the final part of the game, we're gonna finish the Gauntlet of Shar. That's how it is. That should be the right way. Okay, now, should you do it immediately? If you feel like doing this dungeon immediately, do it. But my recommendation is finish the southern and the last part of the main world map before going to the Gauntlet of Shar. I did it the other way around and I regretted it. If I was to play again, I would do this part and then I would do the Gauntlet of Shar. So now we have the entire segment done, the entire segment up here done. And we did the Halsin portal, defend the portal quest. Then we spoke with Halsin. Halsin joins you. He wants to clear the shadow curse and whatnot. And then when you accept the quest and everything that happens along the way, in short, you're gonna be teleported to the center of the map. Okay, and here is where the Halsin quest will end. I don't want to spoil anything further. Once you do that, we can say that the center is done. That's about it. Now, what is important to say after you're done with Halsin? Of course, you're gonna have a square puzzle. You have a solution on my YouTube channel. Square puzzle will unlock a hidden Sharan Sanctuary mini dungeon. Let's go down. This would be the mini dungeon. When do I recommend doing the mini dungeon? I recommend doing it just before Act 2 is about to end, before you go and fight the final fight with the final boss of the Act 2. Why do I recommend doing it like that? Because here where the statues are, they give on the successful check +5 to intelligence until a long rest, +5 to charisma until long rest, and +5 to wisdom until long rest. So you can enter and do it immediately, but I highly recommend this once you decide to fight Ketheric Thorn. This is the correct way to do it, by the way. Now, it doesn't matter that you're gonna do it at the end. Once you do these three, a door will open once you're done with all of these 3 skill checks, and here you can have a blood offer, and this is what you're gonna get. If you steal, you're gonna fight justiciars. If you decide to do the blood offering, you're gonna get additional experience, and additional loot with some great potions will spawn on this side and on this side over here. That's the dungeon. Do it in the last 5% of the Act 2, when you'll know how to do it. Very simple. When the war starts, that's where you want to trigger this puzzle and this entire quest before entering the war, for this perma buffs until long rest, because you won't rest anymore until Act 3. So on your final rest in Act 2 is where you want to trigger this dungeon. Let's go up now. Imagine the line from Wraithwind Town like this and like this. This is the segment that's left. Everything that's left in the Act 2. Let's say you start up from the road to Baldur's Gate waypoint, where the ambush with Githyanki was. Now we're gonna go down here, down south, we're gonna load a key, and we're gonna use manual dig on this spot over here, go up to the Waning Moon Inn. Here we are at the Waning Moon Inn. Once you enter inside, on the second floor, there is a key, there is a chest over here, there is a chest with great loot over here, and there is a secret plank with additional experience on this spot. At the middle of the inn would be, I think it's Kettering Storm's son, I'm not sure though, but anyways, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. You can fight him, or you can use conversation and drink him to death. Anyways, killing Kettering Storm's son will give more experience through conversation, or better to say, conversation kill will give you 300 experience more. After we're done with this part of the inn, a secret door will unlock once he's done, and you're gonna use his key once you loot the corpse, open this up, collect the quest for He Who Was. This is Melina's book, okay? From this moment here, you go all the way up, find He Who Was, and resolve Madeline. And you resolve Madeline book quest. Your choice how you wanna resolve it. Basically, this is where the quest for He Who Was ends. Okay, so now down. Also, you're gonna have a manual dig inside over here. You're gonna have a chest with a great club inside of it. You're gonna have a trap door, and you're gonna have additional 3 chests in this area. And that would be the Waning Moon part. Now we go south from the center all the way up to the Toll House. You can go from Wraithwind Town straight to the Toll House. You could pick this one to be your first area as well when you cross the bridge. This is also very important to do and extremely funny. So before we enter Moonrise Towers, we're gonna go and finish with the final part, or better to say, the Toll House. Now this would be the Toll House. On a TP waypoint from Wraithwind Town, you're gonna go down south and you're gonna loot the key. You're gonna enter here, there is a key on the middle floor of the map. There is a perception check on the middle floor of the map. There is a chest in the middle floor of the map. There is a Toll House clerk key at the bottom of the map. There is a perception check here as well. Then there is gold everywhere from the boss. There is a basement key from the Toll House over here. This is where the basement is. This is the key that unlocks the basement. Okay, you will need to go around though to enter the basement, but later with it. There are gloves inside the chest over here on floor 2. There is also a chest in the middle floor, and there is a barred door right on this spot that you can break with enough force, or you can enter from the rooftop, or you can jump from this spot through a window in the middle floor. Your choice how you wanna loot this chest. Best to do with a rooftop hidden entry, of course. And in this part is where the boss is, Toll House boss. I don't wanna spoil much. Basically, the boss awaits you on a second floor, and all you need to also do is explore the rooftop for additional loot. There, you cannot miss a bloody thing on a roof, by the way. Once you're done with the boss, you're gonna find a statue over here. If you whack the statue, it's gonna break the floor, and then you can jump down and collect the chest and collect double chests on floor 1. Okay, this is like the first floor with double chests on this area. And there is a button as a way out. Once the statue drops, breaks the floor, you go down. The way out is with a hidden button over here. It leads you to this spot, and then you go directly to the Toll House basement, and that's the Toll House. Now let's go to the Toll House basement. Again, before we go, make sure that you're ready for the boss. A hint and a mini spoiler, leave all gold in your camp. Now let's go to the Toll House basement. This would be the Toll House basement. What is there to say about it? There is one perception button. It's gonna unlock a door. You're gonna loot everything that's inside, and there is a way down that unlocks the map that's down under. So we're gonna go down. And now this is the basement of the basement, or better to say, this is how it looks like. You wanna loot this entire area as well. There is some notes in this part over here. And that's about it. That will be the Toll House basement. Now, this might change if you go with the evil run. Something could happen over here on my run, or better to say good guy run. Nothing happened. Or they planned something with the upcoming patches for this one. I don't know. To be honest, this is probably the emptiest area in Act 2. Let's go up. And now we're done with the Waning Moon, with a Tall House, with a Mason's Guild, with a House of Healing, with a House of Healing Morgue, with a Tall House basement, and every mini dungeon over here that exists. What we need to do now is from the square, from the center of Right Point Town, we go down south and we trigger the Moonrise Tower's waypoint. And now we are in the Moonrise Tower, the final area of the surface in X2. So once we trigger the waypoint for the Moonrise Towers, we want to go up here, down the stairs, down where the bridge is. Under the bridge there's a manual dig spot, and then you can traverse over here all the way down and loot everything there is on this spot. You go from here now, you're gonna jump from this spot, trigger the NPC of the Absolute over here, and once you trigger the NPC of the Absolute here, you can pick whether you want to fight the entire tower or you want to do this peacefully. I recommend doing it peacefully because there are traders inside the tower and you just don't want to fight. First you want to trade, loot, steal, and then you want to wage war against the Absolute or join them, your choice how you want to do it. Basically, after you're done with the NPC here, you're gonna go down south, all the way up here, and there is a battle, a tadpole battle, with 2 tadpoles inside. All you need to do is sneak and steal the battle. No one will notice if you sneak. Once you steal the battle, you're gonna get these little things, okay, for additional upgrades. Anyways, if you wanna upset the entire map, you will destroy the battle and the fight starts. Now your choice. Want to do it. This is basically where they prepare the war with their battleships for the attack on Baldur's Gate. Once we're done with the battles, we go down south, loot everything in this area. There's basically bullshit here, but no matter, loot it. Go up, go all the way up, right through the waypoint from the Moonrise Tower. Now we use the main bridge and we enter the Moonrise Tower's main area. Moonrise Tower consists out of 4 areas: basement, or better to say the prison, main floor, first floor, and the final floor where Ketheric Torm awaits. Let's start from the beginning. Once we enter the Moonrise Towers, the first thing you want to do is check the trader over here. He's got angelic potions and he's got some good gear. Try to steal. If you can't steal, trade. Get all of those good items away from him. After we're done with the trader, we're gonna go down here and trigger the Suspicion Sounds quest. Suspicion Sounds is basically on the grades over here, where you see the red vines over here. You need to follow these grades, step on these planks, and trigger the Suspicious Sound quests right on this crevice here. To make it short and how to orient, the trader sits over here. You just go straight forward like this from the trader, and you trigger it here on a crevice. This would be the Suspicious Sounds quest that you're gonna get from here. I don't want to spoil anything further. Once you collect the quest for Suspicious Sounds, you go south, you go down here, and there is a crack in a wall. Loot is inside. Break the wall and loot. Now, from the trader on the first floor, we're gonna go down here, all the way up here, here, enter this room, and there is a trader over here. Every origin character, including other companions, can give blood and receive a special potion out of this trader. Also, Astarion quest is with this trader over here as well, so make sure that you have Astarion in your party. This trader also sells some good items and it's worth stealing from. So finish this room, finish this trader, and now you can trigger the fight with Absolute cultists. Also, on this floor, once you're done with the trader, you go north, then you go up here, and there is a NPC that's gonna give you a tadpole on kill. Basically, the gnolls that you can turn to kill this NPC and leave you a tadpole. Now, why are you in Moonrise Towers? Not only because of Ketheric Torm and because of the Absolute and so on, you're also here if you play as a good guy to save civilians. One prison entry is outside on this spot over here, and the other prison entry is inside this room. So between the trader and the suspicion sounds quest, there is a mini room over here where the prison stairs are. Let's go down to the prison. So here we are in a prison. If you entered from the towers, this is where you end up. If you entered from the docks, this is where you end up. So basically it's connected. One leads outside, one leads inside. From the entry, down south is the room full with scrolls. Loot everything in this room. Then we go down here. This is where the prison cells are. Or better to say this 5. Here tiefling slaves, here gnome slaves. Both quests lead to the Less Light Inn. Save the civilians. Basically, that's the quest. So, this is cell number 1, cell number 2, cell number 3, cell number 4, and cell number 5. In cell number 1, you can dig manually here for additional loot. This is where the gnomes are. This is where the oubliette entry is, later about it. And this is where the tieflings are. In cell number 5, there's absolutely nothing. So, over here, we got one guard, and we got 2 eyes that are patrolling around. You can sneak attack on the eyes, if with a Starion, for example. And if you kill this guard while no one is watching, no one will get alarmed. So you can set the prisoners free. How you set the prisoners free? You go down the bridge over here, you speak with the warden, you're gonna steal from the warden, and then you're gonna kill the warden. And there are levers on the side here. Big lever sounds the alarm. Do not pull the big lever. Pull the small levers and you can unlock all of this. Now, if you decide to do that, the NPCs, gnomes and tieflings, they will start running from here and they're gonna get attacked and they're gonna die. What is the proper way? The proper way is to kill the warden, then you go up, okay? And there is Volbrand's hammer on the top floor. You take the hammer and you bring it to Volbrand. Over here where the gnomes are, you can talk through the bars, okay? Once you get him the hammer, he's gonna break the wall, he's gonna go up all the way up here, and he's gonna set the tieflings free. Then they all gonna go together, tieflings and gnomes combined, and wait you by the escape boat that leads to the Less Light Inn. Now, you don't want to go with them immediately, and you don't want to send them alone. Once you give him the hammer, you're gonna go back, you're gonna collect the chests and everything there is on floor number 1 and floor number 2 on this part, and you're gonna trigger the oubliette way down. This is the first way down, this is the second way down, and all the way down here is the third way down to oubliette. Also, on this spot, if you need keys, this guard also has a key if you kill it. Once all of this is done, there is one manual dig close by the boat over here. You're gonna go to oubliette from the spot number 3. Here and here, on oubliette way down 1 and oubliette way down 2, you need feather fall. Here you can climb down. Let's go down to oubliette. This is the oubliette map, but the only part that's going to be available when you enter from prison is this and nothing else. This is the entry. This is where you're gonna kill 2 horrors. You're gonna loot everything there is. You're gonna go downstairs. You're gonna enter this big room. You're gonna find a pin over here, a harp pin, and you're gonna find one tadpole worm over here. And that's about it. You can't make progress anywhere else. All you need to do now is get out, and we finish the rest of this part later on. Now, up to the prison. Now that we're done with the entire prison segment, now that we set gnomes and tieflings free and they await us by the boat, when we're done with oubliette, when we looted and collected everything from this area, then you're gonna trigger the conversation with tieflings and with gnomes by the escape boat, and you'll say, I'll follow you back to the Less Light Inn. Why? To collect rewards. There's amazing rewards now because you saved every single NPC in Act 2. Let's go to the Less Light Inn. Once in a Less Light Inn, there's gonna be 3 NPCs to talk with. Alfira, 1 gnome, and 1 tiefling. Make sure that you spot who the new NPCs are, talk with them, and grab rewards. There's gonna be everything. Gold, items, experience. Once you're done with all the NPCs inside the house, go over here, by the bridge, and trigger the quest with Bex and her husband, and you're gonna receive additional experience. Now you're done, and you can TP back to the Moonrise Towers and do the first floor, finish it up, do the second floor, and then you're gonna see what's next. So now when we're done with prison, with the last light in, with civilians, with a trader in Moonrise Tower floor 1, with the quest over here, with another trader here, with a quest over here, with a silent quest and so on, everything that I showed you basically, it is time that you enter the main room where Ketheric Thorn awaits. Trigger the cinematic once everything resolves. If you decide to kill these 2 goblins on your own, you will receive additional 110 XP more. And now, once you're done with Torm, you go stairs up, all the way up here, and over here to the second floor. Let's go to the second floor. Here we are at the second floor of the Moonrise Towers. This is the entry. On the left side, you're gonna talk with the NPC and she's gonna give you the quest to find Balthazar in the Gauntlet of Shard map, or better to say in the Mausoleum, all the way up north over here. Okay, that's how it starts and that's how you should do it. I did it the other way around and now I regret it, okay, because first I entered here, finished everything in Mausoleum, and then I discovered the quest down there. This is the correct way, okay. From this NPC, you get the Gauntlet of Shard quest. Once you do the quest, you go into this room, loot and steal everything that you can, and once you're done with this room, you're gonna unlock the door here and you're gonna enter this area here, or better to say, this is Balthazar's room. The guy that you need to find in a Gauntlet of Shard, Necromancer of Ketheric Thorn. In his room, there is a moon lantern, there is a chest with a cape inside of it, and there is a note about the last prince of Githyanki, aka Orpheus. Here is a puzzle that you can find on my YouTube channel as well, that's gonna unlock the hidden door right over here, where you're gonna enter. You're gonna loot the chest, you're gonna loot another chest, and you're gonna have an option to craft a shadow lantern. Now, if you play as evil and you were starting from here, this is the way to get the lantern extremely fast. Okay, instead of getting it from Karnice, you're gonna get it right from this spot over here. If you play as good, you're gonna get it from Karnice. Anyways, instead of crafting, if you already have a lantern, you can destroy this entire ritual process. Once we're done with Balthazar's room and his laboratory, we're gonna exit on this door, end up on a balcony over here, and from the balcony there are planks that you can jump on and reach in between floor 3 and floor 2, so between area where you're gonna get to fight 3 fiends. Okay, for additional experience basically, and that's about it with this part. Now, from the balcony there is another door, the door that's gonna lead you here. You're gonna meet a very interesting NPC inside this room. Basically this room and this room, they're all full to the brim with story, with notes about what's actually happening with a shadow curse. So this is one huge spoiler, these 2 rooms over here. Be careful about the mimic, because this is not a chest, it's a mimic in this room. And you gotta way up and down from this part. One leads all the way down to the planks on a middle floor between floor 1 and 2 in this area. Anyways, that would be the first floor, or better say the second floor of the Moonrise Towers. Now that you got a quest for the Gauntlet of Shard, let's go to, I can easily say, the final dungeon of the game. You enter the Gauntlet of Shard from the Mausoleum entry, Grand Mausoleum waypoint, all the way north, and the quest begins. Let's go. Once more, this is how the door looks like where you should enter for the Gauntlet of Shard map. Here we are at the Grand Mausoleum. This is the entry point, and there is one NPC over here you want to speak with. There is stuff to loot on this part. There is a cape inside of this chest on the right part, and you're gonna proceed forward, do the 100 traps map. You're gonna resolve the puzzle with 3 paintings, okay, that's also on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. And this is how you resolve. Basically, you trigger Moonrise first, and then the Grief, and then the General, and the door will open up, and the elevator will now lead you to the Gauntlet of Shar. That's basically everything there is with the Mausoleum map. There is no combat, there's basically nothing, it's just there for the story, okay? If you pay attention on Sarcophagus here, you can find out what's the story about. This is basically the dead family of Keterik Thorm, the main villain of Act 2. Let's go down to the Gauntlet of Shar from this spot over here. All that you need to do is click on Traversal Gem and down you go. This would be the Gauntlet of Shar map. It's consisted out of a few levels, I would say 2 or 3 levels, and it's full to the brim with secrets, encounters, combat, and everything that you can imagine. A full, proper dungeon. Probably the best dungeon in the game that I've seen so far. So, from the elevator, you go up north, where you're gonna find a switch, open a door, and now, in this part is the puzzle statue. Also, solution is on my YouTube channel. Once you resolve the puzzle, the door will open and the next area will open up. In short, how you resolve the puzzle without triggering levers, without triggering light and so on. All you need to do is when you enter from this side, okay, where the elevator was, so when you open the door and when you enter over here, you stand right over here. You move here, then here, then here, click, and the door opens. That's the puzzle. Now, on the right side, there is absolutely nothing, believe it or not, so we are going down left. We don't go where the door opened, we're gonna go down left, right over to this part. Let's go. To progress on this part, all you need to do is jump on shrooms and trigger an ambush. You fight this fight, you're gonna loot the chest, and you're gonna continue down this route over here. Once you pass through here and you enter this room, there are some red NPCs over here that I won't spoil for you, and there is a key on this side and the door that you can unlock and move forward. In this room, there is a wave and a wave and a wave of Justiciars that you'll need to fight. Once you're done, the door will open, Balthazar will show up. Okay, this is where Balthazar is, the quest from the Moonrise Towers, where you can now decide what to do with him. Kill him, negotiate with him, do his bidding, and so on. Now it's your choice how you want to do it. Also, don't forget to loot the chest inside this room. Balthazar, on a kill all, leaves 816 experience in total. Also, on this side is a Raise Dead amulet from Balthazar once he's done, and a chest over here, as well as 2 chests on this side, but you'll need to jump to get them. That would be the Balthazar's room and 2 waves of Justiciars. Also, on this side is a 30 DC lockpick check that's gonna unlock this room. This room, right in front of you, are tons of chests that you can loot and some skeletons and so on. Make sure that you loot everything that's inside this room, including those scrolls, including the rings and Carla, iron, okay, and the Umbral gem and so on. So everything is in this room, basically. Once we're done with this room, we go down south and we're gonna go to the right all the way to the waypoint. Let's go. We're there now. Now we're done with the center, down center part. We're done with all of this, all of that, okay, and we are at the middle part where the waypoint is. There's 2 ways to go. The first way is down the stairs, where we need to finish the Trials of Shar. Okay, a soft step trial, self-same trial, fate leap trial, and we receive gems that we're gonna need for this elevator over here. Umbral gems, okay, one of them is over here, as you can see. Why do we need the gems? Gems are for this elevator here that stares straight into the statue of Shar. Once you put them in, you discover the final secret of this map, aka the main quest of Act 2, Reach the Night Song. Night Song's quest. So, let's go down and finish the trials first, this part. The first trial, right in front of us, would be a soft step trial. There are a lot of books in this area. Now, what is the best way to resolve everything here? Okay, the best way is to sneak with Astarion and backstab the shadows and reach the Umbral Gem on the other side. Basically, this is a labyrinth where you need to pass. There are buttons, there are hidden walls, there are levers that unlock additional stuff and so on. You can jump through a window, you can pass over here. Anyways, the main objective is to reach the Umbral Gem. Your way, how you wanna do it. Do you wanna sneak through it? Do you wanna attack with Astarion? Do you wanna use those levers and buttons and whatnot? Okay, there are 2-3 ways to resolve this. Just reach the Umbral Gem and collect the Umbral Gem. That's all that you need to do in the soft step trial. The next trial is the door right over here where the self-same trial starts. Self-same trial, also you need to loot the Umbral Gem and you need to fight mirrors, or better to say, you're gonna fight yourself in this room. Combat trial, basically, that's what it is. Just get the Umbral Gem and down we go through the stairs up here. Okay, north, then down. Right over here, the stairs, down where the statue is of Shar, all the way down to the last trial. The last trial is a Fate Leap trial. On this door is a Fate Leap trial, and at the end over there is the final Umbral Gem that you need to loot. How to move through here, you got it on my YouTube channel. Just type Fate Leap trial. After we're done with the Fate Leap trial, we go to this room over here. Okay. Now, inside this room, there is a big combat awaiting for you. There's a lot of books. There's a lot of things to do, okay? There is a hidden button. There are 4 buttons to be more precise over here, okay? And every button triggers a nasty trap. This is the button you need to trigger to open the door on this trial. Once you finish the combat, of course. Once you open this door, you enter the room. There is the Night Singer's book that you'll need to place on the altar. That's gonna unlock this door. And from this door, you're gonna grab the Spear of the Night. If you plan to play as evil, you need Spear of the Night to finish the quest. If not, then this room is not that important at all. Although, even when you take Spear of the Night and you wanna play as good, later on, you're gonna receive great benefits on the Spear of the Night. So, insta benefits if you're evil, later benefits if you're good. Anyways, once you reach this room, collect Spear of the Night, collect this helmet up here, and off we go to the elevator to the top. The elevator is right over here. All you need to do is press the lever. Also, because it's the tricky area, I gotta show it through video as well. So where the elevator is, there is a crpg that you can climb down, and then you can climb even further down all the way to the legs of this statue of Shar. Okay, down there you will see a pentagram that Raphael left. Raphael, before you enter the mausoleum map, gives you a quest to deal with a demon on this map, and this is how he bound the demon under this statue, you know, where the pentagram is here, where the rat's puzzle is. Anyways, it's there for the terms of story. It's there as one way of how you can resolve the quest. So that's the area all the way at the bottom of the map. It's not that important, but I do cover everything there is, so I need to say it. So let's go up on the elevator here. Now we go to the waypoint of the Gauntlet of Shar. We did all of the trials and everything that exists on the west part of the Gauntlet of Shar map. So we did this part and we did this entire part. The only thing that's left is the demon and Raphael's quest, okay? Or better to say, Astarion's quest. This is connected to Astarion. This segment is the last segment that we're gonna deal with. So, from the waypoint, we go up the stairs, we go through here, we're gonna loot the chest, there's a good bow inside. Then we're gonna go to the right, all the way up here. From here, we're gonna jump. Here, we're gonna trigger a very dangerous enemy. The enemy is gonna start running down here and enter here where the throne is. This is not how you want to do it, because this is the worst possible way. You're gonna be in disadvantage, you're gonna get ambushed, and you're gonna get stumped. Instead of following the enemy like this, from this route, when he starts going over here, you will continue here, good entry point, jump, sneak, and open the fight with a demon right over from this spot. Behind, you can also loot a chest. Now, what is important to say about this fight? This is Astarion's and Raphael quest. On a kill, you will get additional iron for Carla's quest. You can kill this boss in a conversation as well. If you decide to fight, you will get 1,300 more experience than killing him with conversation. This is the main entry, this is the side entry. You can also access the fight from up here, from the north, but the best way is definitely through here. Care about the displacer, it's not only the boss and the ambush with the demons, it's also with displacers, so basically there's 2 mini bosses in this area. After you're done with this fight, you're gonna go up north, you're gonna get a key, you're gonna unlock the chest with a key, and inside the chest over here, there are barred boots. Once you're done with this segment over here, you're gonna transfer to the left. Over here, where it says door down, we can't reach it. We need to go down the stairs, all the way down from over here. Then we jump down, and then you can loot this with perception. So this is level under. The only way to reach it is like this from over here, and it's also there because of the storyline. This is the only thing that exists. So this is floor down, where the barred boots are. Beneath that, this is the only access point. These are all ways up and down, okay, to climb up and down, and basically that's the area. Now you got all umbral gems and what not. We're gonna go and unlock the elevator, where the elevator that looks on the statue of Shar, and down we go for the night song. This is where the elevator will lead us to this area. All you need to do is enter the Shadowfell here, Shadowfell entrance, trigger the final waypoint, and you go for the night song. Now, as far as night song goes, night song is connected to Shadowheart's quest as well as the main quest of the area. She is strongly connected to a lot of NPCs in the game, as well as with the main villain, Ketheric Thorm, and if you decide to set her free, she joins your fight. If you decide to kill her, everything goes to shit, but I don't want to spoil. So, let's say you decided to free the Night Song, and now she says that we need to finish Act 2 and kill Ketheric Thorm. Let's go and do it. Ketheric Thorm is on the final floor of the Moonrise Towers. The way to reach it is from the first floor of Moonrise Towers through this door right over here, and you end up on the 3rd floor. Let's go on the 3rd floor. This would be the 3rd floor and the place where you get to fight Ketheric Thorm. Once you're done with Ketheric Thorm, he's going to escape even deeper. What you need to do is loot the corpses, loot the chest over here, and go down the broken chimney. That chimney that he broke, or better to say this, whatever the hell it is. This thing will lead you straight down to Oubliette. You remember that part where we could not access from the prison? Well, now you can access that part. So let's go to the final map of Act 2 to chase Ketheric Thorm. This would be Oubliette. As far as quests go and the companions, I recommend having Carla and Will before entering the final part of Oubliette, because their quests are strongly connected to this area. You're here to save Will's father, and Carla knows the demons behind the entire plot as well. So have Carla and Will, and you pick the 3rd companion on your own. This is where also the game can end if you play as Gale and you trigger the atomic bomb inside his chest, but later about it. The Oubliette first part that we could reach from the prison was this one, so there is nothing to say about it. But the Oubliette, where we're gonna go, is all of this segment here and the final part, how and what it consists of. The first thing would be the entry point. This is the entry point. From this part, we go down here and we go down south. Down south is the butcher and a good friend from the prologue. Set him free, kill the butcher, use the device over here. It's gonna drop a corpse, loot a corpse. This segment is done. Now we go down here. You're gonna fight with the undead. Kill the undead, get the XP. Then we're gonna go down south over here where the chest is to loot. There is the mind upgrades. Now what are the mind upgrades? Brain, that's gonna trigger this. You collected brains, if you remember, since Nautiloid, alright? And when you find these things along the way, okay, in Nautiloid Prologue, in Act 1, then in Act 2, you pile them up. And before entering Oubliette, you wanna have them in your stash, because you can put these brains on the device, and this device over here will give you like a lot of story points, a lot of weird moments, as well as some permanent upgrades. So make sure that you have those brains, or better to say minds. Once done with this area, we go down here. There is a brain blast puzzle that you can find on my YouTube channel as well. It's very easy. The brain blast puzzle will unlock a door. Once inside, there is a mind that you can loot and bring it down to the device over here, where you get a perma upgrade. There is as well as another brain, gloves and helmet, and a longsword to loot. And over here would be Illithid's story of Illithids. Once we're done with the entire south part and the entry part, we're gonna go here where the undead were, go up north and go further up north and trigger these passages. Okay, here there's a bunch of books, things to loot basically on this, in these areas. So once you loot all of this, trigger the conversation here with Cressa, kill her, get the XP, loot the chest, go down this route over here. There is now Will's quest. Trigger the Will's quest. You decide what you want to do with Will. Okay? And inside the pool, there is a tadpole. Loot it. Down here, you want to kill all of those brains that are roaming around the map. And in this area, there is a device over here that's gonna set the last prisoners free. Or better to say, you're gonna set Zevlor free, if you know who Zevlor is from Act 1. Setting Zevlor free inside the pod over here will also upset the Mind Flayers, so you're gonna fight the Mind Flayers as well. And once you kill them and Zevlor is free, you're gonna go down south, all the way up to this room. You're gonna loot the Mind. And you're gonna restore your HP and spells, because resting is not allowed in this place. You're gonna go with this mind, trigger on device, go back up, trigger the elevator, the way down, and the final boss of Act 2 will start. I don't wanna spoil anything else. Here you can loot some books after the fight with the final boss, and that's about it. After this area, all you need to do is go back up, speak with the NPCs, go to the last light, see how the world changed, for better or for worse, depends on your choices of course. And now, once you resolved all quests and whatnot, the exit, or better to say where you start, the Act 3 and exit Act 2, is right over here on the waypoint road to Baldur's Gate. All you need to do is click on the door and the Act 3 will start. That would be the guide, 100% guide for Map 2, Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3. I really hope that you find this video useful. If you did, hit the like button, subscribe, and I'll be seeing you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Welcome to Baldur's Gate 3, Act 3, Ultimate Guide, or call it a walkthrough, however you like. What we're gonna cover here is everything that exists in Act 3. It's by far the hardest and the longest guide I ever did in a video game. The thing that I'll include in this guide would be all loot, quests, secrets, puzzles, and all the small little details that you can imagine. Let's not waste time. Let's go. Act 3 consists out of a, we can call it Rivington area, the very first map in Act 3. Then the lower city. This entire map would be the lower city with 1 million mini-maps on it. Then is the lower city sewers, this entire segment. and the final part of the game called the Upper City, where the game ends. Now let's go to the first part, Rivington, and let's begin. First, we're gonna cover the south part of Rivington. This would be the starting point of Act 3. Over here, there's a great spot to dig. Right over here, there is a missing mother quest. The best way to resolve this is by denying them any help. The first waypoint, Rivington waypoint, would be close by. Down south, you got 2 towers, you can loot some scrolls here, and you can loot some potions on this spot over here. Again, all the way down south would be your dig option. You need to manually dig here, and another manual dig on this spot as well. That would be the southwest part. Now we're gonna transfer to the southeast. The very first thing that's going to happen would be the property battle. Your choice how you wanna resolve it. Okay, whether it's gonna be a battle or not. Anyways, refugees are inside the house, and the quest is well connected to the quest that happens here in the barn with the explosive dolls. It is completely your choice how you wanna resolve this quest that's connected right over here. Later about it. So, once we resolve the property quest, you enter the house. There's gonna be a hatch key on the second floor on this spot, and over here would be a perception cellar that you can unlock with a hatch key. Right over here, you can go down. Over here would be the chest. There is the chest key to the left. And you can also lockpick this door to get in from the other side as well. That would be Arthur's mansion. Now I said there's gonna be a cellar. Let's go straight to the cellar. Here we are at Arthur's basement, strongly connected to the explosive dolls. This is the ladder, up and down. Over here, in this area, there's around 50 traps. Go with someone with high perception, like Astarion, for example, and disarm all of those traps, or just jump, TP, do whatever you like to reach this part and trigger the explosive toys quest. Off we go. Now, once we're done with Arthur's mansion and with the south part here, we're gonna transfer to the barn to connect with the explosive toys quest. The first thing that you're gonna encounter is the Shadows card quest. You're gonna speak with the NPC over here, and her quest continues. You will have a trader available at this spot. You can enter the barn right up from here, and inside the barn you will have to disarm explosives, or better to say explosive toys, and the quest will move on without spoiling anything else. Here in this empty spot, okay, all of this would be refugees, basically a big bad agenda about the refugees. And over here is a very important NPC in the game. Speak with him and you'll see what's gonna happen. Now that we're done with all of this, we're gonna transfer to this area over here where the windmill is. So up from the refugees north, the first thing that you can do is dig manually over here. Go to the Gur camp, trigger the quest with Astarion, make sure that you have Astarion in your team, and inside the hut here where the Gurs are, you have a chest to loot. Now, we're gonna transfer to the left from the Gurs camp, we're gonna dig right on this spot over here, go down, there's a windmill, enter the windmill, and let's go down now. This would be the windmill. Funny, very small, there is one mind flayer, he's gonna leave you a ring plus the brain upgrade, or better to say tadpole upgrade. You finish with the windmill. Now let's go up on the surface again. Now from the windmill we're gonna go left and we're gonna visit the Rivington General building. The first thing you're gonna encounter here is the trader. The second thing is one very funny NPC that you need to trigger, and the next thing is you're gonna get 200 XP if you persuade on this spot. Down is a deep gnome hatch, so let's go immediately to the deep gnomes and collect the quest for the factory. Here we are in deep gnomes hideout. The first thing where you entered from the hut above would be the ladder here. This is way up and down. There's plenty of NPCs, there's some traders, there's some NPCs from Act 1 and from Act 2 as well. And this is where you're gonna collect the quest for the Steel Watch. that happens in the end of the lower city. Also, there is another way in to the gnomes' hideout. It's from the cave right over here, the way in and out. I'll show you later where it leads to. Now we go back up to the Rivington, to the city. Now, from the Rivington General Building, we're gonna go to the circus and we're gonna go to the Open Hand Temple. These are the two things that you need to resolve immediately, so we're gonna stick with this area right over here now. So the first thing we're gonna check is the circus. There's plenty of ways into the circus. You can go through the monastery, then from the graveyard, then right over this door you enter the circus. You can go through the main door, you can jump up from here. It's your choice how you wanna do it. Go through the main door is the easiest. Once you enter the main door, the first thing that you're gonna encounter is trader with page. The next thing that you're gonna encounter is a djinn with a lot of different things to do. Now, speaking about him, how you should do it. You should gamble 15 times in a row to get all gear, and on a 16th time you want to steal the ring from the djinn so he stops cheating. Then you're gonna get TP'd to the special area where you're gonna loot a legendary item, alright? And then you're gonna come back and finish the convo with djinn. That's the best way to resolve the quest with the djinn. After we're done with this idiot here, we're gonna transfer to the next trader where you can order the statue for your camp. Cosmetic. After that, we go north. Here is the trader with some solid items, and here is a clown quest body part. Loot it. Speaking about clown quest body part, here is where it starts, where you are supposed to collect Dribbles the clown body parts. For the necromancer over here, and the reward would be the gloves once you do it. Body parts for Dribbles the Clown are scattered throughout the entire Act 3, and it's a quest that's gonna take easily 50 hours to be done. North from the Necro Trader is a chest that you can lockpick for additional loot. We're still in the circus now, we're gonna go back down south. Here are some funny conversations and so on, as well as here you can get a clown outfit. Here is the displacer. In the cage, you can lock the cage so it won't join on a fight with fake Dribbles the Clown. Expect a fight on this spot. Behind is a spot where you can dig, and that would be the circus. You collected the quest for Dribbles the Clown, tons of traders, one fight, and that's about it. Now it's the monastery. You can enter from the main door, you can enter from the circus. You can enter from here as well, so pick where you wanna go. Anyways, what's inside? On a rooftop is Tara. Make sure that you have Gale in your party, so that's all the way up on a rooftop. This is the way up and down inside the hut. There is a hatch that leads to the cave. We're gonna check it out immediately. Here is where you're gonna collect the Father Lorgan's quest. On this spot, inside the chest, you're gonna find gloves for a monk. And there is a perception check on a chest over here. Behind the monastery, behind the cathedral, there's tons of graves to dig and so on. But this one is the murder quest grave that you need to resolve. Speak with the dead and so on, you know, once you dig up the corpse. Back to the hatch and see where it leads to. So this would be the area under the monastery. Way that we came in would be from here. This leads to the monastery. So from this area up over here, there you got perception checks, okay, everywhere for the levers, and the door opens and you get to finish the monk quest. Hideous Laughter, if you remember from Act 1 in Grimforge, where you collected the amulet inside the lava. Well, this is where it ends. You approach the sarcophagus and check what happens. Also, you want to open this door, you do it from the lever here. There's also a room over here with scrolls and potions. You can jump an easy access, okay, from these two areas up here. And there is this part over here. It's from the outskirts. Okay, so one entrance would be from the monastery, the other one would be from the outskirts. If you entered from the outskirts, there is an immediate doppelganger fight in front of you. And then you do all of this and you finish in the monastery. If you go from the monastery, then you finish all of this and then go for the doppelgangers fight. And you exit in the outskirts through here. On this side, there's a chest, there's a cloud kill around, be careful, send only one guy to loot it all. Do not jeopardize your entire team because of one chest. And down here would be gold, scrolls, and some clown body parts. So now that we're done with the circus and we're done with the monastery, we got one perception check here where the well is. So between the Sword Coast Couriers, between the temple and the Rivington General store, right here is the perception well. Once you trigger the perception, you can go down the well. Let's go down. So this would be under the well, the cave under the well. Basically, there is something to loot up here. There is one manual dig on this spot. When you stand over here, you can shoot the wheel across, no matter what, crossbow, bow, whatever. Shoot the wheel, the door, the passage will open. You're gonna jump through and exit through here. Let's see where it leads to. The exit leads straight to this spot over here, so you can call it the northeast part of the south part of the Rivington. Alright, because there is a north part as well where the tower is. So this is where you are, in the outskirts. So now we did everything that exists over here, and what's only left is the Sword Coast Couriers. Here is a Tara quest. Tara would be on a rooftop here, okay? I don't want to spoil way too much with pigeons, okay? So resolve that, go up here and get it done. Here would be one perception check where you can loot a key, and that would be it with the south part. Now we have the outskirts, we got the middle part, and we got the north part of Rivington. What we're gonna do now is the middle part, this area over here. So what we got here is a way up and down where you get to the outskirts. You got a Deep Gnome entry. That's the second entry from the Deep Gnome's caves. If you remember from the Rivington General, Deep Gnome Hatch, it's connected to this area, okay? Deep Gnome Hatch, Deep Gnome entry. On this side, on the left, down the stairs, all the way up here is where you can manually dig for additional loot and belongs to the outskirts. We're gonna go back from the Sword Coast Couriers north. This area over here has a chest with a Dominate scroll inside of it. Now north, the first tower, there is a chest on a floor 2, on a second floor, with some potions. Right here on the right is another chest, and you also have a jump point from here to here, okay, if you wanna access without triggering the guards, alright? Because the guards are straight up here. The next thing you're gonna do is trigger the waypoint, and now we're gonna enter Shares Kares. And here, from the waypoint, when you enter Shares Kares, there's tons of NPCs, a lot of funny things to do, basically. And this is where the explosives quest ends. Okay, so the one from the barn, the one from the refugees mention, okay, big bad agenda. This is where it ends, on this spot in Shares Kares. Talk with the NPC here. Also, on the third floor in Shares Kares, you can earn a buff once you complete this quest. Across Shares Kares would be the Frygo's Flophouse. On the third floor is the killer's room. You need to resolve a mass murder in Baldur's Gate. And this is how it starts. Basically, a perception check on the third floor will open a hidden door to access the killer's room. There are 5 chests on the second floor. And there's a very interesting wardrobe on the third floor on this spot over here. When I show it like this, and when I say second floor, third floor, first floor, they look different. That's why I'm typing it like this, second, third, first. You know, it ain't gonna look like this when you're on the third floor. It's gonna look different. North from Frygo's Flophouse would be this area over here. On a second floor, you can find an evidence for the murder. On a second floor, there's also a ladder up on this spot. Devil Raphael awaits you on the second floor as well for additional quest. There's like 10 different outfits on this spot on the second floor. And on the first floor, you got a chest in a corner. Now from this area, we're done with Shares, we're done with the flop house, we're done with the middle part. Now we go to the potion shop. This is where you need to have Jaheira in your team. And once you speak with the trader over here, he'll open the door for the basement. In the basement, there's an ambush. Once you finish all of that, Jaheira will give you additional quest to find Minsk. And you also have a trader on the second floor in this building. And there are some herbs and potions to find on this spot. Across Dancing Axe, there is Karm's Garm. Or better to say, this is the outfit store. Nothing important. That ends the middle part of Rivington. Okay, the south part, the middle part. Now we go to the outskirts, under the middle part. Now we are in the middle part, outskirts as I like to call it, everything that's not connected to the upper part of the map. So the first thing where we're gonna start off is from the well cave exit. So from this well, you're gonna end up here, and now we cover the entire coast all the way to the left. So in the top right corner of these outskirts, you have a dig spot over here and you have a dig spot over here. Then you're gonna pass under the bridge, alright? Right over here, under the bridge, all the way up here, straight up to the cave under the bridge in this area here. Let's see where it leads to. You can see it from up here how it is. Okay, we are under the bridge. This is where all the traders are. We're directly under the bridge here. So you got a cave mouth under the bridge. And guess where we are? Where Tasha Hideous Laughter quest is, the amulet you got from Act 1. I already explained this entire map, just so you know where it leads to. So now we continue up left, all the way down here. We get a chest on a broken ship on both sides. One of them is trapped. We continue down the shore. There is million traps over here. Once you detect and disarm them all, you move forward all the way up here, and you're gonna reach a gang fight. Basically different guilds fighting for dominion here. Your choice how you wanna deal with this. After you're done with the fight and you loot them all, you will find one parasite, Mind Flayer parasite, and on the ship you will find few additional Mind Flayer parasites for upgrades and one chest. And now all that is left now is to enter the cave entry here and check what's inside. Let's go. Here we are inside the cave. This is the entry, way up and down. Down here would be boots for a monk and a chest where you can grab solid loot and some gold. Down, right over here, is where additional loot is. You need to traverse down in order to unlock. This is still bugged. I believe they're gonna fix it because you can see how it is on the map. Basically, loot everything there is down here and off we go up. So, we're done with the south part of Rivington. We're done with the outskirts. We're done with the middle part, the bridge part. And now we're entering the tower. The tower consists out of caves under the tower, prison under the tower, base level, second level, and the top of the tower. So how much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels in the tower. Okay. The tower is where Gortash is, one of the main villains in the game. The other one is Keterik Torm, and the third one would be Oren. We dealt with Keterik Torm in Act 2, and in Act 3 we need to deal with Gortash and Oren. The first thing that we're gonna cover is the outskirts of the tower. Over here, there is the key under the bridge. You can traverse and jump through all of these small green parts over here, get behind. There is a spot to dig manually over here. And then, if you have a spell called Gaseous Form, you turn yourself into a gas, or as I like to call it, you turn yourself into a fart. You can pass through a pipe, and you're gonna end up in a prison under the tower. That is one entry. There's more, of course. This is only one. On the right side, you can also go down here. There is a prison entry from this spot as well. So from this spot and from this spot. What's the difference? This prison entry leads down to the caves under the prison, while this prison entry only leads to the prison, but you cannot access the caves. So that's the difference between these two entries, basically. There is a third entry to the prison, and that's from inside the tower. Over here, you can find a chest, and over here is where you go to the lower city. Baldur's Gate, lower city, or better to say, a new map opens up here. So now what we got left is the tower, Gortash Tower, or so-called Worm's Rock Fortress. Why Worm? Worm is a dragon, hence, mini spoiler, dragon is sleeping in the caves under the tower. I don't want to spoil anything else. So now, let's start from here. There are 7 chests in this area. Once you unlock this, you also get additional reward. Pay attention on this. There is a chest on floor 3. There is a way up and down the tower. That would be from this part over here. Okay, jump, 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 up, all the way up and down to the tower. So, another access to the tower, basically. This is the main gate. The main entry from the lower city, from the prison, from the ladder. So you pick where you want to enter the tower. There is a safe in a wall on a floor 3 on this spot. There's additional loot on these corners. There is a chest with a medium armor as well. There is also a trader on the default floor, first floor. There is a prison entry on the first floor, right on this spot. And on the third floor is where you can fight Gortash as well. But that's mega late game. Of course, there's a waypoint in the middle on the base floor. You need to have Will in your team, because this is where Mizora will trigger the quest with Will, right on this spot over here. Or if she doesn't summon on this spot, she will be right here after you cross the bridge, Mizora. So depends where you find her first. If you go to the bridge first, Mizora will spawn here. Or if you enter this room, Mizora on a base floor before you speak with Gortash will spawn here. Just make sure that you have Will in your party. Basically, this covers Will and Carla quest. Carla wants to speak with Gortash as well, so you need both Will and Carla. Will because of Mizora and his father, Carla because of Gortash. There is a lever, a hidden perception lever, that can unlock a door here. That's gonna lead you down, all the way down to the prison entry from the inside the tower. So here is where the lever is on the base floor. What is also important to say, when you go floors up and down and so on, there's a lot of explosive barrels and mini loot, you know, gold, trinkets, amulets and so on to recover for trading only, basically. So I didn't mark them on a map, but tower is full to the brim with things like that. So pay attention what you loot and check every corner of the map. I just showed what's the most important here. 2 or 3 ways to deal with the tower, by the way. Ignore Gortash, speak with Gortash, attack Gortash immediately. The third option is the hardest by far. You can deal with Gortash, kill Oren, kill Gortash, and then go and finish the game. Or you can make a deal with Gortash and kill Oren, or you can make deal with Oren and kill Gortash. This all depends out of your choices and out of the player. Okay, so plenty of ways to deal with the tower. Your choice how you want to do it. Anyways, if you decide to kill Gortash, he will await on the top floor of the tower. Or they call it fortress here, it's more like a tower. But whatever. And now we can go to the prison. Prison, no matter where we enter, we're gonna end up in the same spot unless we enter from the gas cellar over here. Now let's say that we're gonna enter here with a gaseous form. Or better to say, we enter as a fart. Now let's go down and see what's in the prison. This would be the form that you can take to pass through a mouse hole, okay? And you end up in a prison. If you decide to enter from here, there is a new dungeon waiting for you, or so-called Balduran's quest. Or better to say, the creator, the maker of Baldur's Gate, Balduran, and his puzzle awaits you on the spot. This is the exit. Once you're done with his dungeon, a new way will open up, and this is the exit where you're gonna come out. Okay, so you enter from here, you complete all of this, and then the exit from here, and that will be the left part of the prison. Here you can find a chest, and this would be the entry point when you entered as a guest. Here is a hidden door. Once you pass, this is the real prison. This is the fake prison, or better to say a new dungeon, and this is the real prison. So in the real prison, this is a way out and way in from the tower. This is a way out and a way in from the right side of the map. Okay, I showed you 3 entrances to the prison, and this is the guest entry prison. So let's say we entered from the tower. You're gonna see some jailers, basically, over here. You can kill them, and you can kill one patrolling guy over here, and that's about it. On this side, there is a storage room where you can loot items and so on, and there is a breakable wall here. Over here are the cells, alright, where the prisoners are. You need to set this very important NPC free from the cage, and you can loot 2 chests. Here is a very strange prisoner, and here is a very strange skull. Don't want to spoil anything else. That would be the prison. Now we're gonna go to the Baldur's quest, or better to say Baldur's map. Let's go deeper down. Deeper down is the so-called Worm Way. This is the name of the map. And you're gonna start up from here, open the door with a password that you'll find along the way. I won't discover where though. And once the door opens, you go through here, and now 1, 2, 3, 4 puzzles await. Statue for each puzzle. This is how it looks like. Okay. Baldur puzzles. 4 statues. Every area, every of these 4 areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, will unlock a statue. Once all 4 are unlocked, a door will open that's gonna lead you deeper down. So we need to resolve 4 puzzles. Let's say we start from the left puzzle. Chamber of Justice. What is there to say about the Chamber of Justice? There are 3 paintings here. This is the good one on this spot. You remove curse, or you use banish on a shadow, and the problem is solved. You triggered the first statue. So remove curse works on a painting, banish works on a shadow. Problem is solved. The next puzzle is basically battle. You remove a torch and waves of enemies spawn around you. Once you kill them, the next statue opens up. The next one would be the chessboard, where you need to resolve the puzzle. You need to move the rook first. After the rook, you move horse to protect the queen, and you resolve the puzzle. And the last one would be to kill the right NPC in this room. Once you cross, you go through here, or you can stand from here and whack Suelto. That's the name of the NPC you wanna kill. Once you kill him, you know that there's different NPCs standing there. You need to kill the right one. In this area are basically books that will work. If you really want to do it the right way, you need to put spell hold monster on a book. They stop moving, you can read them, and you're gonna realize who the real villain is. And then you kill Suelto. Okay. All in all, once you're done with this, main entry opens up, and now we go deeper down to Baldur's Dragon. And the final thing on this map would be the Dragon's Sanctum. You get to fight the dragon here. You get to loot Baldur's helmet. There is nothing else. You get out, and you end up on the stairs in the prison that I showed you. That's everything there is with this part of the map. It's time to go to the lower city of Baldur's Gate. But first, what I want to do is tell you the exact order of how you should do quests and how you should trigger quests in Rivington. Or let's say default walkthrough, canon walkthrough, the best possible walkthrough in Rivington. The order of things. Let's go. So how do we do things in Rivington? You start from here. You do the property battle, you do the refugees, you trigger the basement, you go to the barn, you trigger the barn, you go to the Gur camp, you trigger Gurs with a Starion. That's how we finish up this part as well as the windmill. After you're done with all of that, you're gonna trigger the NPC here in the middle, you're gonna transfer to the circus, trigger all NPCs, finish the quest, trigger dribbles the clown. You're gonna go to the hand temple, you're gonna trigger everything that exists how I showed you, okay, without entering the basement. Then you're gonna go here, collect Tara's quest, find Tara on a rooftop, and once we're done with all of this, you're gonna go down to those caves, well, and so on. Then you're gonna complete Tasha's Hideous Laughter quest, you're gonna find body parts, okay, for the murder quest and so on. Then you're gonna transfer to the outskirts, you're gonna do everything there is on the coast, okay, including the caves and everything that exists. You're gonna speak with deep gnomes, you will accept the quest for the factory, for the lower city, and then we're gonna go to the middle part, okay, right over here. Once we do all of that, you're gonna finish your quest in Shares Kares for the explosive toys. You're gonna finish Jahira's quest over here. You're gonna do everything that's available on the bridge. Then you're gonna go and speak with Gortash. Then you're gonna do the prison, but you won't do Baldur's dungeon. You're gonna do it like 50 hours later. So Baldur's dungeon, I just showed you how it is. You don't go there. You just go to the prison, to the right side of the prison. You don't go to the left side of the prison from the pipe. You're gonna enter from here. Then you finish with prison, you finish with Gortash, and then you cross the bridge and enter the lower city. That's the best way to deal with all quests in a specific order. The best order to do stuff. Now let's go to the freaking lower city. It's a huge map, and I hope you have patience. Welcome to the lower city. This humongous map is the biggest one in the game, and there's a lot to cover. Now, how I divided a lower city so we can follow it up easier. The first segment would be this. The second segment would be this. Then is the third segment, all of this. That covers the first part. 3 segments that cover the first part. Then it's the first segment north in the middle part, then it's the south in the middle part, and then it's what I like to call left part, everything that's up over here. Every building basically here has a hatch, basement, cellar, dungeon, mini dungeon, plus there's the sewers. Okay, the sewers are big as well. Okay, huge map. So there's a lot to cover. Let's begin from the very start where you're gonna enter. So this is the starting point. Okay, this segment of the map. Let's cover this part. Once you start from here, where the bridge is, you're gonna trigger the waypoint Basilisk Gate. Here is the bounty board, and here is the journalist quest. You finish those 2, then we transfer north. North, we enter the gate barracks. Okay. Inside, there is a missing daughter quest. Trigger it. Here is a chest, and here is a prison entry. Let's go down to the prison immediately. Here we are in the prison. This is the entry point. On the right side, there's a chest. Over here are 2 chests to loot, and there's the office key in this room. Down here, you can speak with some NPCs, you can speak with a red trader, and there is a hidden stash on this spot. Over here is a breakable wall, some crates and so on that leads deeper down to the sewers. This is one out of many sewers entry. Okay, I showed you the sewers. We don't go to the sewers, we go back up. We're done with the prison. Now that we're done with the mini south part and the barracks and the prison, the next thing that we're gonna check out is this small hut over here and find the clown parts. Dribbles the clown, okay, or the necromancer in the circus in Rivington. Here, in the middle, is a Stormshore tabernacle. Better to say, this is where the statues of the gods are. It depends out of your main character, the origin character, depends who you play with and how it is. Basically, you can receive buffs, perma buffs or perma debuffs, reward, loot, and so on. You will need to interact with every single statue, okay? And then you'll know what to do. Test things out, alright? Also, there's one NPC inside the room. It's the trader that you can trade with. Now, we're done with all of this. We're gonna transfer to this segment over here. The first and the obvious thing would be the tavern, full with NPCs where you can speak with everyone. There's really a lot of them, so you're gonna spend some time here. On the second floor is the part of the murder quest in this area. Here, on a rooftop, there is a perception check. And here is a way down to the basement where you can loot stuff. Let's go down. This would be the Elfsong Tavern basement. Once you kill the rats that are in front of you, they're gonna drop a ring. Then you're gonna go here to the left, press the perception button. It's gonna unlock a door, and it leads deeper down to the Emperor's quest. Let's go deeper. Deeper down would be the Knight of the Shield dungeon. Here is where we're gonna face Githyanki. Make sure that you're gonna have Lae'zel in your team. Over here, there's a key to Mausoleum. On this spot is another key that you can loot. Githyanki ambush awaits you in the middle. There is a perception button over here. Gonna unlock a door. You're gonna enter here. And there are 10 perception checks in this room with a lot of loot. I don't want to spoil. Everywhere around in this room are perception checks and loot. Loot everything. Once you're done, you can go down the hatch and it leads, guess where? To the sewers. We don't go to the sewers, we go back up to the lower city again. So, we're done with the Elfsong Tavern. Over here, also under this bridge between the Storm Shore and the barracks, there is another entry to the sewers. We're gonna go from that entry up there, where Dribbles the Clown parts were, all the way up here, enter on this door, get inside this barrack. Behind the painting, you drag and drop the painting. The button will appear. You click on a button. So, button reveals the door. The door leads down to the Bual dungeon. Let's go down and see what it is. Welcome to Baal's Crypt, or better to say Bual's Crypt. This is the entry point. Up north, there's tons of traps. Be careful. And here is a chest to loot once you avoid all of the traps over here. Then you can go to the right, you pass through this door, you go up here. There are guards, undead guards. Your choice whether you want to kill them or you want to negotiate. Once you enter here, there's gonna be an option to attack or join. This is connected to the main quest. Sarevok Anchev, better to say Orin's grandfather. Okay, one of the main villains in the game. Once you deal with Sarevok, you're gonna acquire some great loot out of Sarevok. Then you're gonna go north. You're gonna enter the prison, you're gonna collect the key over here, and then with the key you can unlock everything that exists. And here is a chest, and another chest over here. Now you go down south, all the way down. There's a keyhole over here for the key that you find, and you unlock this room. Here is where Detective Valeria is hidden. Okay, or better to say, they captured Valeria. You set Valeria free. There is Sarevok's golden key on this spot, and it unlocks the chest over here, and that would be Bual's Crypt, the entire mini dungeon. What you get out of this dungeon, by the way, is a lot of info for the main quest that I don't want to spoil. Now up we go to the lower city again. Now we're done with all of this. We're done with the tavern, we're done with Sarevok barracks, okay, down under, and now we're gonna cover the graveyard. Graveyard is full to the brims with different dungeons. As you can see how it is, we're gonna cover this spot over here. So, let's say that from Sarevok's dungeon, we go from here, enter, we go down here, and we start right from this spot. Graveyard consists out of a lot of different things. There is one corpse that you can dig out over here and trigger the entire map on you, so be careful when you do it. Try to sneak or do it with invisibility potion. You're gonna need a lot of invisibility potions, by the way, if you want to dig every grave out. Now, we go down south. Over here is the grave for Shadowheart's quest. make sure that you have Shadowheart in your team. There is a hole that leads straight to the sewers over here. We don't go there, by the way. There is a Durimbold Mausoleum entry. There is a mortuary entry. There is a key on the second floor of this barrack here. There is a dig spot on this location here. There is another dig spot that will trigger a kobold ambush here. Make sure to do it, it's a very fun fight. There is another mausoleum entry over here. There is a Gorion key over here. So basically you loot up a key and then you open a mausoleum. There is a grand mausoleum entry on this spot as well. There is a huge fight with undead once you start up this conversation. And there is a dig spot over here. Also, there's a trader on this spot that sells flowers. So, what we're gonna cover are all mausoleums under the graveyard. Let's go. So, what we got is Durimbold Mausoleum, Hoon Mausoleum, Gorion Mausoleum, and Ancient Mausoleum. First, we're gonna do Durimbold. Here we are at Durimbold Mausoleum. So, from the entry point, there is a ghost ambush that you can resolve by triggering one of these crypts, okay? Once you kill the pet owner, pets will also disappear, okay? Dogs, better to say, ghost dogs. And on this spot, there's a hole in a wall that leads you to another mausoleum. Now let's go. The next mausoleum that we're gonna cover is Hoon Mausoleum. This would be Hoon's Mausoleum. The entry point, there's a breakable wall that leads to another mausoleum. Okay, we're gonna cover it later. There is a pressure plate here. There is a key tile that you can loot. There is a pressure door for the pressure plate. And inside there's loot. And that would be Hoon Mausoleum. Now we transfer to the other mausoleum. The next mausoleum would be Gorion. So from Hoon Mausoleum to Gorion Mausoleum, another entry point and a breakable wall over here, and here down there is a perception hole that leads to the first mausoleum that I showed you. Of course, there's loot over here, nothing special, gold mostly, loot everything out, and let's go to the last mausoleum. The last mausoleum would be the Ancient Mausoleum. Here we are in the Ancient Mausoleum. The entry point, there are two chests right over here. There is a strength check sarcophagus that you can loot, and here would be scrolls. That's everything you need to know about the Ancient Mausoleum. There's nothing else. Let's go up to the lower city. So, we're done with this part. We're done with the tavern, we're done with Sarajevo Kenche, we're done with the entire graveyard. And now we're gonna transfer to the Forge of the Nine and the Devil's Fee. So, in the Forge of the Nine, there is Carla's quest with her iron, okay, once you visit the blacksmith from Act 1. And inside the house is where the blacksmith's items are. You can loot everything there is inside, and then we go to the basement. Let's see what's down in the blacksmith's basement. Devil's Fee, Forge of the Nine mix basement. One belongs to the Devil's Fee house, the other one belongs to the Forge of the Nine. So what we got is left and right side. There is a key in the books on this spot. There is a chest. There is a wall, break the wall passage. There is gloves and boots on this area, and a way in and out. Now, from the blacksmith basement, we go back up to the Devil's Fee building. Here we are in the Devil's Fee. We came out from the hatch right in front of the trader. Trader has really good items. You can pick whether you want to buy or steal. And once you speak with a trader, you're gonna get a way how to enter Hell. Or better to say, how to enter Raphael's House of Hope. Very important for the main quest. On a second floor, there's a great helmet. Behind the trader, there is a bust perception check. On a second floor, there's a chest on this spot. Also on the second floor, there's some good scrolls to loot. There's an owl cat on a rooftop. Now speaking about rooftops, nearly every rooftop in a game where you see white like this is where you can walk, okay, on a roof. Nearly every roof has hidden perception planks where you can find some additional loot. How do you reach the rooftops if not from ladder, and if not available from jumping? You can do it with a TP, or better to say, with Dimension Door and Misty Step. So the bottom line is, make sure to visit every rooftop in the lower city. Now where were we? A rooftop, there's Tara on the rooftop. There is a perception check here on the first floor. There is a plank on a rooftop. Perception check here. There's another perception check, and there's a chest over here to loot with good items. There's a chest, very good chest on a second floor to loot, and there's another chest on the first floor. Also here you can find infernal gems. You're gonna get special amount of items, you know, from the trader, and as well you can find them here in locked cabinets, display cases, and so on. And basically what's gonna happen is the portal to hell, or better to say, how to open up a portal to the House of Hope, where Raphael is. You need those items and you need to place them in a specific order. Okay, so how do we place items to open up the way to hell? From the desk, skull goes here, you just drag and drop. Alright. From your inventory, drag and drop. So skull goes here. On this spot is incense. On this spot is a diamond. And on this spot is a coin of mammon. And in the center, I forgot what it was in the center, the last item in your bag that you're gonna receive from the trader. That one goes into a center. I think it's a candle. I'm not sure though. But this is how you resolve the puzzle and you enter the House of Hope. Now, who should you have for the House of Hope? You should probably have Carla, because she's strongly connected to hell. And you should have Will, because he is also strongly connected to hell. But basically, every origin character works in the House of Hope. I just told you what's the best one to have in your team. Let's go to the House of Hope. Let's visit Raphael. Here we are in the House of Hope. This would be the entry point. Foyer, you go up, you speak with the NPC over here, then you go to the left, and you're gonna circle around everywhere, loot everything there is, speak with the other NPCs and so on, enjoy hell while you're at it. And here is a perception check, and here is the chest. On this spot there's very good loot. Here there is great loot, and there is a door that can be opened only with a special key. Now, you won't have the key is over here, okay? You get it with a conversation from the archive with the NPC, and then you can unlock the door. There is other way in. To the right, you go to the balcony here, jump, and left, we go to the Raphael's bedroom. Okay, jump, 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 and you enter Raphael's bedroom. Here is where one very strange thing awaits for you, okay? And once you're done with this, there is a perception trap over here, and there is a safe in a wall that requires a password that you can easily get on this map if you spoke to every NPC that I told you. And in the middle, in the boudoir, in the well, you can restore your HP and spells for free without the need to rest. Use it often. You can use it as many times as you like. On this side there is a chest with great loot, and on this side there is chest as well. The lever opens up the door if you did not use boudoir key. So if you never went to the archive, then you entered from the jumping points over here, and then you press the lever and you open the door. If you spoke with the NPC in this archive room, then you open the door with the key and resolve everything in the order that I told you. As far as the archive goes, there is Orpheus Hammer to set the prince free. I don't want to spoil way too much. It's the main quest. It's a very important item. The most important item in the game, basically. It's in the House of Hope. Aside from the Orpheus Hammer, there is gloves that give 23 strength flat. Best strength gloves in the game. And there is an amulet that gives 23 constitution flat. Okay, so 3 extremely great items, if not the best items in the game, are in the archive in the House of Hope. Once we're done with the archive and with the boudoir and with the entire part in the middle and whatnot, we have outer portals over here. You can check out different areas. This is like lore part, okay, where you can check Neverwinter and other parts. Once we're done with that, there is a hatch that leads down to the prison where you need to set the Hope free. This is the House of Hope. You need to set the Hope free. You'll know when you get inside, once you speak with the NPCs. Inside the prison, there is a contract. There is a double check door downstairs, there is a staff to find as well, and there is a helmet that you can receive damage from crits as well. Once you're down in the prison and you fight the fight and you set Hope free, you need to escape. So it starts from here. The entire House of Hope will go against you. There's a lot of fighting everywhere. Your goal is to go back to the foyer and escape the portal. That's when something happens, and it's on you how you will resolve this. Alright, and that would be the entire House of Hope. This is your entry, and this is as well your exit. That's everything there is with the House of Hope. I didn't want to spoil way too much. Enjoy your run in the House of Hope. Let's go back to the lower city. So now that we're done with everything, all that's left is this part to finish with the first section of lower city. So where we're gonna go up next is the wine festival. In a wine festival, there's a murder case that I don't want to spoil any further. Once you're done with it, you can enter inside. There's Timmy the Orphan to speak with. There is the wine cellar key, and this is your wine cellar entry, as well as a key on the second floor that you can loot. Once you loot all of this and resolve the wine festival, we enter the hatch with a wine cellar key. Now let's go down to the wine cellar. This would be the wine cellar, the entry point. On this side, there's a plank, perception plank. Loot everything under the plank. There is a perception painting here. Once you discover this will open up and you're gonna loot 2 chests inside, some potions, scrolls and whatnot in this room. And that will be the wine cellar. Let's get back to the lower city. So now we're done with the wine cellar and with the wine festival, wine house. Now we're gonna go to the Bone Cloak's apothecary. You're gonna spot some familiar NPCs inside, traders from Act 1 Underdark. And there is a chesty loot here, and there is a way down to the mini Underdark. Let's see what's down. This would be the mini Underdark. On this side there's a chest, there's a lever, the door opens, hidden door. There's additional chests, there's additional potions, loot everything around here, care for explosive traps and so on this entire route. There is additional loot here, you're gonna go back up, you're gonna have your last loot on this spot, go to the mushroom, jump down, exit, and up we go to the lower city again. So we're done with the Bone Cloak's apothecary, we're done with the wine festival, and what's left now is this entire part, and we're done with the first segment of the map. Down from the Bone Cloak's apothecary, there is a waypoint. Trigger it. Here is the way up to Astarion's quest. We're gonna leave it for now. We're gonna go down south. There are 2 traders. One sells great armor, the other one sells a great bow. Whether you wanna buy or steal, this is your choice. There's also a chest behind one trader and a chest behind the other trader. Your choice how you wanna resolve this. Great loot anyways around here. And now what is left is this. Now we're gonna do Baldur's Mouth and this segment over here. So from between these 2 waypoints, basically, Baldur's Mouth, these 2 houses. The first one would be here. There are 6 chests on floor 2, and there is a perception pouch on this spot. Now we transfer to Baldur's Mouth. This is where the newspapers are printed. Also the part of a very important quest. You are there to stop the bad news that you arrived in the city. So you will enter on a main door, and we are in Baldur's Mouth. On the right, there's a chest. On the left, there's a chest. Down there is the main editor. You can speak with him, but he's gonna get you out of the building, so better not. What you need to do is play smart. On a rooftop of Baldur's Mouth, there is a perception plank to loot. Here is a way down to where they print the newspapers. You don't want to use that because you're gonna trigger the entire building on you. You want to go down here, past the guard, okay, where the chest is, and there is a way down once you press the lever, and it's gonna lead you down where they print newspapers. Also, there is another entrance. It's from the rooftop. From this rooftop building close by, you can transfer to the rooftop of this building, and you can descend straight down to elevator if you cannot pass from here. Okay, so there's basically two ways, one from above, one from the inside, and the third way, the most stupid one, where you trigger the entire building on you. We need this lever to go down. Let's go down. So here we are at Baldur's Mouth basement. Over here there are two bots with a lot of XP. Once you kill them, they're protecting the print house. And on this spot where the wall is, there's another way in and out. We go down here, we loot everything in this room. We're gonna collect few prints in this room, because you're gonna need them for the printing machine. And in this room, there are 3 prints scattered around. So 2 over here, 3 over here. Collect them all, kill 2 bots. Go to the printing machine, give the print that you want, and that's how the news are going to appear once you rest, or better to say, tomorrow. Okay, that's the end of the quest for Baldur's Mouth. Now up we go to the lower city again. So now, once we're done with Baldur's Mouth, we're gonna go down here, all the way down, enter the house, get a perception check, loot the key, go back, go down, all the way down, enter the door. This is the murder case room, by the way. There is a perception check twice on this spot. There is a key for the hatch, and there's a hatch to go down. Let's go down and see where it leads to. This leads to the Pier 3 basement. From the entry point, there is a murder story here. You also need to loot everything around, pass through the door over here, and there is a safe to loot. Plus some additional chests here, and that would be it. Plus, there's some scrolls, gold, and so on. Basically, loot everything there is. It's a rich basement. Up we go to the lower city. Now that we're done with this, we're gonna go down the stairs, and there is a guild hall entrance. Guild hall entrance leads down to the sewers, where the guild is, one of the factions in the lower city. Later about it. In this hut, there is a perception check quest. Check it out. Here in this hut across the guild hall entrance, so pay attention where we are. Across the guild hall entrance, you enter here, go down. There is a hedge down, and there is a chest with a guild ring. What you do with a guild ring, you insert guild ring in a socket on a wall, and the door to the guild in the sewers opens up, where you can go down, okay, for additional quests, NPCs, traders, like a mini town. What we're gonna check out now is the hatch down. Let's see what's down. So here we are in a basement across the guild house. Okay, so the entry point, loot everything there is, go down here, there's a pressure plate. It opens up the door, okay, this pressure plate opens up the door, and then there is a chest with, guess what? Larian didn't think about it, but again, it's a guild ring that's gonna unlock the door for the guild, okay, in the sewers. Basically what it unlocks, so I can show you out quickly. I don't know why they placed 2 rings. Unfinished game, that's why. But anyways, this is the guild hall, okay, and this is where you're gonna appear when you enter, okay. This is that, you see the sewers? This is the mini town with tons of NPCs, traders, and so on that I'll cover up later. But basically, this is where the hidden door with guild ring, when you insert it in a wall, leads to. Okay, that's how it's connected. Now, let's continue. So, from the guild hall entrance, we go down south, down over here, all the way down. This segment that you see right now is where the NPC is with a jar that's connected to the Fillgrave Mansion. There's 4 jars in a game. Each jar provides this lich, I can call him a lich, inside the house with a specific power, and one gives them invulnerability. The NPC that you're gonna encounter here has stolen his invulnerability jar. Okay, and the correct order of doing this quest should be to go to the Fillgrave Mansion first, collect the quest, then go to the house and do the NPC and get the jar. But you can also get the jar and then go to the lich. This is your choice how you wanna play. Anyways, once you get the jar from the NPC, whether you wanna kill him, disable him through conversation or so on, he spawns once you click on a closet, okay, inside this hut. And that's done. Now we go down. There is a hatch down here as well. Let's see where it leads to. Hatch down, close to the NPC with a jar. This is the entry. You pass through here, care for traps and so on. There's a hidden passage. You shoot the lever and it opens up. So the lever is here. You shoot it with, I don't know, with a bow, with a cantrip. Hidden passage opens up. You pass. You collect everything there is around. You go down here and there is a chest at the end of the room. And that's the map. Let's get up to the lower city. Now, when you go to the coast here and when you enter, like let's say when you get close by this spot, there's gonna be a fish ambush. Once you resolve the ambush, NPCs will thank you with specific rewards on the shore here. Then you're gonna go down south. There is a dig option here. You need to dig manually. And there is a hole in the wall to enter Fillgrave's Mansion. Or you can go around like this and enter Fillgrave's Mansion from here. You pick how you want to enter the mansion. So, Fillgrave Mansion. What do you need to know here? There's like 2 or 3 floors and a lot of different things to do and a lot of different quests with a lich. Lich has also some very good items to trade. So first you can trade with him, then you can complete his quest and then you can kill him. Or you can just complete his quest and don't kill him. That's your choice. But anyways, what's inside? Once you enter here, Lich is awaiting for you right here on this spot on the first floor. He gives you the jars quest. And there's 4 jars in total in the game. There is a chest on a 3rd floor in this building. There is a hidden wall on a 2nd floor in this building. And once you pass through a hidden wall, there is a ladder down that leads to the 1st floor, and then 1st floor leads to the basement of the Fillgrave Mansion. Also, on this spot close by to Fillgrave Mansion, there's an option to dig manually as well. So, I said 1st floor, 2nd floor, hidden wall, go down, ladder, and then the hatch that leads to the Fillgrave's Mansion. If you gave him the jar, if you completed the NPC over here with a jar, you gave him the jar, you received the reward, and now you don't know how to kill him anymore. His jar is in the basement that gives him invulnerability. So, you can either destroy the jar, give him the jar, finish the quest, then go in the basement, destroy the jar, come back and kill him again. Okay, that's how you do it. Let's get down and I'll show you what I talk about. This would be the Fillgrave Mansion basement, a ladder hatch that we came from, and on this spot over here is where his jar is if you finish the quest and gave him his invulnerability jar. So, Carrion Heart is on this spot. Here, there's a lot of scrolls in a room to loot and whatnot. There is a note here that you can pick up, and there is a hole in a wall way out. You can pass with a gaseous form, or better to say, you can pass as a fart, get in or get out. Your choice. That would be everything you need to know about the Fillgrave Mansion. Let's go to the lower city. A little bit is left for the segment 1. So, what is left? You trigger the waypoint north from the Pilgrave Mansion, and there is only the fireworks left out of those mini buildings in the first segment. So, inside the Fellow Gears fireworks is where Gortash is creating his explosives. And there is a trader here inside that you can trade with, steal, loot everything inside the building. There's 3 floors. And then slaughter them all. If you play as a good guy, of course. If you sided with Gortash, you don't touch them. On a rooftop, there is a plank, perception plank. You can loot stuff there. There is a hatch that leads down to the basement of the fireworks. And there is another way that leads to the basement from this spot. Basically, for some reason, they gave you, this is fireworks, they gave you 2 ways into the basement. One from here, and the other one from up here. So your choice how you wanna do it. Let's go down to the basement of the fireworks. Here we are in the fireworks basement. No matter what you touch around here, it's gonna explode. There's a lot of fireworks inside. So here, there's traps, there's everything. Disarm all, perception checks everywhere. On this spot, there's a chest to loot. Behind the crates here, there's a lever. The lever will open up a hidden door, and then you loot everything there is inside this room, and that would be the fireworks basement. Up we go to the lower city again. Now we're done with the entire first segment of the game. All of this. The last thing that's left is the biggest thing in the game, the biggest building, and that would be Sorcerer's Sandwich, the Wizard Tower. Call it however you like. This is the entry. There's an NPC awaiting for you if you save them in Act 2 in Shar's Temple. If not, no one will await you on the door. Once you enter, the main trader that you'll speak with would be Roland. If you saved Roland in Act 1 and Act 2, he'll appear as a trader here. If you haven't saved Roland, then someone else will appear. Anyways, there are 1 million NPCs in the tower. Speak with them all, enjoy. It's mostly there for lore, for laughs, for story, and so on. What is the deal with the Wizard's Tower? The owner of this tower searches for the Night Song. If you save Night Song in Act 2, this is where her quest continues. If not, you're there to conquer the tower. No matter how you do it, quests and NPCs, items will remain the same, and there's plenty of them to loot. So, stairs up, once you're done with the NPCs on the first floor, stairs up, you go to the second floor. There's 4 portals, okay? The only right portal is this one, on this spot. There are portals like this, okay? This is the right one. So, in front of this red thing here, okay? This is the right portal where you enter to the top of the tower where the main wizard is. Here, there is a locked door on a floor 2 as well. And on this side, there is a book that opens a portal to the hidden vault in the basement of the tower. What we're gonna check first is the top floor. So we're gonna go to the wizard on the top floor that owns the tower through this portal. Let's go. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention, there is a manual dig spot close by to the tower here. Okay, so how the tower is here, there is a dig manual over here. Let's go up to the top of the tower. This would be the top of the tower. Consists out of 2 floors. Once you dealt with a wizard inside, whether you wanna do it through conversation or through fighting. If you do it through fighting, if you save Roland, Roland becomes the owner of the tower and he helps you out in the final fight, basically, in the game. But later about it. Once you're done with this, there is a very good wizard armor on this spot. There's great loot in the middle when you go down the tower. There is keys on this spot. There's a lot of cabinets to loot. There are buttons on the sides. 1 button will trigger alarm, 1 will trigger turrets, 1 will take you straight to the vaults, so that's another entry to the vaults. You have 1 entry on floor 2, and you have another entry to the vaults from the top floor. On this spot there's also a chest, and again, just to show you all the way down, okay, here you can jump all the way down. So here where I'm showing with a mouse, right down there is additional loot. So once you loot all of that, you're done with the top of the tower. There's a great view on the entire Baldur's Gate from the top of the tower as well. Now, the only thing that's left is the walls. Again, one access, floor 2, portal on the left side of the stairs, the other entry from the bottom, on the top of the tower. Let's go down to the vaults. Here we are in the vault of the Sorcerer's Tower. This would be the way in. So this is where you spawn from. On this side there's a very OP spell. On this side there's a chest, and on this side there's a chest as well. Then you pass through this door here. On this side another chest, on this side another chest, a hidden wall behind the chest that leads to a very trollish lamp. You can leave it for the last basically. Continue down south through this door, trigger the perception button, it's gonna unlock additional portal and so on. Pass through this door over here, get down, loot the chest, loot this chest as well. Again a hidden wall here. Go behind the hidden wall, collect the spell, learn the spell. It's a great one, by the way. Best spells are hidden in a vault. Collect scrolls in this chest, then go down the locked door again. And here there is a puzzle. One puzzle leads to the left, one puzzle leads to the right. Doors. For the first door and to loot here, you're gonna need to pass through a silver door, evocation door, and wish door, and it's gonna lead you to this room. To enter this room, you need to pass through a silver door, abjuration door, into a silver door, and you're gonna end up in this room for additional loot. Now, once you're done with everything, you can trigger the trollish lamp, finish with that, and out we go to the lower city. I believe we're done with the first segment, but I'll need to check it out. Now, this would be the entire first segment. What I forgot to say is in the tavern, there is a resting place, or better to say, you get your apartment in the tavern, as well as speaking with an NPC detective for the murder case. Anyways, that's everything there is in this first segment, okay? Now we're gonna transfer to the middle part of the map. The first thing we're gonna do is the north middle part of the map. This segment over here. So from the lower city central wall waypoint, we go behind, enter the door, go up the ladder all the way up to this tower. There's a chest, loot it, go to the middle floor, exit here on this, you can call it mini bridge. Okay, now down the bridge there is a chest, then go back up, all the way up, and from this point is where Astarion's quest triggers. Origin quest for Astarion, okay? Tsar Palace, better to say, with a vampire lord. Up, we go up here, and there is Cazador's Palace entry. Basically, as I said, Astarion's quest. Let's go to Cazador's Palace and finish Astarion quest. So, Cazador's Palace consists out of the first floor, second floor, better to say basement, attic, and the cave. This would be the entry point from over here. You need to unlock the main door with Cazador's ring. So you need to find the ring. From up here, we gotta go down, past this door, go up here. There is a perception check, loot everything in a room, go back, go through this door, go up here. There are two chests, and this is the hidden wall. All you need to do is pass through it to enter the room. You can't see it, it looks like a regular wall. Loot everything around in this room as well, then go back, go down the stairs all the way down to the bottom floor. Let's go down. So, down the stairs, this is where we end up. We go through here, all the way up here, get the key from Godi, Astarion's torturer, kill him of course, go back, go down here, pass through this door, enter. There is a corpse that you can clear with a curse, okay, curse spell. Clear curse on a corpse. Here is a helmet inside a chest, and here is a book that you need to loot. Once you're done with that and you inspect everything around, you go back up, you pass through here. With a book you found, something will happen, the door will unlock, you will loot everything in this room, you will loot everything in this room as well. As you can see, there's chests and so on everywhere. And once we finished all of that, now we finally have access to the main door on the first floor. Let's go up. So now back up the stairs, all the way up here, right over here. The thing that we looted will open the door. Now we know the language, how to pass. The door opens up. Tons of vampires and werewolves await you. You kill them all. And now there is this room over here. And there is this passage over here. What we want to do is enter this room. There is a button. You leave one side of the team here and one triggers the button. Then this one will open up. This is a counter button, okay? You enter here, you loot everything, you get out, you trigger the button again, the door opens again, then you transfer them all and you go to the attic. Let's go to the attic immediately. So, Cazador's Palace attic. This is how it looks like, where we end up. There is a button, it opens up the door, you pass, you loot, you pass here now, you loot everything here, there's traps and so on, be careful, a lot of perception checks. Then there is a button, this button unlocks this door, then you pass here, loot everything here, another button, it unlocks this door. You enter here, you loot the key to the dungeon, you loot treasure. And there is a button wall that's gonna open up this again. You exit, then you go down here, you pass through here, you loot everything inside this room. There is a chest key. Okay, the key that you found. There is a chest on a second floor on this spot, and this would be the ladder up for the second floor. Once you loot everything there is a lot of lore on the attic as well. I don't want to spoil anything. Once you're done with all of this, we go back to the first floor. So, straight down the hatch where we entered. So now that we're done with the attic over here, we get up, we go here, down south, all the way down. This is Cazador's room, by the way. There is a clear curse from the corpse here, and there is a helmet inside the chest. Now we go back, we go through this door, we go to the elevator, stand on the elevator, and we go down to face Cazador for Astarion's quest. Let's go down to Cazador's cave, or better to say, Cazador's dungeon. Here we are in Cazador's dungeon. This is how it looks like. The entry point from here, loot everything around. You can also go down, you can jump down with Featherfall. From this spot, okay, and then it unlocks additional dungeon below. Basically, there's nothing special down there. Anyways, there is a dig spot here. Ways down, Cazador awaits you straight up front. This over here would be the prisoners. Gore's quest from Rivington. Okay, that's what it is. Prisoners, missing children, and so on. On the left, over here in this room, below, you see the jump point, then down. There are 3 chests to loot and scrolls and whatnot. There is a button here that unlocks the door over here, and this one leads to the city sewers. Check out where it leads, in the sewers basically. And behind, there is a chest on a second floor and a very important item for Astarion's quest lies here. Once we did all of this, then it's time to go up here and face Cazador. Your choice how you want to do this. There are plenty of ways to finish Astarion's quest. If you played everything right, it's gonna end up well. If not, face the consequences. Let's go back to the lower city. Now that we're done with Cazador's dungeon, we're gonna check out the park south from the Cazador's palace. So, from the waypoint, you pass the bridge down under and you enter the park. There's basically nothing, bunch of NPCs, okay, to speak here. and trigger the quest in the park, where comes a very broken ambush, or better to say, they need to fix this fight immediately. Anyways, once you're done with the fight, you get a parasite upgrade, or better to say, you get a tadpole. Left from the fight, you can dig manually here, and all the way up north, where the mini lake is, there is also a dig spot. All the way on the left in the park right over here is another dig spot, and that would be the entire park. Now, we go down here through the main gate of the park, all the way down, and we enter Goldbraid's house. There is a hatch that leads down. First, you need to speak with Goldbraid, and then you're gonna go down the hatch in this house. Let's go down and see what it is. So, here we are in the cellar, the entry point. There's a hidden wall, pass through it, enter the room. Here, there's like traps everywhere, okay? Perception checks. Make sure to have someone that's able to detect, like custodian, and someone that can disarm all of this. Once you're done with this middle part, there is a key over here, and there is a chest over here. Grab the loot, open another chest over here, and that would be the basement of this place. Now let's go up to the lower city. So from the Goldbraid house right over here, there is a sewers entrance, one out of many sewer entrance on this spot. What we're gonna go to next? Now we're gonna go to the Facemaker's boutique. Let's see what's inside. There is a chest on the second floor here, there is a trader inside, there is a key on the second floor as well, there is a hatch that leads down. Basically this is the outfit shop. You can buy tons of different outfits in a Facemaker's boutique. And there is another chest on the first floor here. Let's go down in the cellar, in the Facemaker's boutique. Here we are in the Facemaker's boutique basement, or should I call it Figaro's basement. The entry point would be here. You go down the door, loot everything there is around here. There is a chest on this side, there is another chest here. There is a breakable wall over here. Break it up with force and loot another chest in the hidden room. That would be the Figaro's basement. Let's go up to the lower city. So now, across the Facemaker's boutique is Eleratin's home. Make sure that you have Jaheira in your team. Speak with the messenger rat over here. There is the bounty table here. Get inside Jaheira's house. Speak with all NPCs. Of course, again, have Jaheira in your team. This is her house after all. And there's a key over here. And here, in this room, if you found a harp-shaped pin, there is a slot and you can insert the pin. It's gonna open the basement, Jaheira's basement, and a hatch down leads to the Jaheira's hideout. Let's get down and see what it is. Here we are in Jaheira's basement, Jaheira's hideout. If you have Jaheira, all of these traps that are on the road here won't trigger with Jaheira in your team. If you don't have Jaheira, then you would need to disable all the traps. Anyways, once from the entry point, you pass all the way through here, all the way down, and here is additional loot. There's a key over here, there's a hidden chest, perception check. There is a hidden passage as well. You pass through it, you're gonna loot Jaheira's weapon inside this chest here, and Jaheira's amulet inside the other chest here. And that would be Jaheira's hideout. Now let's get up to the lower city. Now, from Eleratin's home, down south is the Glitter Gala house. Basically, you loot everything on the first and second floor. There's a lot of amulets, trinkets, and so on inside the house. Nothing special, only a trader for trinkets basically in this house, and that would be that. So what we're gonna cover now is the Blushing Mermaid Hag quest, but the Blushing Mermaid is strongly connected with the Old Garlow's place. So first we need to go to the Old Garlow's place. Once you enter here and you trigger the NPCs and everything that exists, you're gonna receive the quest for the Hag. It depends how you do it, of course. There's gonna be a red cap here, and you're gonna receive a missing daughter quest as well. If you remember from the start in the barracks, there's a missing daughter quest, and now it's connected to old Garlow's place, and then it's connected to the blushing mermaid. So the order of things basically is barracks, Garlow's place, blushing mermaid. If you save Mayrina in Act 1, she's gonna appear here with new NPCs around her. She's cursed again. Clear the curse, receive the quest for the missing daughter and for the hag. Inside the wall here, there is a safe, looted. And there is a hatch that leads down in the old Garlow's place. Let's get down. Here we are in the old Garlow's place basement. The entry point. There is a pressure plate door here. There is a chest with some gold inside. There's the pressure plate and there's the pressure door. This plate opens up the door. Loot everything inside this room. Get over here. Loot all. There's chests, scrolls, gold, and so on. And that would be the old Garlow's place basement. Now let's go up and go resolve the missing daughter quest and the hag. So now from the old Garlow's place we take that out and we go straight to the blushing mermaid. Inside the blushing mermaid, close by, there is a big manual spot over here, and here is the way down. There is another way down from the second floor here. Basically they both lead to the hag's basement. Once you discover the hag inside one of the NPCs, a fight with the red caps will happen, and once you win the fight, you go down the basement for the hag. Pick where you want to enter. This is also the missing daughter quest. Let's go down to the hag's basement. Here we are in the hag's basement. The entry points, you go down here, pass through here, okay? And this is where her bodyguards are, inside this room. Over here there's a spot to dig manually. Over here there is a chest on the second floor, and over here on the second floor you can loot a mined parasite, tadpole upgrade. So what you can do, you can first kill them off, her bodyguards, and then go for the hag. Or if you want to have a more challenging fight, you can sneak, enter, fight the hag inside, and the reinforcements will come, and it's gonna be a complete mess of a fight. Anyways, once you're done with the hag, she drops a very good ring for a sword. And if you remember Mayrina, she's gonna give you a potion for the hag to throw up the kid that she swallowed. Missing daughter quest. Drag and drop, right click, throw. You throw the potion on a hag, and she spits out the child, and then you can kill the hag and finish the missing daughter quest in a good way. Anyways, that's it with the hag. Once you kill her, loot everything around and get out. Let's go back to the lower city. Now, once we're done with the hag and the blushing mermaid, you want to return to the old Garlow's place, speak with Mayrina, finish off the quest, and then you're gonna go north from the old Garlow's place to Laura's house. This is the missing daughter quest. And her daughter, if you throw a potion on a hag, will appear here, and you're gonna receive a reward for saving her daughter. Okay, so the quest again starts in a barracks, old Garlow, blushing mermaid, old Garlow, Laura's house. Quest is done. That's everything there is to know about the missing daughter quest. Now, from the old Garlow's place, down there on the shore, there is a spot to dig manually for additional loot. North is Gortash's old house. Basically, Gortash's lore, his mother, if you kill her, she leaves a tadpole, as well as his father. Once we're done with the Gortash house and with the old Garlow's place, we're gonna transfer to the Beehive General Goods. So basically, in a Beehive General Goods, there is a trader inside, there is a hedge down, there is another hedge down, there is a killer quest over here, and there is a trader with scrolls. So how is this basically? The singing loot is connected with the Beehive General Goods, so you can call it like one big building, alright, even though it's not. So now, let's go down to the Beehive General Goods basement and see what's inside. This would be the Beehive General Goods basement. The entry point, There is a safe behind the painting here. Drag and drop the painting and then loot the safe. You then go down here. There is a wall that you can break with force damage. Also loot everything inside this room. And behind the breakable wall, there is a chest. Once all of that is done, we go up to the second basement. So, from the beehive, okay, we enter this one. A rainforest. And we're going down the hatch in the rainforest. Right over here. Let's see what's inside. Again, on a map, they are connected. Here we are at the rainforest basement. The entry point right over here would be one of the clown parts. Dribbles the clown in Rivington Circus Necromancer quest. Here would be a safe inside the wall. Then we go down south. Over here is the evidence for the killer and who's to blame for all the killings in Baldur's Gate. And right down up here, there are 2 chests to loot. I mean, there's a key and a chest, and you can loot everything there is basically inside the basement. It's a very small area. Now up we go to the lower city. So now we're done with Old Garlow, Gortash House, Beehive, the building next to it. In the Singing Loot, there's basically nothing. Check it out, loot stuff over there, but basically there's nothing. We're done with the Blushing Mermaid and the Hag. We're done with the Daughter. The only thing that's left is this house over here now. So, this area basically consists out of 2 connected houses. And we got 2 hatches down. First, we're gonna check this one. The area we are to visit first is called Lavernica's home. Get inside. And once inside here, you see a bunch of dead spiders and whatnot. Okay, loot everything there is around, lore parts and so on. And then down the hatch we go. Let's go. Again, the area we're in. From Laura's house, north, first hatch. Once inside, you'll spot a bunch of dead bodies and a lot of different species. Anyways, this is how it looks like, the entry point. There is a Dribble's leg part for the necromancer in the circus, blah blah blah, you know the point. Loot everything around here and let's get up. Of course, as far as these Dribble's body parts go, legs, torso, head, and so on. Once you accumulate all, and I believe there was 7 parts in total, you go back to the Necromancer in Rivington, in Circus, and you finish the quest. Dribble's parts are scattered throughout the entire Act 3. Now, we're gonna go to this house over here. The one that I like to call the Burning House. Okay, the quest starts over here. If you remember the trader that requires blood from the towers in Act 2, well, she appears here again if you didn't kill her. Anyways, what you get out of her again is a perma upgrade. This time it's explosive blood. If you give your blood again, your blood will explode on damage. She is also a trader. Or you can kill her. Your choice how you wanna deal with this NPC inside here. There is a perception check here with a key, and the key will unlock a hatch down. Let's see what's down. So again, the Burning House, all you need to do is go to the first floor and enter the hatch. This would be her experimental basement. The entry point, you loot everything there is around. Over here, there's a lot of materials to loot, basically. And there is 1 tadpole parasite upgrade in this spot. Let's get up to the lower city. So, we're done with all of this. There's nothing else left. I'll need to double check, but I think that's it, basically. We're gonna leave the counting house and Flame Cargo for later. Park is done, all of these houses are done. And now we can enter the lodge. Okay, the lodge is where you receive the quest for the Mind Flayer, but later about it. So, once we enter the lodge, there you can trade a Githyanki egg from Act 1 Monastery, where Giths are. You can loot a Githyanki egg. This is where you can trade Githyanki egg. Anyways, there's also a trader here, and on a second floor, there's a parasite tadpole to loot and to receive a Mind Flayer quest. Missing Mind Flayer quest. If you remember the Mind Flayer from the Underdark in Act 1, this is where his quest continues. Once we're done with all of that, I can say we're done with the entire middle part of the map. The only thing that's left now is this. So, what is around the lodge? Around the lodge is a perception check over here. There is a key for the chest over here, and there is a chest to loot on the spot. Down south from the lodge, there is items that are worth $1,000 in gold if you pay to the smuggler over here. You're gonna have a conversation and we'll see what I'm talking about. Now, it's time that we transfer from the waypoint, Baldur's Gate waypoint, all the way down south, and we go left and we enter Lady Janat's estate. Cursed house. Here, you can dig manually, and here, you can also dig manually for additional loot. You enter the house with 50 ghosts. Anyways, you need to resolve the quest, okay? There's a carrion torch curse. How do you receive it? Lady Janat's estate. The painter from Zentarim hideout in Act 1 that if you set the painter free, he's gonna appear in this house. Okay, so it's connected. You need a torch. Carrion's torch to resolve the curse. Carrion is in a Fillgrave mansion. The lich that we killed. Okay, he leaves a torch. With that torch, you can resolve the curse on the 3rd floor of the cursed house, cursed mansion. That's the entire quest basically. Tons of stuff to loot inside, but basically nothing important. You got 1 perception check on a rooftop, and you got 1 perception check on this spot on a 2nd floor. Anyways, you deal with ghosts, you equip a torch, carrion torch, and you resolve the curse. That's it. And the painter is free. The only thing that's left right now is Shadow's Heart personal quest. So from the waypoint down south to the left all the way up where we manually dig, we cross the bridge over here, we speak with the NPC, the memory quest, we enter the House of Grief. This is where Shadow Heart's quest starts. You need to have Shadow Heart in your team, of course. Then you go down here. There is a hidden button, it unlocks the way down, and we go down to finish with Shadow Heart's personal quest. Let's go down. So this would be where Shadow Heart's quest ends. Depends how you played with Shadow Heart. Choices and consequences now, whether she worships Shar or she worships Saloon, whether you were dating her or not, whether you pick good or wrong choices, okay, bad choices. That's how this map will change accordingly. The one thing that remains is how it looks like. So, from the entry point, there's a breakable wall, loot everything here. There's another breakable wall, loot these 2 chests and everything that exists. Go down south, pass here, pass all of this. Again, it looks similar to the Shard Temple from Act 2. You enter the main room, and if you kill the mother of these fanatics, okay, Shard worshippers, their mother, if you kill her, you're gonna get a very good weapon and a legendary shield for Shadowheart. Once all of this is done, we can go down south, we pass through here, of course you loot everything there is in a room and all the dead bodies and so on, and then over here is another breakable wall, and this is Shadowheart's room with her own personal lore and some personal items. Loot everything there is in a room, then we go up, all the way up, and here is a trader, Shadowheart's old friend. Basically, she sells good stuff. Trade with her, do not kill this NPC, because it's a good trader. At the end of this line, there's a Shadowheart lore to read. So, that would be it. After we're done with all of this and everything that's connected to Shadowheart, all that is left is to save her parents or sacrifice them. Again, this is the player's choice, depends whether you play as good or bad Shadowheart. This is where her parents are. Your choice how you want to deal with them. And on this side, there is a perception check. Check it out. Of course, go through every corner, loot everything there is. And that would be the Shadow's Heart quest. If you set her parents free, there's additional conversation once you decide to rest. That's about it. Let's go up to the lower city. Now, we're done with the House of Grief, we're done with the estate, we're done with all of this. The only thing that's left right now, pay attention, is this part of the map. Or basically, we need to resolve the prison, we need to resolve the factory, Gortash bots, we need to resolve Jahira's quest to find Minsk, and the part with water bitches. So, from the House of Grief, we go down south, all the way down south. This will leave the gardener's basement for later. We continue going down south until we unlock a Grey Harbor waypoint. So, from the waypoint, there is a fight awaiting for you, or better to say you're here to save Volo. If you remember Volo from Act 1, if you saved him in Act 1, this is where he's going to appear. Save Volo, meet him in your camp for additional conversation. On this side, on this boat over here, there's a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot, like 10 parasite upgrades, but 2 bots are guarding it, so you need to resolve the Steelwatch Foundry, or better to say the factory first, before you can loot the parasites. But this is not what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue down south, we're gonna help the refugees escape, okay, and we continue going down south to the Water's Queen house. Inside the Water's Queen house there is an offering chest that gives inspiration and so on, and then here is a drown quest. Once you trigger the quest, it's strongly connected to the Flame cargo. Water Queen's house is connected to the Flame cargo. This is why I left it open. So once we're done with the quest, on a second floor here there is a chest with a very good cape inside of it. Then we go down, all the way down. There is a dig manual spot, and there is a cave down, or better to say a cave under the Water's Queen house. We do not go down. What we're gonna do now is transfer here, go over here, jump again, transfer here, enter the boat, and resolve the Cursed Imp chest. Once this is done, we're going back up, all the way up, up. We pass through here, go over here, and straight to the Flame's cargo. Okay, so now what is left are these 2, Flame cargo and the counting house. Before we go to Flame cargo, I recommend doing the counting house first, or better to say this is the bank of Baldur's Gate, and a quest how you can find Minsk, your last companion in the game. So from the bridge, main entry, right over here, you enter the bank, you get a pass, and you pass with a pass. You go down to the vaults, stairs down. On this side there are stuff to loot, chests and so on. Anyways, what you want to do is go all the way down. So I'll need to show this like this as well. We enter the bank. Alright, right on the bridge. You can see where we are. You get a pass. With a pass, you speak with a guard and you pass down. Up here, on this door and then up there's basically nothing, and you don't need a thing. I would say if it's important, it's not here. You're gonna loot everything on the right, and we continue going down. Okay, and we end up right over here on this spot. Okay, this is a forbidden area. This one. All of this south from the bank, from the counting house, all of this is a forbidden area. How to do it? Very simple. You get like 2 or 3 invisibility potions, you chug a potion and you enter, and then you loot everything there is. What is there? A dig manual spot, there is a chest, there is another chest, and another chest, and there's 5 chests on this ship, and there's additional chest here, and 2 chests over here, and on this boat there's 3 chests, and then you go up, all the way down. There is nothing on the tower, don't climb up, it ain't worth it, and this is the way to factory, another way if you're gonna jump from ship to ship where the Cursed Imp is. This is how it's connected. With invisibility potion, you're safe to loot, or with invisibility spell. Once you're done with all of that, we transfer back to the counting house, speak with this NPC over here, they unlock the gate, the traps won't trigger this time. Also in this room there's additional loot over here. Everything is doable with invisibility. And We go down, straight up to the vault door, and we go deeper down in the bank to the vaults. Let's go. This is how it looks like, by the way, and this is the entry. Let's get down. So here we are at the first floor of the vaults, the entry point, and these are all the safes. Okay, safes along the way through the lower city. You're gonna find key number 1, key NO2, key NO7. Okay, and every key unlocks a different safe inside the vaults. That's the way to unlock the safe. But basically, anyone that can lockpick can force locks and open and crack all safes inside. Now, what's good and what's not? From the main passageway here, then on the left, this is a solid one to loot. This one is worth it. This one is not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. And this one is not worth it. So only 2 on this side are good. Down, all the way down now, across the 6 safes, there's 4 additional. On this side where the caged doors are, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. And this one has only outfits. So much from the safes. Over here is the puzzle. The correct way to resolve the puzzle is 7956. Then the door opens. Okay, you can also loot everything that's around here, books and so on, scrolls. And then we go deeper down. Now let's go down for Minsk, the final part of the vaults. This is where Minsk is. There's a huge fight awaiting. Okay, once you're done, Minsk will escape deeper down into the sewers. And then you receive the quest to recover the coin they stole, 10,000 coin to be more precise. Once you do it, you get all the safes around to loot. Basically, there's nothing to miss. There's just 1 million safes everywhere. You can also lockpick them, your choice. And here at the main door, there is the main safe to unlock, and that's about it. Basically, in total, I think I counted 8 safes, but loot everything. Nothing important, to be honest. This is the quest for Minsk. Make sure to have Jahira in your team. Now Minsk escaped and we go after Minsk. Where is he? You remember how I said Lady Janet's estate that we're gonna leave the gardener's basement open? Well, now it's time to go to the gardener's basement. The counting house Minsk quest is connected to the gardener's basement. On this spot, so you can say north from Grey Harbor all the way up in this mini park. You just enter the gardener's basement and let's go. Here we are at the basement. We go for Minsk. On this side, someone needs to stand on a plate. On this side, someone also needs to stand on a plate. The door will open up. You pass through the door. There is a wooden hedge that leads down to the sewers where Minsk is. Bring Jahira with you and go down the hedge. Let's go down. You can see the sewers now. We're gonna cover it very soon, by the way. But this is where Minsk is. This is where the hedge leads to. This is where Minsk resides. Now, how do we deal with Minsk? You can kill him or you can get him in your team. To get him in your team, you will need to knock Minsk out. Or better to say, here in passives, you need to toggle non-lethal attacks. For the final hit, it needs to be non-lethal. Okay, so you knock him out. And then you can acquire Minsk. Very simple fight, by the way. You have the high ground. Easy as it can get. Now, once we have Minsk, all that's left is the prison, underwater prison, Gortash prison, and Gortash factory, and the entire sewers. Let's do the prison. Lim Cargo's basement is where the prison is, connected to the Water Queen's quest, the Drown quest, connected to the Mind Flyer quest that you can trigger in the lodge, okay, and connected to the main quest, Gortash quest, connected to Will's quest because his father is down in the prison, and many other NPCs. Basically, Lim Cargo is connected with a lot of quests. So, from the singing loot to the left, all the way down, you enter here, you resolve the fight, there is a hedge down, and we go down immediately. So down we go. This would be the entry point. All the way down, you loot everything there is, the jail cells and so on. And here on the left is the way down to the sewers. We ignore that, we continue down south all the way here, right over here, and speak with the NPC. Okay, that's gonna take us straight to Gortash underwater prison. Let's go in the underwater prison. The underwater prison. You got 5 turns to help everyone escape from the prison until it collapses. This is where the mind flayer is. These are Gondian hostages to save, another Gondian hostages to save. This is where Will's father is, Duke Ravengard, more Gondians to save, one chest to loot, other chest to loot, and that's the entire prison. How do you do the prison? With speed potions, with Misty Step, with Dimension Door, and you scatter everyone on different sides. So one of your companions go to the left, one goes to the right, and 2 of them, the ones with Dimension Door, go to save the Mind Flayer. And do not forget to apply speed potions if you want to save everyone. You only got 5 turns to escape. That would be the entire prison. Good luck. If you have any problems of how to do the prison, video is on my channel. Now let's go up to the lower city again, straight to the factory. Now, by the way, I forgot. Because you received the drown quest and so on, with the NPC that takes you to the prison, once you're done with the prison, you're gonna end up in a Flim Cargo's basement again. The water bitches will attack you if you try to protect the NPC that drove the submarine to the prison. Now, this is your choice how you want to do it. You can give him up to the water bitches, or you can protect him, kill the water bitches, then down from here, you're gonna go down south, eliminate all water bitches, go down south through here and enter their cave. Let's see what's inside their cave. So this would be the Water Cellar Queen Cave, Water Bitches Cave. One fight awaits you over here, then you loot everything there is. You're gonna pass through this door, there's a bunch of traps here, and there is treasure on this side. You loot that. Again, the fight will trigger with a fish bush. You kill those fishes, then you go down here. There's a hidden perception wall on this spot, and additional loot in the chest, and that would be the Water Bitches cellar. Now we go up to the lower city and the final part where we get to finish the factory, where Gortash is producing his steel watchers, or better to say, his bots. Let's go. Also, once you're done with the prison, you can go back to the lodge because you set the Mind Flayer free, receive the reward. Okay, finish up loose ends, finish up quests, go to the counting house, give 10,000 coin, all the way down to the 2nd floor of the basement, okay, to the main banker. And the bottom line is just make sure that you finish all loose ends. And now, finally, from the Grey Harbor docks on the left is a Steel Watch Foundry. Now let's check it out. Here would be the main entrance and the patrolling bots on this route over here. You can lockpick a gate over here, or you can enter, there is a perception check, and then you can enter as a guess, as a fart inside. Already explained how it works. The other entry is the main gate, and the other entry is from over here, where you fight one bot over here, one bot over here. Then you go down here, loot everything there is. There's the elevator, there's the lever for the elevator, it leads you up, and there is another way in from here as well for the factory, so 4 or 5 ways in. Once you're in the factory, there is a fight, you need to save Gondians, okay? And one of them decides to join you to blow up the factory. Now, if you had a quest in Rivington, okay, with gnomes, dark deep gnomes, they give you a bomb. A rune powder bomb to be more precise, and you can blow up the foundry with a rune powder bomb. Or if you saved the NPC here in a Steelwatch foundry, he can also blow the factory up. The better way is with the NPC, because he's gonna blow the factory up and he's going to survive, and that also resolves the deep gnome quest once you're done with the factory. So once we're done with the fight, we save Gondians. There is an elevator down, one way down to the factory, and there is another way down from the stairs. Your choice how you want to get down deeper in the factory to blow it up. There is a table where you can craft weapons over here, and there are diagrams for craftable weapons on this spot. And there is an elevator lever here that unlocks the elevator. Now, your choice how you want to get down. Let's get down and finish with the factory. This would be the first floor down in the factory. The main entry, okay, depends whether you went with elevator or with stairs. Okay, this is from the elevator, this is from the stairs. One big fight awaits. And there is one tadpole upgrade over here. Once you're done with all of that, you will go down here, all the way down, and enter the next level of the factory, floor 2. Let's go deeper down. Final floor is where you get to fight with a titan. There is tons of interactions over here that you can resolve, disable bots and so on, okay, because they're controlled with parasites as well, with braids, better to say. And here is where the main boss of the area is. Once you kill him, you loot everything around, you speak with the NPC, with the Gondian NPC that you saved, he blows up the entire factory, and you get spawned in front of a steel watch factory, where deep gnomes want to fight with Gondians now. Okay, it's not enough for them that you blew up the factory. This is the time where you need to side with gnomes or with Gondians. Your choice how you wanna do it. It depends what side you pick basically, but they gonna appear in the final fight in the upper city. Choices and consequences. We are done with the lower city. One last check of the lower city, but I believe this is it. We saved Minsk, blew up the factory, dealt with water bitches, dealt with the bank, with cargo, with the prison, with the lodge, with the mind flayer, with Jahira's quest, with Shadow's Heart quest, with the boutique, with outfits, with the park, with the Starion's quest, Cazador dungeon, with the Hag, with the missing daughter, with Merina, with the beehive and the basements, with missing daughter quest, Laura's house, with the arcane tower, with the apothecary, with the murder case, with Sarajevo Kenchev, with the graveyard and all mausoleums, with the House of Hope, with the tavern, with all of the statues, religion and so on, with the barracks that's connected with the Hag, with the newspapers, with the Wizard Tower and the vaults, and with the Lich, and with the entire shore coast here, with the clown parts, and all the waypoints. Basically, that's the lower city, believe it or not. What is left now is the city sewers. Let's go down. How do I recommend going down to the city sewers? Probably through the guild hall, okay. If you want to enter the city sewers, I showed you like 10 different ways to go to the sewers, but the best way is from the guild hall, over here. Anyways, let's go down to the sewers. Now here we are in the sewers. The first part of the sewers would be this, and the second part, where basically the game ends, would be the blue part of the sewers. So the green part and the blue part. First we're gonna do the green part of the sewers. I said entry point from the guild hall. What's inside? There are two chests over here. There is a chest over here. There is a perception ring down there in this mini swamp. There is an NPC mole from Act 2. If you remember the girl that played, or the boy, I don't know what it is, that played chess with Raphael in Act 2. Then there's a trader over here. There's the guild leader as well. This is the entry point that leads, or rather the exit point that leads to the sewers and so on. There is a journal quest to loot over here. There's a hidden passage. Then we go down here. All the way here is the key. There's a chest. There's a vault of the guild hall with 30 DC. Astarion can easily pick this up. You enter and you loot everything there is. Basically, there's outfits. Now that we're done with the peaceful part, or better to say we're done with the guild hall part, now we're gonna go through here and we start from the very beginning. Okay, so what is here? This is one of the entry points as well in the sewers. This would be the way up and down to the lower city. Over here is a chest. Once you step through this door, Orin will appear and she will kidnap one of your companions. I don't want to spoil way too much though. So now, through here, all the way up, is the way to the barracks. Again, in the lower city. Over here is the lever, unlocks this. And over here is another sewers entry, or better to say exit, that leads to the lower city. Once we pass through here, there is additional lever, and there is a fight with Orin's maniacs. Once you're done with this, save NPCs over here. There's another lever, there's 1 million traps here, the doors open, you pass through, and you go all the way down over here to the waypoint. From this side we go left all the way up here, this is a dig spot, and over here is Arabella's quest. Finish it, you'll see what to do. Once we're done with all of this, we're gonna go up north all the way up here, and to the right is Vas. Vas connected with Lae'zel, connected with Orpheus, with the Emperor, with basically the end game. Okay, and once you have Orpheus hammer from the House of Hope, alright, this is where you trigger the quest with Vas, and he joins you in your fight. Once you find the Orpheus hammer, you can get a great legendary sword as a reward from Vas. Okay, so basically how it's connected, in the House of Hope you get like 3 or 4 exquisite items, one of the best items in the game. Then you run down to the sewers with the Orphic Hammer. You just tell Vas that you have Orphic Hammer and you receive another legendary item. We can say in like 2 hours of game time you can get 5 or 6 good items this way. This would be the boat, and the boat leads you all the way up to the vampire victim. You'll see what it is once you get over there. And here, this part, vampire victim, leads, guess where? To Cazador's dungeon. Astarian's quest, Cazador's dungeon. Okay, everything is connected. As I said, 10 entrances to the sewers, basically. So now we're done with all of this part. There is this part to finish with the sewers. So, from where the Vast was, here is another sewer exit that leads to the lower city. Over here are Mephits, over here are Mephits as well, and over here is a fire wizard, crazy wizard with Mephits. And there is a mysterious quest here with a head inside the sarcophagus. Wizard has a key that's gonna unlock the door here, and this is where you loot items inside a chest. So this is all connected, very easy to spot, you won't miss a thing. Then we go down here, another Mephits fight, then we go pass through here, alright, and this is where the chest is. This is a perception check where you find the key to unlock a chest. And another perception check over here, with another perception check over here, and another perception check over here. So be careful, in this room is also full with traps. Down here now we go, alright? And this is where it leads to where we set Minsk free, this part now. Here is Flim Cargo map, okay, the Flim Cargo in the lower city. This again is the exit. Over here is a dig spot, and you need to do it manually for additional loot. Another dig spot. There's an ambush here, another fight, you finish with the ambush. Then there is a valve puzzle. You trigger the valves and the door opens. Okay, once it opens it leads straight to where Minsk was. Here is the lower part of the game in this segment. Minsk can unlock this door. He's gonna break the wall basically, and then you can do this. Here is an ambush with all of those idiots that guard Minsk and so on. Doppelgangers, Arin's doppelgangers. There's a chest over here, there's a chest over here on the second floor, there's another chest, and that would be the green part of the sewers. Now that we got a password, we can go to the Undercity. This would be the Undercity Ruins waypoint. There's a good trader here, and over here, this leads to the Ancient Lair. Let's go to the Ancient Lair now. This would be the ancient lair, the entry point, and here is the spear. Once you trigger it, an undead ambush starts, where you need to kill them all. Once you kill them, you're gonna loot them. Room is full to the brim with gold, but first you need to deal with the undead ambush, and over here there's jars for the lich in Fillgrave Mansion. Okay, 2 more jars. That would be it. Once you're done with this, you just exit from here and you are in the lower sewers again. Let's go to the sewers. So now this would be the exit. We enter the ancient lair from here. This is the exit, straight up in front of the trader. From the waypoint, there is the final part left, or better to say, the blue part. So what we gonna do now? Now, over here is Bual's door. You get a password from Starevok and Chevai. I believe it was like that. Anyways, once you do everything there is in a lower city, you will have a password and you will pass through this door. This door opens up. You can jump from here to here and you can loot a chest, and then we go north, okay? And from here, you use a dimension door. You're gonna loot a chest over here with a dimension door. You're gonna TP behind enemies, trigger the enemies, and then kill the idiot. Once you kill this summoner, the entire fight stops. There's enemies everywhere here, okay? On every side there are enemies, and he keeps summoning them. You need to kill him in 5 turns or your entire team is dead. One dimension door will make this happen, okay? Without any effort. You can check it on my YouTube channel how I resolved this fight. So, now that we were done with this, there is another chest on this side, and this would finish up that part. Now, we go down here, all the way up, up. This is the way to the final part of the game, all the way up. This is where the rats are. You kill all the rats, you trigger the waypoint, you loot the chest, and then we're gonna go down again, all the way down here to the Temple of Baal, unlock the waypoint. Here is where one chest is. Here is the final piece of the clown quest, Tribbles the Clown for the necromancer in the circus in Rivington. And here is where the chest is as well. On this side is another chest, then another chest over here, and here would be another chest to loot and another one below. Now that we're done with all of this and we have the final piece of Dribbles, we need to go back to the circus and finish the quest. But first, we enter here with Dual Amulet. I believe it was on Sarevok and Chep. The door opens and the final fight with Orin happens. One of the 3 main villains in the game. One is Keterik in Act 2, the other one is Gortash in Rivington, Act 3, and the third one would be Orin in Lower City Sewers here on this spot. She captured one of your companions, you can set him free once you kill Orin. On this side there's a chest, make sure to loot everything and to kill all of these Orin maniacs, okay? You enter Orin's room, there's a lot of lore here, and there is her key that's gonna unlock a chest on this side, okay? And that would be the sewers. What we do now is go back to Rivington. Here we are back in Rivington again. What you need to do now is go to the circus, to the necromancer over here, finish Dribbles the Clown quest, finish the quest in the Open Hand Temple as well, speak with the Gurs. Now you have collected all allies in the lower city and in Rivington, and the only thing that's left is Gortash in a Worm's Rock Fortress on the top floor. Whether you wanna deal with Gortash, kill him, join with Orin, these are choices and consequences now and how the game is going to end. I showed you where Orin is, what's the rewards, what's the loot, where Vasi is, where's the Emperor, where's the House of Hope for Raphael. All of those choices matter for the end of the game, or better to say, for the upper city. In the upper city is where the game ends. Now, how do we trigger the game ending? We trigger it from the city sewers. Once that we're done with Gortash, with Orin, with everything that exists in the game, this is where the game ends, in a Morphic Pool dock. All you need to do is enter the boat here, okay? So, north side of the sewers all the way up north, Morphic Pool Waypoint. You enter the boat, there's tons of cutscenes, okay? The end game, and the game, after all of those cutscenes and after your confrontation with a nether brain, teleports you to the upper city, where you can find all of your allies and see all of the consequences for all of your choices from Act 1 to Act 3. Let's go to the upper city. This would be the upper city map. Everything starts from this spot. You speak with allies over here, the final conversation and so on. See all of the consequences. Huge fight awaits on this spot, huge fight awaits on this spot, and once you arrive here in front of the brainstem is where the game ends and you confront the final boss of the game. There are hundreds and hundreds of different endings in Baldur's Gate 3. It all depends how you play it. It's Act 1 from the very start. Anyways, that would be a 100% completion guide for Act 3 in Baldur's Gate 3. If you have any problems, everything that I said, every single area, every single encounter is covered on my YouTube channel under the title of the boss, title of the map, on Tactician difficulty. It took enormous amount of time to compile this video, hundreds of hours of game time, basically, for hundreds and hundreds of different endings. As always, thanks for watching. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I'll be seeing you on the next one, or better to say, on some other CRPG, probably Rogue Trader, in 2 or 3 months from now.